We had not bowed to that pressure. And again, Philip Barton's handover to me has contributed to my strong sense that there was an atmosphere of pressure. To avoid being in breach of the ministerial code, ministers must correct the record at the earliest available opportunity. At the very latest, the earliest opportunity is now. Will the Prime Minister correct the record?
It is not the view of the Prime Minister or the Government that the Prime Minister needs to do so.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In Prime Minister's questions yesterday, the Prime Minister failed to deny, when asked by my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, that he knew that his team were lobbying for a head of mission role for Matthew Doyle, and that they were doing so with his authority. Under the ministerial code, he has clear duties of transparency to this House. For number 10 to ask the Foreign Office to find a plum diplomatic job for another Labour mate who was friends with a convicted sex offender, let alone to then keep it secret from the Foreign Secretary, is completely shocking. The Prime Minister has shown another catastrophic lack of judgment. Will the Minister ensure that an inquiry is launched by the Cabinet Secretary to determine who did the lobbying, why, and what the Prime Minister knew and when?
The Prime Minister has spent very many hours at the dispatch box this week being held to account and answering questions on a whole range of issues. And in the respect of the particulars of the Honourable Lady's question, I refer her to the Prime Minister's words only of yesterday.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Question 2, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 2, 3, 10 and 13 together. Very good. Well, thank you. As I informed the House yesterday, I am bringing forward a major package of reforms to procurement policy. This includes steps to direct government procurement in the national interest to support British businesses, to end the area of outsourcing across government departments, and to streamline and simplify the entire process. I will bring forward further details to the House as soon as possible, including when we publish new guidance.
Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Since 2015, companies that donated to political parties have secured £60 billion worth in government contracts. This highlights everything the public dislikes about politics. Will the Minister agree, therefore, with me, for transparency and accountability, it's time to break the link between big money donors and the governments they pay to elect?
The Government, of course, is concerned about the risks he mentions. There are strong safeguards in the Procurement Act to preserve the integrity of the procurement process. But the elections bill that this Government is introducing will also tighten up on regulation of donations, including a ban on crypto donations.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when I asked the Minister in this House yesterday to include ceramics within the back British business procurement strategy, he said it only covers 4 sectors deemed vital to national security, while acknowledging he would like to go further. Since then, a further 49 workers have been made redundant at Denby Pottery in my constituency. Ministers across departments repeat the same message, but the sector cannot wait. More than 50,000 people are backing the #SaveDenby campaign by buying Denby Pottery and signing the petition calling on the ceramics industry to be in the British Industry Supercharger scheme. So will the Minister commit today to matching that public support by including ceramics within the scope of the new public procurement charges before more jobs are lost?
Can I thank her for raising this again? And as I said in the House yesterday, Denby's an iconic British manufacturer. I know it's anxiety the workforce will feel at the moment. As I said, ceramics is not part of the original 4. It is not where I want to stop. We do want to get there. I'm happy to meet with her and work with her on that. I should also add that the wider measures we've announced will benefit the ceramics sector, including how we calculate social value, impact on local communities and jobs. But I do get the point she makes, and I will happily meet with her about it.
Mr Mathers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I had the pleasure of visiting the Royal Mail depot in Ellesmere Port, where I went in one of their newly purchased vans from the Stellantis factory just down the road. A perfect example of how we should be supporting British industry. So I would urge the Minister, when he's looking at this, because I think this is a start, but it doesn't go far enough, we need to make sure that every school, every hospital, every council, every utility, Every big provider of services in this country is looking absolutely at how they can buy British and support our great manufacturing sector.
Can I thank him for that? And I also met with Royal Mail recently in my constituency and had a similar conversation about that. Look, I do understand the point he's making. As I say, I'm not pretending that we are on the full journey here with procurement reform. We are making big steps on it. We need to go further, and I'm very happy to work with him and others to do so.
Christopher Vince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day to you. I thank the Minister for his earlier remarks on procurement and agree that £400 billion of public spending is a significant lever this Labour government has to better support businesses across our country. But could the Minister tell me how he and colleagues across government will work with me to ensure our public money will be well spent and deliver for well-skilled jobs in Jubberall, Harlow?
Can I thank him for that? And look, he's absolutely right. Communities should be benefiting much more from the taxpayers' money we are spending on procurement. He mentioned yesterday, I think, 2 businesses in his constituency, Wright's Flour Mill and Levy Growers, I believe. And just to be clear, they are exactly the type of businesses we have in mind, where we say we're trying to support local businesses with big impact in the community and big local jobs, etc. And that is the kind of group I want to help going forward.
By Local Strangford with Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his answers and for his endeavours to try and do better. The Minister, public and this House must recognise that public confidence is incredibly low at present due to repeated failures of government, can I say, respectively, to do the right thing. How can the Government and the Minister ensure that changes take effect that restore confidence and take away any shaded areas of government and our obligation as elected representatives to openness and transparency? Thank you.
He's right to flag that concern, and it is something that the Chief Secretary is working hard on with a package of reforms around transparency. Just around procurement changes, just to emphasise, I am trying to work with businesses, unions, charities, voluntary sector, as many people as I can to bring into it, because I think the more we listen to them, the more we will get this right. But he does make a broader, wider point that I know my colleagues are working hard on as well.
On Happy Warwickshire Day, Rachel Taylor.
Happy Warwickshire Day, Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day. My constituent Gillian dedicated her life to public service. Oh, I'm so sorry. Question 4, please.
I love preempting it. Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer this question 4 and 15 together. The issues and delays a number of civil servants and pension scheme members have encountered when accessing their pensions after a lifetime of service is completely unacceptable. Members of the House would have heard my Right Honourable friend, the Paymaster General's statement to the House yesterday on Government's robust recovery plan to stabilise the service whilst ensuring there is support in place for those impacted. We will continue to use every commercial lever possible to hold Capita to account so that public servants get the quality service they deserve as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a happy Warwickshire Day and happy St George's Day. My constituent Gillian dedicated her life to public service for 34 years before retiring. She is owed over £2,000 in a lump sum from her civil service pension. She's constantly tried to get in touch with Capita over the last 6 months. She's submitted online forms, rung multiple times, and was told they're not hitting their complaints target. After being on hold for several hours, a call operator told her they couldn't tell her when she'd receive an answer. This is unacceptable. Can the government tell me what they're doing to support retired civil servants who've been left in limbo by Capita?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her question and wish her also a happy Warwickshire Day and happy St George's Day, and thank her constituent Gillian for her public service of 34 years. I agree with her that the service Gillian has experienced is completely unacceptable. She will know that we have taken a number of measures, including deploying a surge team to help stabilise the service and continue to hold Capita to account for poor service. I encourage her and other members to direct affected constituents to the hardship loans we have made available to support those impacted. And if she sends me the details of Gillian, I'll make sure to look up.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day. Yesterday in the statement, the Minister was kind enough to say that he would look into the case of one of my constituents who's currently afraid she will lose her house because she has no income and cannot get access to a capital pension. However, civil service pension. However, I have several other constituents. One who is still working full-time and is a full-time carer and was supposed to retire in January and can't because they can't get access to their pension. So I wonder, could I meet with the Minister to discuss what is actually happening, how we can get Capita to pay attention to this and look for a way forward?
I'd like to thank the member for raising both distressing cases, and of course I'd be happy to meet with her to discuss them.
Gosley.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I set out to the House yesterday, this Labour government is ending the age of outsourcing. We will introduce a public interest test to require all government departments to assess whether a service can be better delivered in-house. We will also require all departments to publish insourcing strategies, setting out how, over the medium term, they will make greater insourcing a reality. Taken together, that is a step change in how we approach this, and I'm proud a Labour government is delivering it.
Julie Gosley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Warwickshire Day and happy St George's Day. Residents in Nuneaton are also concerned about the performance of Capita since the civil service took over the pensions. I know these concerns are shared with this House, as we've just heard some of the horror stories that have been coming through to many inboxes. They will therefore be more surprised to see that the government has recently agreed to a £900 million 10-year deal for the same company to take over civil service payroll contracts in the Synergy programme. Does my honourable friend agree with me that maintaining the current insourcing is the only way to ensure that we have value for taxpayers' money and also a decent level of service for residents?
Can I thank you for her question? The Minister for the Cabinet Office obviously updated the House on this yesterday, and my honourable friend has also answered a number of questions on that issue. But just to add, I do agree that insourcing can play a really key role here in delivering better value for money, higher quality public services as well. That's one of the reasons we're introducing the public interest test and ending the age of outsourcing.
Sir David Davis.
Number 6, sir.
And happy Warwickshire Day to my Warwickshire friends, happy St George's Day to all my English friends, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 6 and 12 together. We are prioritising paying compensation to those impacted, and the Infected Blood Compensation Authority has reached the significant milestone of paying over £2 billion in compensation, including the first payment to all eligible groups. I'm sure the Right Honourable Gentleman will be aware I recently announced substantive changes on all 7 areas that we've recently consulted upon.
Sir David.
I thank the Minister and I welcome what he's just announced, or what he said. But the infected blood scandal left thousands of people with severe lifelong injuries, and many of them waited decades, some even nearly half a century, for justice. Every week that passes, the likelihood of any of them die goes up. And last week, as I'm sure he's aware, the Compensation Authority announced they'll contact 100 people a week to begin claims. It's not quick enough. There are 18,000. I mean, he's dealt with roughly 3,000, I think, have been paid already, but there's still 15 of the 18,000 still there. Victims and families deserve compensation, and compensation quickly. So what can he do to speed up that process?
The Right Honourable Gentleman absolutely raises quite correctly not only that people waited decades for compensation, but also the urgency with which we want to drive this forward. Obviously, with infected people, very precisely on the 23rd of April, 3,304 have now received an offer with over £2.6 billion. We've started now paying the affected cohort, where the milestone of paying the first case by the end of last year was met. But I stand ready, Mr. Speaker. It's quite right that IBCA is operationally independent, but I still stand ready to do all I can to support them to speed up payments.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Paymaster General for his personal work in this area. And of course, the increase in the Unethical Research Award is a material improvement. I'm thinking particularly, of course, of the former pupils at Trelaws. There is still, though, some uncertainty in the community around the evidence that's going to be required to qualify for the severe psychological harm element in the special category mechanism. So could the Paymaster General confirm how that will work, and will there be discretion for the Infected Blood Compensation Authority in terms of the inflexibility of what evidence will be required?
Generally, and I pay tribute as well to the work the Right Honourable Gentleman has done in terms of the voice he has given for those pupils who suffered such heinous medical experimentation at Trelaws. On the issue of the evidence, generally speaking, I've always said to IBCA there needs to be a very sympathetic approach, because not only are we talking about events a long time ago, we're also talking about deliberate document destruction. On that specific issue about severe psychological harm within the special category mechanism, I will actually write in with very precisely that position.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for the way he's handled this issue and the way he's moved it on in the short time that he's been in office. Everyone is very grateful for that. But nonetheless, he knows there are still widespread concerns amongst the community about the compensation process. So will he give a guarantee that those people will be continue to be listened to, and that their voices will not be dismissed, so that we can adapt the process as it goes forward to address some of their concerns? I'm grateful to him for coming to the APPG to discuss directly with the community, and I'm grateful if he would do so again before the summer recess, so that people can talk to him directly about their concerns.
Yeah, I'm sure I look forward to an invitation from him, and I pay tribute to his work as co-chair of the APPG. On the issue of the voice of the community going forward, he's absolutely right, and that's why I've created and announced to the House a mechanism by which concerns that are expressed are appropriately elevated to where decisions need to be made. I was determined, Mr. Speaker, not to have some sort of glorified postbox that people send correspondence into. If concerns are raised, they have to be dealt with at the appropriate level, whether that's the IBCA board or being escalated to the Cabinet Office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to thank my right honourable friend for the sterling work that he's done with regard to this scandal. The reality is, has been mentioned from the opposite benches, there are still issues, real issues, that needs to be worked on. The infected blood community have huge concerns with the stringent evidence required for severe psychological harm compensation. I mean, will my honourable friend ensure that IBCA is permissive, it's flexible and compassionate when setting the SCAM criteria for psychological harm, and at the same time assessing the claims?
Yeah, and I thank my honourable friend. I pay tribute to the work that he has done campaigning for victims. With regard to IBCA and the culture and how they treat evidence, as I said, it needs to be a sympathetic approach to evidence and compassionate approach. Indeed, when I visited IBCA, I've been very impressed, actually, with the general ethos that's been trained to people in that regard. But specifically, on this issue of severe psychological harm, I have made very significant changes to the special category mechanism, Mr. Speaker. But on that very precise issue of the evidence point, I will also write to my honourable friend, as I promised to do, to the right honourable gentleman.
Right.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 7, 9 and 16 together. Just this week and last, I've been across the Channel to speak to EU counterparts and indeed counterparts in Member States. We are making good progress with the EU in our strategic partnership in a changing world. It's a strategic partnership that is good for bills, good for borders and good for jobs.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish you a happy St George's Day, as well as the Minister, and I congratulate him on rejoining the EU Erasmus scheme. It's very exciting for those students across the UK, including at the University of Reading. I want to turn to energy prices. We are all paying the price of Trump's war in Iran. It is vital for us to work with our European allies to lower energy prices, including reducing the trade costs brought up by the Tories' bad Brexit deal. Could the Minister give us an update on his negotiations for the UK to participate in the EU internal electricity market?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Erasmus Plus will indeed provide tens of thousands of opportunities, particularly for young people. Now, on energy, we are committed to strengthening our energy partnership with the EU to lower bills for households and businesses. With the negotiations that my honourable friend is talking about, I think everybody would see that strengthening this international cooperation is vital to bolster energy resilience against the kind of global shocks we've seen in recent weeks.
Steve Brace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St George's Day to you in the House. From pandemics and health emergencies to the impacts of climate change and Russian aggression on our border, my residents in Exeter know that the EU and the UK have shared challenges and opportunities. So what discussions has the Minister had on forming a UK-EU resilience partnership, as suggested by UK and a changing Europe, so that we can effectively manage these shared challenges together?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that the UK and the EU share many challenges. It's why the Government has agreed a new strategic partnership with the EU to bolster our shared resilience through deeper cooperation between the UK and the EU across defence, industry, politics and the wider economy. They are the foundations upon which our collective European security and prosperity will rest.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the European Union allows for food production methods that are either banned or being phased out in the UK, and this undercuts British farmers. Can the Minister outline to the House what discussions have taken place with the European Union to ensure parity of welfare standards to ensure that British farmers aren't priced out of the market?
Mr. Speaker, the common understanding we agreed with the EU last year allowed for particular carve-outs, which of course the Government is negotiating. But let me just say to the honourable gentleman, the SPS agreement, the Food and Drink Agreement, will mean that there are products we cannot export to the EU at the moment we will be able to. It will take away costs, it will take away price, it will take away fees businesses have to pay. I mean, I used to think the Conservatives of the pro-business party might want to actually approve of that.
Mr. Speaker, am I right? Is the House right to understand that government believes the economy has grown significantly less, measurably less, as a result of leaving the EU, and this is one of the purposes behind the reset? Well, I hear honourable members saying yes. Could the government set this out with all the evidence and the arguments proving the case? Because looking at the evidence, the British economy grew at about the same rate as France and Germany when we were in the EU. And since we've left, we've been growing at about the same rate as France and Germany since we left the EU. And in fact, this year, the British economy is growing faster than Germany. So where is the evidence? Where is the evidence that Brexit was economically damaging? Will he publish a proper statement?
Mr. Speaker, I mean, the right honourable gentleman and I work very well on other issues. I suspect over the next 12 months this is an issue we're going to disagree on. If, however, he is genuinely asking me from the dispatch box to provide evidence to the country about the lamentable performance of the economy in the latter years of the last Conservative government, what a pleasure it will be.
Speaker, may I thank the Government for the grown-up approach taken to improving our relations with our friends and neighbours in the EU. In contrast, the Conservative Party, and I can still that they are still playing politics with our closest allies, and my generation has paid the price for that.
That's right.
With that in mind, can the Minister set out what steps are being taken to ensure young people in Kettering and across the country take up the opportunity to study in the EU now we have rejoined the Erasmus scheme?
Speaker, the new UK-EU strategic partnership will bear down on household bills. It will provide opportunities for young people. It will create jobs. The party opposite, for reasons best known to them, have decided to oppose all of that.
All right. Sorry, Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I wish the House and you, Mr. Speaker, a happy St George's Day. I welcome that the Government is taking steps to improve our relationship and deepen it and our trading relationship with Europe. It is absolutely crucial to businesses right across my constituency who have told me again and again the challenges they face as a direct result of this flawed Brexit process. But I'm really interested to understand from the Minister, and I wonder if he could set out what plans does he have to ensure that proper parliamentary scrutiny is given to anything relating to improving relations with the EU, given we no longer have a select committee that deals directly with these issues.
Mr. Speaker, there will of course be a bill and a piece of primary legislation going through Parliament this year. It will of course have appropriate scrutiny, as will the relationship with the EU going forward. And Mr. Speaker, I very much look forward to those debates. Just to give one example about businesses, over 1 million export health certificates businesses in the UK have had to pay up to £200 for since 2023. I say they shouldn't have to pay those fees anymore. The party opposite in Reform say those businesses should.
The Minister might want.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The UK has become a global leader in agritech, and particularly selective breeding, largely because of our flexible regulatory framework, including the Precision Breeding Act. That wouldn't have happened if we were still members of the European Union. The Bioindustry Association say that dynamic alignment would threaten UK leadership in biotech innovation. So will the Minister commit to securing a carve-out for precision breeding so that our success in this vital sector is not threatened by new or future EU legislation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the common understanding that was agreed between the UK and the EU in May last year, of course, it provides for carve-outs that are the subject of negotiation. But if he is seriously saying that all the export costs and fees that businesses are currently paying, that the SPS agreement will take away, if he is genuinely saying he thinks businesses should continue to pay them, he should say so.
I think the House and the public outside will have heard that the Minister is refusing to give that commitment to the representatives of this vital sector. But the Minister will know that the high cost of fertilisers is one of the biggest pressures on British farming and on food prices. Now, raising carbon prices to the level of the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism is projected to add around £100 per tonne to that cost. So at a time of high food costs and squeezed food security, does the Minister really think that now is a sensible time to hammer British farming yet again?
Absolutely absurd question, Mr. Speaker. He has literally asked that question when his party's position is to keep in place all the fees that we currently have to pay in exports to the EU. But in addition, he talks about the emissions trading system linkage. Without mutual exemptions from the carbon border adjustment mechanism, businesses will have to pay around £700 million in carbon taxes. The consequence of his party's position is they'd have to pay them.
Quite right. Peter Bedford.
Question 8, sir.
Well done. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Departments are responsible for setting their own performance plans, subject to centrally set performance management frameworks. This government is focused on a high-performing civil service, which is why we have recently announced changes to the senior civil service performance system that will see top civil servants having their performance linked to KPIs set by their ministers and underperformers held to tougher standards.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our constituents must interact with many government agencies each week, be it renewing a passport, a driving licence or submitting their tax returns. Despite record numbers of bureaucrats, productivity remains low, and this results in many errors and vast delays to our constituents. My written parliamentary questions confirm that there isn't proper performance management of our civil servants, or corrective actions, or even dismissal for continued poor performance. Without the usual platitudes of how hard civil servants work, I want to know what the government is doing about the thousands of poorly performing civil servants that are costing our constituents millions of pounds each year.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think it's ironic that the opposite benches complain about the civil servants but did nothing when they were in power. Instead, this government is updating the performance management framework and incentivising those who deliver and tackling underperformance as soon as it arises. To do this, we are changing the rules to ensure a closer, more effective link between pay and performance, with larger awards for the highest performers and strengthening the minimum standards so that those who fail to manage the performance of their teams are quickly identified.
Rachel Gilmore.
Question number 11.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is taking decisive steps to strengthen our national resilience as set out in the Resilience Action Plan. And building on the findings of Exercise Pegasus, the Government published a new pandemic preparedness strategy just last month. It sets out how the UK intends to rebuild readiness and strengthen underlying capabilities for future pandemics through a whole-of-government approach.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not long ago, a Russian-flagged ship anchored just 2 miles off the Minehead coast in my constituency, directly above critical transatlantic cables. Our adversaries are becoming emboldened and operating even closer to home. Mr. Speaker, as the proud sister of a serving brigadier and a retired lieutenant colonel, who between them have served for over half a century in our armed forces, I know the calibre of those who serve. But reports that the MOD has lost track of some 95,000 veterans on the recall list are alarming. How can the government credibly claim to be strengthening national resilience when it lacks the basic data required to mobilise those capable of serving in a national emergency?
Well, I'm grateful to her for the point that she has raised in the way that she has raised it, and I pay tribute to the service of her family members, as I'm sure all honourable members will do. Let me say to her that the matter she's raised is a matter that we take incredibly seriously. I can tell her and the House that following sanctions already imposed on 544 vessels, the Prime Minister has now agreed that the British military will be able to board Shadow Fleet vessels passing through UK waters. But I'll look carefully at the points that she's made and discuss them with colleagues in the Ministry of Defence.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy Warwickshire Day and St George's Day to you. Clearly, resilience is multifaceted, and beyond subsea cables, as the Honourable Member was referencing, we are the third most attacked nation globally when it comes to cyber attacks, as my honourable friend will know. What steps is the Department taking to raise public awareness generally?
Well, I'm grateful to him, Mr Speaker, for the work that he and his committee does in this area. I was at Cyber UK yesterday in the great city of Glasgow, and I can give him assurance that we take these threats very seriously. The National Cyber Security Centre and our intelligence agencies continually monitor such risks and work very closely with industry and with our international partners to protect our networks. As I set out yesterday, we will continue to strengthen our defences and ensure that we remain resilient.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Earlier this year, the NATO Secretary-General said, "We are not at war, but we are not at peace either." Trump's reckless war in Iran has shown how vulnerable our country is to external shocks, while Putin's imperial ambitions pose a once-in-a-generation threat to our security and our way of life. The UK is not resilient enough nor prepared enough for future shocks and threats. We've seen press reports this week describing the risk of shortages of certain foods and medicines brought about by Trump's idiotic actions in Iran. So what specific steps is the government taking to address these potential shortages? And how does the Minister plan to communicate with the public to ensure our constituents are not left without information or support should the availability of the medicine they need fall victim to Trump's foolishness?
Well, Mr Speaker, I agree with the comments she cited from the Secretary-General of NATO. I think from previous conversations that we've had, she understands the seriousness with which we attach to these issues. The Cabinet Office coordinates a whole-of-government response, and we work very closely on these issues, including, of course, with partners in the Ministry of Defence. She's right about the need to communicate these issues with the public, and we're looking at how we can do that most effectively.
Number 14, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, as I've said, this government does not believe our procurement rules do enough to back British businesses. That's why I've announced steps to address this and to simplify and open up the system to SMEs, start-ups and charities. We will issue new guidance on this shortly to ensure the procurement regime always serves the national interest.
Ian.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day to you. I thank the Minister for his answer. Even over in my constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the Villagers, is creating 400 new jobs to add to the 1,400 people it already employs. Now, I believe that companies like this that are already backing Britain by investing here should be considered more when they are competing for government contracts. So how can the Minister assure me that when UK government money is being spent, particularly in industries that are key to our national security, like energy, it will prioritise those companies already investing in British manufacturing, British skills and British jobs?
Absolutely, she's spot on, and can I thank her again for raising this and the way she's championing her local business, but making the bigger point about how we need to support British jobs more widely. As I say, we have set out in 4 sectors that we're going to do this, including the energy infrastructure. But I agree we need to go further. I agree we need to look at what more we can do, particularly to support our manufacturing industry, and hopefully we'll keep working on that to do that.
Red Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day to yourself and the House. Despite capitals... Oh, sorry, question number 17.
My honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, is doing great work to ensure that public procurement is on the side of working people, Outsourcing by default has not delivered, so a new public interest test will ensure outsourcing decisions will be based on value for money, social value, market and economic impact, and capability and capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. Despite Capita's horrendous administration of the Civil Service Pension Scheme, they were still awarded the Synergy Shared Services contract. We still don't have a reason why. And I am not the first person to ask in this House. So will the Minister finally confirm who was responsible for the decision and if the Cabinet Office signed it off?
So I would say to my honourable friend, I entirely agree with her assessment of Capita's lamentable performance in terms of the civil service pension scheme. We have to take individual decisions on contracts. I, for example, yesterday cancelled the Capita contract for the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme. I am robustly holding them to account, including withholding milestone payments on the civil service pension scheme. With regard to the Synergy contract, that was led by the Department for Work and Pensions through the normal process, and indeed will also be managed robustly.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very happy St George's Day. The cities of London and Westminster celebrate many celebrations of St George's Day. Question 18.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking forward negotiations with the EU to drive investment, jobs and growth for the UK pragmatically. On ideological grounds, the Conservatives and Reform would undo it all. And let's be frank, Green Party foreign policy is a dangerous fantasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the response from the Minister. We've heard significant movement earlier on today regarding energy, and I would like to ask what economic assessment has been made beyond the food and drink and the youth experience scheme and Erasmus and the ETS to make sure at this summit we are delivering on our commitments.
Yes, and my old friend can be assured we will continue to drive forward to deliver on our commitments. The electricity trading negotiations are absolutely vital, not only for energy security, but also to bear down on household bills.
Gagan Mahindra.
Question 19, please.
Secretary Jones.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 19 and 20 together. On the 11th of March, the Government responded to the humble address by releasing a first tranche of documents in respect of Peter Mandelson's appointment and subsequent dismissal as Ambassador to the United States. I would like to reassure members across the House that we are proceeding at pace to publish a second tranche of documents to comply with the humble address and will provide a further update to the House as soon as possible.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister reassure me that the Intelligence and Security Committee will be prioritised when new information comes to light, as per the terms of the humble address, as opposed to information first being given to Downing Street or to journalists to then publish at their own convenience, as it was when it was discovered that Peter Mandelson had failed his security vetting?
I can confirm to the House, Mr. Speaker, that the Government is working closely with the Intelligence and Security Committee in processing documents in relation to the humble address, and we thank them for their work.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St George's Day. Can I ask the Minister, he's working diligently to produce all these documents. Will he ensure that these documents are provided before Parliament prorogues for the current session?
There are still a number of documents which are being worked through by the Intelligence and Security Committee, and in line with the process that I've set out before the House, we want that to conclude before those documents can be published to the House.
Richard Quigley.
Question 21, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary Jones.
In January, Mr. Speaker, I announced I was giving government departments more freedom, hand in hand with greater accountability, to take the initiative to move fast and fix things. Project Reset went live this month, slashing the number of central approval processes to streamline decision-making across government. We will also shortly announce the first delivery task forces to break down departmental silos and accelerate delivery of the Prime Minister's priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St George's Day. The Secretary of State may have heard me say what a fantastic place the Isle of Wight is to live, work and learn. Does he agree with me that our island is uniquely well placed to test exciting new policies and initiatives across all departments to speed up national rollout, as evidenced in an article this week in Computer Weekly by James Finlay, and that rather than being left behind as we were under the previous Conservative government, it is now time for the Isle of Wight to be leader in building the better country this government wants and we all deserve?
Secretary Jones.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question and congratulating him on being such a champion for his constituency. He will agree with me, I'm sure, and certainly this side of the House, that for years and years the last Conservative government failed the Isle of Wight as well as the whole country during their 14 years in office. Under this administration, we have launched a Test, Learn and Grow programme so that the government can work more closely with local partners to test and innovate on the design of public services more locally in the places where people need them. Given my honourable friend's keen interest in these approaches, I will arrange for him to engage with the TLG network within my department and will be in touch in due course.
Adam Thompson.
Number 22, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Cabinet Office is driving the implementation of the National Security Strategy. At Cyber UK yesterday, I called on AI companies and innovators to work with the government to build national-scale AI cyber defence capabilities and announced a further £90 million will be invested to boost cyber resilience. I also visited His Majesty's Naval Base Clyde, where the government is investing £250 million to strengthen our national security and deter our adversaries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very happy St George's Day to you. Erewash is home to many workers whose labour is vital to national security, employed at firms like Rolls-Royce or our many SME advanced manufacturers, building things like jet engine parts. While we have been broadly kept out of Donald Trump's war on Iran, many global threats still loom. Can I ask the Minister then, Mr Speaker, what steps the government is going to take to protect British workers and secure supply chains for the UK defence industry?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for raising this important point. The UK's defence industry is a cornerstone of our national security and an engine for growth. We're committed to spending £2.5 billion more with defence SMEs and recently launched the Defence Office for Small Business Growth, a key driver to improve SME access to defence opportunities. The £31 billion we spend annually with the defence industry in the UK powers over 460,000 jobs and 24,000 apprenticeships nationwide, including many high-quality roles in the East Midlands.
We now come to Topical. Steve Race.
Question number 1, please.
Jones.
Mr Speaker, can I begin by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, on his birthday today, and noting the generosity and coordination of the House in not submitting one question for him to answer on his birthday. Can I encourage members to submit particularly difficult questions for him in future? Mr Speaker, may I also update the House on some of the work that I'm leading in response to the war in the Middle East? As part of our work with the new Middle East Response Committee, I'm chairing a new contingency planning ministerial group. This will focus on preparing for and mitigating where possible any impact on our economy and domestic security as a result of the conflict. I'm convening relevant Secretaries of State twice a week with their permanent secretaries to scrutinise plans and ensure that we're prepared for different outcomes across major and relevant supply chains for the UK. The conflict in the Middle East is not our war, and while we don't know how long it will last, we're acting now to protect the British people. I look forward to keeping the House updated on this work in the coming weeks and months.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will join me in welcoming the result of the Hungarian election, where in part anti-LGBT policies were roundly rejected at the ballot box. As LGBT rights suffer from backsliding around the world, will the Minister commit to working with our EU partners to promote LGBT human rights across the world, including putting the topic on the agenda at the next EU-UK summit?
The government is absolutely committed to promoting and protecting the human rights of LGBT people worldwide. Our UK-EU security and defence partnership is underpinned by shared values, and I absolutely give that commitment. We will continue to work closely with EU partners to uphold those values.
Sir Secretary Alex Barker.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Last week, someone in the heart of government leaked some extremely sensitive documents to The Guardian. This would appear to be a potential crime under the National Security Act 2023. Has the Cabinet Office reported this to the Metropolitan Police?
Mr Speaker, as I confirmed to the House, I think a day or so ago, a leak inquiry has begun, and when further facts are established, we reserve the right to do so.
Alex Barker.
Kat Little, the Permanent Secretary, has just told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that a very, very small number of people have actually seen the document in question. So will the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister commit to the House that when he has identified who leaked that, he will report them to the Metropolitan Police?
I can confirm we take this matter deeply seriously, Mr Speaker, and as I say, we reserve the right to do so once the facts have been established through the inquiry.
Jill Platt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a happy St George's Day to you. The COVID-19 inquiry exposed how long COVID was repeatedly dismissed despite its lasting impact on nearly 2 million people, including me. So can the Minister reassure those living with long COVID that the Government will fully act on the inquiry's findings and explain what steps are being taken to ensure long COVID and post-viral illnesses shape future resilience and pandemic planning?
My honourable friend talks very powerfully about the impact of long COVID, and it has had that impact on many people following the pandemic. The most recent Module 3 report from the COVID inquiry covered this issue in detail, and of course the Government will carefully consider the inquiry's work on this, and its full response it absolutely should.
Last week, a former Attorney General wrote that there was no legal reason why the Government cannot publish a list of the humble address documents being withheld by the Metropolitan Police. Will the Government publish that list?
Mr Speaker, we're working in cooperation with the Metropolitan Police, and as the honourable member will expect, and I'm sure the House will agree, we don't want to do anything that will interfere with their process.
Peter Mandelson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Turning back to national resilience, the UK rightly committed 1.5% of our GDP to boosting our national resilience along with our NATO partners. Ahead of the summit, the next NATO summit in Ankara in July, can the Minister confirm whether the Government will be publishing a departmental breakdown of how the UK will be meeting its commitments?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very grateful to him for his question. In the National Security Strategy, the Government made a historic commitment to spend 5% of our GDP on national security by 2035. This includes funding to protect critical infrastructure, ensure civil preparedness and resilience, unleash innovation and strengthen our defence industrial base. We are currently working through proposals for the UK to meet the 1.5% NATO commitment, and we will set out our detailed plans in due course.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day. We face many threats, but happily dragons are no longer one of them. The Government maintains that the messages between Morgan McSweeney and his mentor Peter Mandelson are under the aegis of the Metropolitan Police and therefore cannot be released. Surely the questions which are critical to our understanding of what has gone on here should be available to this House. Can we have a commitment to publishing at least the questions?
Mr Speaker, as I've said from the dispatch box before, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein want to see justice to be found. Where there is a criminal investigation underway with the Metropolitan Police, it is right that this House doesn't interfere with that process and works with the Metropolitan Police to allow them to undertake their work.
Toby Peck.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome what my right honourable friend's been doing on public procurement, specifically on government procurement of car hire services. Can he lay out what the government is doing to ensure that government is purchasing enough electric vehicles? Fleet industry is expected to have around 20% of its vehicles electric, but less than 1% of government purchases in the past were for electric vehicle hire. I know this is an issue the government takes seriously. Can the Minister lay out what the government's doing to ensure that we have more electric vehicles being hired by government?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He raises an extremely important point. He's right about the reforms we're trying to bring in public procurement and to improve the number of electric vehicles we do. I will write to him with the specifics, if that's okay, about what's going on with the government car service on this.
Gregory Stafford.
Happy St George's Day, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, when was Jonathan Powell appointed the Prime Minister's Special Envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territory, and what security clearance did he have upon that appointment?
Information's hand, Mr Speaker.
Chris Blunt.
Mr Speaker, and happy St George's Day to you. In Redditch, we saw the devastating impact on our supply chain when JLR was the victim of a cyber attack. Can I ask my honourable friend whether the proposed Cyber Resilience Index, part of this government's welcome focus on improving cyber and national security, will be subject to parliamentary scrutiny?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We recognise the serious disruption that incidents like the attack on JLR caused to supply chains and local economies. We continually assess the resilience of our critical national infrastructure, and the proposed Cyber Resilience Index will support improved accountability, and we are considering appropriate mechanisms to ensure parliamentary scrutiny as it is developed.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Successive governments have handed public contracts worth hundreds of millions of pounds to the US tech firm Palantir, including the MOD and NHS England, for a procurement process that many clinicians and other experts say completely lacks transparency, not to mention the alleged horrifying surveillance on Palestinians, on behalf of the IDF, as well as their unethical involvement with ICE in the United States? Does the Minister accept the huge risks of outsourcing our sensitive information contracts to these amoral American data leeches? And when will this government prioritise more secure British-based alternatives instead?
As we've said, one of the aims of this government's procurement reforms is to ensure we support more British companies and that we end reliance on external suppliers. The specific points he's raised around Palantir are two particular contracts, are an NHS one and an MOD one. They are the relevant departments on this, and it's best to take it up with them.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Derby, we have many businesses, including small and medium-sized businesses, who are investing in people through apprenticeships or by enabling people to turn their lives around after prison through work. How will reforms to public procurement better recognise the social value that businesses provide when making procurement decisions?
She's absolutely right to raise this. Social value should be integral to the system, but I think at the moment the current system has become too tick-boxy and doesn't really deliver what it needs for local communities, like in Derby. We are working on a new definition. We're working with businesses, unions, charities on that. I'm happy to speak with her further on it, but I think it's an important part of improving the system.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, if the government are so confident in the decision by the Prime Minister to sack Sir Olly Robbins, will the Minister today rule out settling any employment tribunal in advance of a hearing or imposing any gagging orders on Mr. Robbins?
The House will understand, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not at liberty to comment on a potential ongoing employment dispute.
Ollie Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his confirmation about the new Contingency Planning Committee to develop the resilience to the threats caused as a result of the conflict, which is not, of course, ours. However, it will be impacting on many other countries across the world, potentially resulting in shortages and inflation. Our resilience is dependent on their resilience. In that light, will my right honourable friend agree to consider convening a global summit to increase the resilience through cooperation and collaboration?
I thank my honourable friend for her excellent question. I can confirm the Foreign Office is part of our contingency planning work at the centre of government, and on all issues we look at the international data available to us, and the Foreign Office will keep that in consideration when trying to support allies and partners, as well as securing security and resilience for the UK.
Terry Collins.
Mr. Speaker, over the Easter weekend, a 6-acre site in the Chiltern National Landscape saw a massive unauthorised development. Despite swift action from Decorum Council of a temporary stop notice and an injunction, the work continued, with the police powerless to stop it and the council without the resources. So what will the Minister do to help that cross-departmental work to uphold the rule of law and protect our precious landscapes?
Can I thank the honourable member for her question? I think any constituency MP would find those circumstances utterly unacceptable. If she writes to me, I'll make sure that I pass that information to colleagues in the Department for Housing, Communities and Local Government to see what we can do.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a happy St George's Day to you. Global turbulence has driven up the cost of living for my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South. Can the Minister set out how closening our trading ties with our allies, our closest allies, through the EU reset will help bring down prices for my constituents?
Yes, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, the EU-UK reset is so important, bearing down on fuel bills, bearing down on energy bills, which will help her constituents.
Josh Babberton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February, Capita said to Eastbourne residents like Keith that his civil service pension would be paid by March. By March, they said it would be paid in April. Now they say not before May. How will the Minister intervene to hold this cowboy corporate to account?
So, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Office has been withholding milestone payments from Capita. We have a robust recovery plan that says that full contractual service has to be put back by the end of June. And I have been absolutely clear I will consider all options at that moment. But with regard to his constituents, I'd be grateful if you could write to me with the details, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St George's Day to you. Can the Minister set out what progress the government has made in cracking down on those fraudsters who seek to defraud the public sector, And also, what success has been made in clawing back money on behalf of hard-working taxpayers?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his question. This government has taken robust action with our public sector fraud authority. There's huge amounts of work being done. In fact, last year we saved the public purse over £7.5 billion. Lots being done, lots more to do. Happy to meet the member to go further.
Final question, Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St George's Day. A business I met recently raised concerns about grid resilience to Chinese sabotage. Given the precedent set on Huawei and 5G, what steps is the Cabinet Office taking to exclude high-risk Chinese components from our critical energy infrastructure?
Well, I'm grateful to her, and if she'd like to write to me, I'd be very happy to look at the details that she's raised. She'll understand I won't want to get into the detail too much of it now, but I give her an absolute assurance that on all these matters, we look very carefully at them and take a decision in our national security interest.
That completes questions. Is point of order relevant to these questions? Right, come on then, let's hear it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In response to my question about Jonathan Powell's security clearance, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister said he didn't, and I quote, have the information to hand. I didn't get a response that he was going...
Sorry. Who was speaking then? Well, Clive, I don't need any help from you. I think you've been here long enough like myself, and leave it to me to do my job. I'll let you do yours. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chief Secretary said that he didn't have the information to hand, but didn't indicate whether he was going to let me know what the answer was when he did have that information to hand. If the Chief Secretary doesn't provide me with a written answer to that question, what opportunities do I have in this House to be able to get him to answer that question?
I think we're trying to prolong an argument on the question that you've already had, so I don't think we need to worry, because I do know you have the ability and certainly got the time to pursue it in every manner possible. Right? We now come to Deputy Shadow Leader, John Lommel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 27th of April will include Monday the 27th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's message, followed by consideration of a carryover motion relating to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, followed by a carryover motion relating to the Public Office Accountability Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's messages to the Crime and Policing Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's messages to the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. Tuesday the 28th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's messages to the Pension Schemes Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's message on the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's messages. Wednesday the 29th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's messages. Thursday the 30th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's messages. And the House will be prorogued when Royal assent to all acts has been signified.
John Lunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by congratulating the honourable member for Carshalton and Wallington on the birth of his daughter, baby Lila. I'm sure the whole House will join me in wishing him and his family well. Last weekend, I met with friends and family of Jamie Tweedy as they walked the St Cuthbert's Way from Melrose to Holy Island, raising over £25,000 for the Scottish Brain Tumour Research Centre of Excellence. Jamie was a local farmer in the Borders who tragically lost his life to a brain tumour just under a year ago. I know their efforts will help advance treatments of this devastating disease. Mr. Speaker, we are all watching the development of peace talks between the US and Iran. For the good of our economy and in the interest of bringing energy bills down for households and businesses, we all hope to see a swift end to this conflict. Turning to domestic politics, Mr. Speaker, after weeks of chaos, this may be the lowest point yet for this government. A Prime Minister putting his own interests above the national interest. Absolutely. He has already had 4 Chiefs of Staff, 5 Directors of Communications, 3 Cabinet Secretaries and 4 Principal Private Secretaries. So does the Leader of the House not agree that perhaps the problem lies with the Prime Minister himself? On Tuesday, the Foreign Affairs Committee heard extraordinary evidence from Olly Robbins, the former Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office. He described a dismissive attitude in Downing Street towards vetting and constant pressure to appoint Peter Mandelson to the most senior diplomatic role. He also told MPs that he was asked to give the Prime Minister's then Director of Communications a senior diplomatic post without informing the Foreign Secretary, it would seem. Mr Speaker, the Foreign Office is not a redeployment pool for failed political advisers. So can the Leader of the House tell us, was it appropriate for Number 10 to apply such pressure over Mandelson's vetting, or does he accept that due process was not followed? Does he believe the Prime Minister inadvertently misled this House? Does the Leader accept the Prime Minister continues to make statements that are hard to reconcile with reality? Can the Leader explain why Olly Robbins was sacked, and was it right and fair to sack Olly Robbins? Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister has never looked weaker. The Prime Minister is so weak that he's brought forward the moment of prorogation to avoid another bruising Prime Minister's questions. He's also lost the confidence of the entire country. So when will Labour MPs finally stand up for their constituents and join us in removing this dreadful Prime Minister? While the Prime Minister is consumed by internal chaos, the issues that matter to our constituents are being ignored. Energy bills are soaring, particularly for those in rural communities relying on heating oil. People are struggling to find work. Decisions on funding our national defence are being delayed despite global threats. At the same time, government backbenchers and cabinet members brief against each other, plotting over the Prime Minister's future. As this parliamentary session draws to a close, I doubt it will be remembered fondly by those on the government benches. Mr Speaker, in 2 weeks' time, voters will go to the polls in important elections across England and in parliamentary elections in Scotland and in Wales. In Scotland, Labour's campaign has descended into confusion, illustrated by the remarkable sight of the Prime Minister visiting the nuclear base at Faslane whilst avoiding any contact with his own party leader in Scotland, Anas Sarwar. It seemed the Prime Minister needed the protection of the nuclear deterrent from his own Scottish Labour colleagues. This government has found it easier to locate secret Russian submarines in the North Atlantic than it has finding the Scottish Labour leader in the south side of Glasgow. Across Scotland, voters are clear. They are tired of an SNP government distracted from delivery and focused on independence. But people are not powerless. The peach-coloured regional ballot paper gives voters the opportunity to prevent another SNP majority, as they did in 2016 and 2021. The result of another SNP majority in Scotland would be similar to the current Labour majority in this House. More broken promises, more chaos, more division. So does the Leader of the House agree that whether at Westminster or at Holyrood, governments deserve to be judged harshly if they don't stick to their promises and inflict chaos on our country?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and certainly join the honourable gentleman in welcoming the birth of Lila. And wish her and her parents all the very best indeed. Mr Speaker, today is St George's Day. I want to wish everybody a happy St George's Day. During this week, Mr Speaker, we have celebrated the centenary of the birth of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and it has been announced that a trust will be established in honour of the life of the late Queen. The Trust will focus on restoring shared spaces in communities, reflecting the late Queen's commitment to public service, inspired by the belief that everyone is our neighbour, and that, Mr Speaker, is a lesson that we should all seek to live by. As I said, Mr Speaker, last week, the Government has made clear its commitment to tackling anti-Semitic attacks. Following the incident this week, I want to restate our position that attacks on British Jews are an attack on all of us. We will do whatever it takes to stop those who seek to intimidate our Jewish communities. Mr Speaker, we are approaching the end of the session, and at its conclusion, this parliamentary session will see the delivery of more than 50 government bills, and we will continue to build on this in the next parliamentary session. I want to say something about Capita, Mr Speaker, and a statement was made to this House which provided an update on Capita and civil service pensions. And I know that members across the House will welcome the update, and I want to assure members that the issues that they raised with me in this forum are heard by the Government, and where we can, the Government acts. And before I turn to the remarks of the honourable gentleman, can I also, Mr Speaker, wish everyone, including all members of this House who are taking part in the London Marathon this Sunday, the very best of luck. Let me turn to the remarks of the honourable gentleman and join him in saying how saddened we are to learn of the death of Jamie Tweedy. It is far too soon, but let us remember him for the way in which his friends and family are making sure that he is not forgotten and that his untimely death leaves a legacy of which they should be proud. The honourable gentleman mentioned the peace talks, and I want to join him, of course, in hoping that the peace talks are successful. We want the ceasefire to continue. We want to ensure that the Straits of Hormuz are open, because, as he points out, if not, then it will prolong the expected economic damage, not just to our economy, but to others too. But I just want to put on record, Mr Speaker, what has unfolded in that part of the world demonstrates that the PM's judgment on not joining the war in the first place was absolutely correct. And he has spent his time, Mr Speaker, with diplomatic efforts to make sure, working with others, to make sure that the Straits of Hormuz are open at the earliest opportunity. Let me now turn to the remarks of the honourable gentleman around domestic politics, and he's perfectly entitled to make his case, Mr Speaker. But just let me remind the House that the Prime Minister came here at the earliest opportunity on Monday and faced questions for 2.5 hours. It was followed by an emergency debate for 3 hours on Tuesday, in which members had an opportunity to make their case and ask their questions. The Prime Minister faced Prime Minister's questions for about 45 minutes yesterday, in which he was questioned extensively on this. The Foreign Affairs Select Committee is doing its job in holding decision makers to account, and there have been numerous opportunities, Mr Speaker, including Cabinet Office questions which have just finished, for other questions to be put on the question of Peter Mandelson. I cannot, and the government cannot, be held responsible, Mr Speaker, for the fact that the Leader of the Opposition has been so hopeless during these events that she cannot hold effectively the government to account. Let me just mention, because the honourable gentleman has been reading too many newspapers, let me just mention the question of prorogation. Because I've just read out to the House, Mr Speaker, the business next week,
Order. Mr Stafford, we're getting very carried away, please. Enjoy yourself on the front bench. It's not the place to be thrown out from. Come on.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've just read out the business, Mr Speaker, which includes, if necessary, Wednesday and Thursday, where we will be dealing with Lord's amendments. And if that is the case, the honourable gentleman is asking about PMQs. If the House is still sitting, then PMQs will take place, and I would imagine, Mr Speaker, business questions will take place too, if we're still sitting on Thursday. So there's nothing in what I've read out which suggests anything that is not usual. He talks about, Mr Speaker, the record of not just this government, but he then goes on to the question of what is happening in Scotland. So let me disagree with him about the way in which this government will be judged, Mr Speaker, because the borrowing figures show that we're borrowing less than at any time in the last 4 years. Unemployment, Mr Speaker, has come down. Inflation and interest rates were falling, and waiting lists are coming down too. Now, I accept, Mr Speaker, that we are facing the turmoil of the fallout from the situation in the Middle East. But let me just say to the House that when these events happen, this country, as a result of the action that we have taken in the last 2 years, are much better placed to see out these challenges than the previous government was. But let me also, however, my final point is, I'm going to agree with the honourable gentleman in what he says about the situation north of the border, at least as it pertains to the SNP. The voters suggest, Mr Speaker, that they are tiring of the SNP government. After 2 decades in government, it is time for change. The SNP have had the biggest settlement since devolution, and they are failing across the board on public services. And I expect that voters will want to take that opportunity to make their position clear. But let me finally disagree with him, because the way to do that is to vote Labour.
Mr. Speaker, getting a free car parking space is often critical to whether someone can access vital public services, and it's crucial for local businesses too. So my right honourable friend will understand my constituents' frustrations that Conservative-run Harrow Council has axed free weekend and evening parking in North Harrow, Harrow Town Centre and Wealdstone. With Harrow Labour determined to reverse this, could we have a debate on the guidance ministers might offer councils on the importance of listening to residents and business concerns about access to free parking?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly share my honourable friend's frustration on these matters. We've heard on many occasions in these sessions how much these matters are of interest to our constituents, and it's disappointing, to say the least, that charges may prevent people from accessing these spaces. And my honourable friend has put on record today his concerns on behalf of his constituents. If he wants to amplify this, I'd encourage him to apply for an adjournment debate. But I hope that when the time comes, that his residents are given the opportunity to show their frustration at the ballot box.
The Smart Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am here subbing for my honourable friend, the member for Carshalton and Wallington, who, as has already been mentioned, welcomed his new daughter late last Thursday. I am very pleased to tell the House that Mum Gemma and baby Lila are both doing very well indeed. Yesterday, the Public Accounts Committee published a report raising serious concerns about the resilience of the new hospital programme. This project has already been riddled with delays and spiralling costs, and it now faces further risk from a volatile global economy. The ONS inflation figures that were also released yesterday add to these concerns, as they confirmed what many feared. Trumpflation is having an effect on our economy. UK prices rose 3.3% in the 12 months to March, driven largely by the biggest increase in fuel costs for over 3 years, a direct consequence of Trump's reckless war in Iran and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Capital infrastructure projects, like the new hospital programme, are acutely vulnerable to exactly this kind of supply disruption and inflationary pressure. Within my own area, Stepping Hill Hospital already faces a £130 million repair backlog, crumbling buildings, flooded corridors and years of broken promises. Can the government make time for debate on the impact of global economic instability on UK investment and public infrastructure, and on the government's plan to ensure that patients, including those depending on hospitals like Stepping Hill, are not left waiting even longer for the facilities they need?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me repeat my best wishes to Gemma and to Lila. Mr. Speaker, the previous government's ambition to deliver 40 new hospitals by 2030 was not achievable, and nor was it funded properly. We have conducted a review on the programme, and alongside the record £13.6 billion of capital investment in the NHS last year, we put the new hospital programme on a sustainable footing and a more realistic timetable. We are keeping delivery on track, Mr. Speaker, responding to the changes of healthcare needs and working closely with the relevant NHS trusts to accelerate progress wherever possible. But the Honourable Lady is right to remind us of the potential economic fallout from the volatile international situation. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor updated the House on the government's response to the Middle East earlier this week, because the war in Iran will come at a cost, Mr. Speaker. But the government has had the right economic plan to keep costs down and at the same time to invest in public services, and we will continue to do so. And I expect that as this situation unfolds, the Chancellor will want to keep the House updated.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the Environment Act in 2021, all councils in England were required to introduce food waste collections and improve curbside recycling by April this year. But despite this long lead time, Tory-run Dudley Council waited till the 11th hour, leaving them ill-prepared for the changes and without the vehicles needed to complete the collections, leaving waste uncollected, cardboard strewn over the streets, and crews have been working hard around the clock to catch up. Residents have played their part and complied with the new rules. Does he agree agree that Dudley Council must meet their obligations to residents and provide accountability and answers for their failures on basics like waste collection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a champion for both her constituents and the wider community, and I thank her for consistently raising issues that matter most to them. This is not the first time, Mr. Speaker, that the failures of the Conservative-run Dudley Council have been brought to my attention. I thank, Mr. Speaker, the residents and the crews who are stepping up, but I absolutely agree with my honourable friend that Tory-run Dudley Council need to clean their act up.
Bob Blackman, Chair of the Backbench Committee.
Speaker, I begin by paying tribute to the late Brian Jones, who died overnight, aged 89, at Norfolk Park Hospital. Brian was either president or chairman of Harrow East Conservative Association for 25 years, and also was my election agent on 3 general elections. He was a distinguished civil servant who worked on international trade matters before he retired, and indeed he was the District Scout Commissioner in Harrow. So he will be sorely missed, and we obviously give sadness to his relatives and friends. Now, I suspect this will be the last business questions before prorogation. And so, as usual, at the end of a session, I shall be writing on behalf of the committee to the leader with a list of debates that are still on our waiting list. So we have debates that will last in the chamber till the Christmas recess, on Tuesday morning in Westminster Hall till the November recess, in Westminster Hall on Thursday to the conference recess. So the long list, if he wants to have any general debates before the committee is reconstituted, before once we go through state opening. I'd also like to thank him for laying the orders for changes to standing orders and ask when they'll actually be considered by the House. I'd also like to pay tribute to the members of the committee and the clerks and other support services who've done such a brilliant job in helping us and assisting us in formulating the debates that we've had. Now, Mr. Speaker, the recent attacks on the Jewish communities across North London and the recent arrests that have taken place are welcome, that they've arrested individuals. However, this weekend, Jewish people will be thinking twice about whether they should go to synagogue or not, and whether they'll be safe. This is an imperative measure that the government needs to take to not only reassure Jewish people in this country, but take prompt action. These individuals who are perpetrating these evil attacks are controlled by Iranians. These are Iranian diplomats often, or other third parties who are directing these operations. We must put a stop to what is going on in terms of radicalising our young people and using those people obviously as stooges for the Iranian regime. So will the leader encourage the security minister to take prompt action to round up those individuals who are instructing these evil people so that Jewish people can feel safe once again in this country?
Leader of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Chair of the Backbench Business Committee for his work and the work of his committee. And thank him in anticipation of receiving his letter about the topics which are still around to be debated, because, as he points out, although it may take some time to get the committee running again, there may well be an opportunity for general debate, and I thank him for that. Let me also say something about Brian Jones. Brian Jones was in a different party, but that doesn't matter, because people like Brian Jones are not just important in their communities, but they're important for the working of local politics too. And we need to appreciate that. And I do join him, and I'm sure all members, sending our condolences to Brian's friends and family. He mentions the Backbench Committee motions, which is right. We have tabled them. And he seeks to draw me on when they will be dealt with. Let me use a parliamentary term, which is shortly, but let me say to him, in this case, I really mean shortly, so he can work out that whatever he means. Let me join him, however, Mr. Speaker, in his remarks about anti-Semitism, because we share the view, the House shares the view, that all religious hatred is abhorrent and has no place in our society. We are shocked by the recent attacks. And as I said in my opening remarks, we stand with the Jewish communities. We thank counter-terror officers for their work, and we are working with the Community Security Trust to keep them safe. He's drawn our attention previously to the question of whether legislation is robust enough. And we are bringing forward new legislation in the Crime and Policing Bill, but should we need to go further, I'll draw his remarks to the attention of the Security Minister.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You and I both agree that all women and girls should be safe on this estate, whether they are MPs, staff or visitors. And we have been working together to ensure that we become the first white ribbon accredited parliament in the world. So can I ask the Leader of the House what progress is being made to ensure that by the next International Day to End Violence Against Women and Girls, that accreditation is in place for this House and we can all celebrate that this is a place that's safe for every woman and girl who chooses to work here or visit here?
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has been an assiduous supporter of the White Ribbon accreditation process and has been working on this from the very beginning. I can reconfirm to my honourable friend that we are committed to making the UK Parliament the first to have White Ribbon accreditation. The House of Commons Commission have established the necessary leads to start accreditation, and an action plan has been drafted which is on track to be launched in the near future.
Just to answer that, as I was brought in, and the leader is absolutely correct, we're almost there and almost ready to bring it forward. Thank you. Right, Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with your indulgence, I want to raise 3 points with the Leader of the House about the operation of the humble address agreed by the House on the 4th of February. And I do so, I make it clear, on behalf of the Intelligence and Security Committee. The first point I want to raise is to invite the Leader to confirm that no one within government has the right, under the terms of the humble address, to withhold or to deny or not disclose the existence of any document within scope of the humble address. The second point is that, as the Leader knows, the exemption set out in the humble address, which relates to the Intelligence and Security Committee, is around redactions that need to be made to protect either national security or international relations. Beyond that, the government produced a document to go along with the first disclosure of material on the 11th of March, which set out a number of grounds on which the government would also seek to redact information. And if you'll permit me, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote what those are. It mentions individuals' email addresses and phone numbers, the identities of junior civil servants, personal data of third parties where this is not in scope of the motion, and legal professional privilege. That document also makes reference to a small amount of Peter Mandelson's personal data, and then it says it may also be necessary for the government to make further redactions in future publications based on other public interest principles, including commercially sensitive information. Can I invite the Leader to confirm that if the government intends to do that, it needs to come to this House in order to explain what those grounds for redaction will be, because they are not covered, I hope he will agree, by the terms of the humble address as it stands. And it's important that the House has the chance to validate the government's view that further redactions would be appropriate. And then thirdly, in relation to redactions on grounds other than national security or international relations, whereas he knows the committee I am part of is going through documents now to confirm that the redactions the government proposes to make are appropriate under those terms. No one, of course, is doing the same work in relation to redactions the government seeks to make for other reasons. Should they not be? And should there not be an opportunity for someone in this House to look at what is the unredacted version of those documents to confirm the redactions the government is seeking to make are appropriate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me place on record our gratitude to the Intelligence and Security Committee for their time and consideration of the large number of documents that they are reviewing. Further documents have been gathered, and the government is working at pace to ensure that the ISC has all the relevant documentation as soon as possible. The Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister set out in the House on Tuesday the 21st of April. He said that he committed to the House that we will release the further material shortly, subject to the processes ongoing with the Metropolitan Police, which I know the Right Honourable Gentleman understands, and also the Intelligence and Security Committee. And we will continue to keep members updated as we make progress. The Prime Minister has been very clear that he expects us to make quick progress as we possibly can. But as the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, there are literally mountains of documents to wade through. In terms of what the ISC was asked to do, I don't believe that that has fundamentally changed. In my view, which I've expressed in one of these sessions, Mr. Speaker, is that the government would be wise to get as much information out as quickly as possible and to do as little reduction as possible. The Right Honourable Gentleman raises an interesting question, however, about whether or not what the government has subsequently said, if I understand him correctly, has subsequently said about what they might or might not do. I want to go away and think about that, Mr. Speaker, because I think that is on what the Right Honourable Gentleman said, and I trust him absolutely on these matters. It does seem somewhat at odds. And were the government to change those terms, I'd expect them to come to this House and do so.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a happy St George's Day to you and to the House. And what better day to reflect that the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act will soon receive its royal assent, and with it, enhanced powers to safeguard community assets, including automatic protection for sporting grounds. This important Cooperative Party campaign reflects the real community of Britain, decent people pulling together, protecting what's important to them. So does the Leader of the House agree with me that now we are soon to have these widened protections, that we also need widened ownership, and to bring forward a new community ownership fund?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I thank my honourable friend for his work on these matters and the work that he did as a minister and a shadow minister on these matters. Because it's very valuable, the insight that he brings. I can't give him a commitment on the fund, but I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that we need to go further on these issues, because as the government has made clear wherever possible, community should be put in the driving seat, and that is both in terms of the resources and decisions that they have to make, but also the assets that they have at their disposal.
So David.
Mr. Speaker, St George's Day is certainly a day to celebrate patriotism. This morning, the Daily Telegraph reported that the Attorney General, when he's in private practice, voluntarily gave advice on the pursuit of British soldiers over alleged war crimes, allegations that turned out to be bogus. And it says that he realised those claims could be bogus early on in the process, which brings into question his impartiality on advising the government on matters of human rights law as they apply to soldiers. So he should recuse himself from generally giving advice on his matters, but especially on the Northern Ireland legislation, which as it stands at the moment at least will victimise more British soldiers. So can we have a debate on government legal advice on the shameful misuse of human rights law in pursuit of our soldiers?
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I announced in business, there may be an opportunity before the end of this session to return to the question of the legacy bill. There will certainly be an opportunity as soon as we come back to return that. So the Right Honourable Gentleman may wish to make those remarks during those debates. But knowing the Attorney General as I do, I'm sure that he approaches these questions in an absolutely correct way, and should a situation arise where he feels that he should recuse himself, I have absolute faith that he will make the right judgment.
Imber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome the government's tabling of the carryover motion for the Hillsborough law. And a lot of people will be relieved today. They were extremely worried about what was happening, but this must be matched by urgency. Ministers must end the delays and deliver the law in full, without carve-outs for the intelligence and security services, as promised, to achieve the cultural change the country desperately needs, as we've seen this week. Can I also ask my right honourable friend to remind some in government that negative media briefings against key figures in the campaigns risk undermining confidence in the process and should cease? And following the Prime Minister's commitment to PMQs last week, I ask my right honourable friend to ensure I am directly informed, included in all meetings and briefings moving forward, as the parliamentary lead for the Hillsborough Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for not just his questions, but of course for his record on this matter. And I know that he has a personal interest as someone who was at Hillsborough on that terrible day. As he says, we brought forward the carryover motion, and I'm pleased that he welcomes that. Briefings against anyone, Mr. Speaker, are never welcome, wherever they come from, and I hope that those who might have briefed hear my honourable friend's words. And in terms of keeping him updated, I'll certainly draw his remarks to the attention of the relevant minister.
Yes, Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to test out my hand-eye coordination recently by joining Chichester Centurions Hockey Club. We have a thriving hockey community in Chichester, and Chichester Hockey Club has over 650 members, but they are at risk of losing their pitch provision because pitches are coming to end of life and they are being replaced with 3G pitches, which are far more favourable to football but cannot play hockey on them. Will the Leader of the House please talk to the Sports Minister and ask what she can do, because the picture in my area in Chichester is happening nationally, and will he please ask her to meet with me so she can tell me what she's going to do to protect hockey?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll draw the honourable lady's remarks and concerns to the attention of the appropriate minister and see if we can arrange the meeting that she requests.
Your Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As colleagues will know, Parliament welcomed Prestor this week, the wonderful Icelandic horse, showcasing the value of animal-assisted and community-based support for neurodivergent people. But can I personally thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you will agree, I've never seen so many fat smiles on MPs' faces as they did with Prestos. But the event had a serious meaning. It highlighted the strengths of neurodiversity and the difference inclusive, non-clinical environments make to well-being, emotional regulation and connection. So does my right honourable friend agree that support like this helps embed neuro-inclusion in our communities? And as we shift from hospital to community care, how can we best champion such initiatives so all people can thrive?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a champion on this matter on behalf of her constituents and indeed more widely, and I thank her for her work on the chair as chair of the all-party group on ADHD. I do agree with her, but more importantly, the government more widely agrees with her that community-based support like that, which she raises, is absolutely vital. And in raising this matter in the House today, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has highlighted the case even further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Phoenix shops are a blight on many of our high streets, including in my own constituency of Solihull West and Shirley. Councillor Karen Grinsell, the leader of Solihull Metropolitan Borough Council, recently brought forward a motion to have greater statutory powers to close these stores down. Will the leader give government time to debate this issue so that we can close these stores for good?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there may well be an opportunity after the King's speech where the government has perhaps more time for general debate, and I'll certainly give consideration to the request of the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I was thrilled to see Scarborough RUFC crowned Regional 2 North East champions, the highest level in the club's history. The club does brilliant work in the Scarborough community with various teams for women and rugby players of all levels. Will the Leader of the House join me in celebrating Scarborough Rugby Union Football Club's historic victory and their vital contribution to Scarborough?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly join my honourable friend in congratulating Scarborough Rugby Club for their success. But not only them, rugby clubs across our country who are so important in local sports, but very often, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of our local communities, moving beyond just the sport that they get involved in, but they get involved in all sorts of things. And I thank them. I thank rugby clubs for everything that they do.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm first of all grateful to the Leader of the House for bringing my previous concerns regarding management of visa cases in the Home Office to the Department's attention. But I've got a very acute issue at the moment where I have immediate support needs. My constituent is in the USA where his baby was born by surrogate. The baby has unfortunately been very unwell and he has not yet been able to complete the formalities for a British passport, although they do hold a US one. But my constituent's ESTA is now running out and he desperately wants to get back to Scotland with his baby who needs further medical care. And in the absence of remaining Home Office questions, Mr Speaker, could the Leader of the House advise who could urgently offer some support to bring this to conclusion?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Honourable Lady lets me have the details of that immediately after this session, I'll see what we can do. And while I'm on my feet, Mr Speaker, let me wish her well on her run on Sunday.
In Lavery.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Changes to Northumberland County Council's tax support scheme have left some low-income residents in my Blythe and Ashland constituency facing unaffordable increases of some nearly £100. Those impacted are the most vulnerable in our communities. They're struggling already with the cost of living crisis, and can you imagine they're struggling to survive and being lumped with an extra £100 per month? That's pressure, Mr Speaker. Can we have a debate on the impact local authorities can have both positively and negatively on the financial well-being of our constituents and their constituents?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to draw attention to this decision by Northumberland County Council. It cannot be right, Mr Speaker, even after 14 years of underinvestment by successive Tory administrations, less well-off households in his area are being asked to pay more. This government, Mr Speaker, is taking action so that we can keep costs down for everyone and provide support for those who need it more. But the lesson that people need to learn, unfortunately by experience in areas such as his, is don't vote for a Tory or a Reform Council.
Robin Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last July, my constituent Caroline decided to take out her civil service pension after 37 years working in the tax office in Shipley. 9 months later, and she has still not received a single penny of tens of thousands of pounds that she is entitled to, despite many emails, messages and phone calls. And Caroline is at her wits' end, as are many of my constituents in very similar scenarios. Capita initially promised to return to normalcy in February of 26, but the goalposts have been moved to June. So will the Leader of the House grant a debate on this issue in government time on Capita's mismanagement of the civil service pension scheme?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the honourable gentleman raises an issue which has been raised many times during these sessions. And as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, one of the effects of that is that a minister did come to this House and give a statement on Capita, and I'm sure they will continue to do so. But as we return after the King's speech, Mr Speaker, if this situation continues, he's certainly making a good case for us finding time to have a debate on it.
Clyde.
Mr Speaker, in September, Uber intend to roll out driverless taxis on UK roads. This is after the government has given permission for companies to put driverless vehicles on our roads. This is causing concern amongst Uber drivers who feel that they're not being consulted by their employers about the impact that this may have on their future employment. And my right honourable friend will recall P&O Ferries sacking its staff without notice and taking on foreign agency staff. There is very little difference to what Uber seem to be doing with their staff over the rollout of these driverless vehicles. Can we have a statement from the Department of Transport? Because what we don't want is the government featherbedding that sort of sacking of existing staff in the way that P&O Ferries treated theirs in 2022.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We certainly don't, and I understand my honourable friend's concerns and concerns of Uber drivers, and of course we would want to see companies consult with its employees and hopefully to give them reassurance going forward. But I will take up his concerns directly with ministers to ensure that we are doing everything that we can to get ahead of this particular game.
And David.
Well, Mr Llefarydd, the Iranian war has caused a huge spike in fuel prices for all drivers, but this is especially true for businesses within Caerfyrddin and rural Wales. Ammanford construction business TRJ has been deeply affected, along with haulage companies such as Tony Powell Transport, which has increased costs of £7,000 a week, increased by £7,000 a week. Transport costs for all Caerfyrddin businesses will inevitably result in higher prices, including food and essentials for all our constituents. I appreciate the 5p cut in fuel duty will continue until October, but can the Leader of the House ask the Chancellor to help businesses by using the additional taxation received through increased fuel price by further cutting fuel duty?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to draw attention to the concerns about the possible economic fallout from the current situation in the Middle East. And as she points out, we are already taking action. We'd already extended the 5p cut in fuel duty until September. We're also working at pace with the International Energy Agency partners on a coordinated release of oil stocks to the market, with the UK contributing 13.5 million barrels. We've called upon petrol retailers. The Chancellor and the Energy Secretary have met with the industry to make clear that drivers must get a fair deal, whether they're haulage drivers or they are domestic drivers. And we need to make sure that competition is kept open and that the competition watchdog is vigilant on price gouging. But as the Chancellor and the Prime Minister both said, we are keeping the situation under review. We're also keeping under review, Mr Speaker, the cost of red diesel, which I know will be more important in some areas, in particular rural areas, than it might be in others. We've also taken action on heating oil, which again is probably more of a prevalent concern in areas like hers than it is in some of the urban areas. But I just want to respond to what she said about the money which the Chancellor is meant to be getting in as a result of rising fuel prices through taxation. This is false economics. It doesn't exist, because it may be that the receipts are coming in through one door, but they're going out through another, because costs to government also rise too. So I don't think we should try and I know she's not trying to, but we shouldn't try and kid people that somehow this is a benefit to the Chancellor. The Chancellor doesn't want this to happen, and it's not as straightforward as the Honourable Lady has said.
Ms. Twist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the chance to speak to Air Cadets at 1509 Bladen Squadron at my local Air Training Corps in Bladen, where I received a good grilling on the job of an MP and on a wide range of issues affecting them. Exactly. They told me how they're learning practical and social skills, as well as being provided with training and outdoor pursuits by the RAF. Can we have a debate in government time on how we continue to build on the work of our cadet services to benefit our young people?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is right to champion the good work of the cadets and the impact that they have on young people. We are committed to the joint DFE and MOD cadet expansion programme, Mr Speaker, complementing our national youth strategy. I'd encourage my honourable friend perhaps to apply for an adjournment debate to hear directly from ministers, not only about the work that we are undertaking to support cadets, but what plans there are for the future.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For far too long, mobile phone connectivity across Bromsgrove and the villages, Worcestershire and frankly the rest of the country has been woeful. I mean, I find it shocking, Mr Speaker, that humanity can send a rocket around the moon, loop around, come back, yet we can't have a reliable mobile phone signal. And this morning, I read in the Times and the Telegraph that Vodafone, 3, O2 and EE are considering rationing mobile phone connectivity in light of surging energy costs. Please will the Minister allow for a debate in government time on the adequacy of mobile phone connectivity, not just in rural areas, but across the whole of the country?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're all frustrated, I think, particularly when travelling, when there isn't that connectivity. But there's a wide and perhaps to some extent more important point, which is what is the economic cost of this, particularly in rural areas, but across the country. I'm not aware of what some of the providers are saying, but I'll draw his remarks and concerns to the attention of the relevant ministers to make sure that they are cited of this. I'm sure they are, and get them an update on these matters.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a splendid St George's Day to you. My constituent, Millie Mackay, is a wheelchair user who's entirely reliant on a lift maintained by Lancashire County Council to enter and leave her home. Since being installed 6 years ago, his lift's broken down constantly. Every time it breaks down, Millie's trapped in her own home. This Christmas, it's completely broken for 2 months as the County Council failed to respond to multiple requests. Engineers have confirmed the lift will never work reliably and simply needs replacing, but the County Council refused to engage in a long-term solution. This flies in the face of common sense. Thousands of pounds have been spent on engineer call-outs with nothing to show for it. So would the leader agree with me on calling on reform leadership at Lancashire County Council to stop dodging the issue, do the job properly and give Millie the freedom she deserves?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend raises a very disturbing story and I wish Millie well. We have heard time and time again, Mr. Speaker, in these sessions that when reform is in local government, they overpromise and they under-deliver. So I strongly encourage Lancashire County Council to listen to my honourable friend's contribution and do the right thing by Millie, but also by those across his community, and put this right.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many across the House will have watched Dirty Business last month and been shocked not only about the behaviour of the water companies, but the deliberate deregulation and defunding of those agencies that are there to protect our environment. Storm Chandra devastated homes in my constituency, particularly Sturminster Marshall, but the Environment Agency door drops didn't arrive until after the flooding had entered their homes. One of the causes of flooding is lack of maintenance of ditches by riparian owners, and even when the agency is able to raise it with owners, they have insufficient funding to take enforcement action, relying instead on neighbourly goodwill. So as our climate changes and we have more frequent severe flooding, will the Leader of the House consider a debate in government time on the remit and capacity of the Environment Agency to keep us all safe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous government should never have allowed the water sector to get into this state with record levels of sewage spills and ageing water infrastructure, and this government is determined to put it right by using both legislation to make that happen, but also, of course, by encouraging and resourcing the Environment Agency. I will give consideration to what she says about this matter. She may wish to draw it directly to the attention of DEFRA. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, I understand concerns when these things happen about Environment Agency, but there are a lot of Environment Agency staff doing a really good job and a really tough job, and I think we should send them our support for the job that they're doing in day in, day out.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you. In May 2025, the Beauty and Wellbeing APPG, which I chair, launched an inquiry into UK ultraviolet safety in the UK. Over 9 months, we have taken evidence from the industry, academics, clinicians and those with lived experience to understand the dangers of overexposure and what more can be done to improve protection and reduce risks. Can the Leader of the House join me in thanking all those who contributed and encourage government ministers, brands and retailers to read our report very carefully when it's launched next month and to consider very sensible recommendations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do join my honourable friend in thanking all those who contributed to the inquiry she refers to. And I also want to thank members of the Beauty and Wellbeing All-Party Group for all their work on this vital issue. I also want to join my honourable friend in inviting all those in the sector to read the report when it's published. And I'll draw her remarks directly to the attention of ministers.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I held a meeting with representatives from Hydrogen UK, a number of whose members have got projects planned for my constituency. The delay in they expressed concern about the delay in the publication of the government's hydrogen strategy, which is costing the companies many thousands and may lead to them withdrawing investments, which would obviously be damaging for the local economy and the ambitions for the government's growth agenda. So could the leader arrange for an early statement from one of the ministers to announce the strategy and let's get moving with these projects?
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr Speaker. And the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise this matter on behalf of businesses in his constituency. And I understand the uncertainty that they might be under. We're absolutely committed to building a thriving hydrogen sector in the UK, and as he points out, with the government's strategy. But I will draw to the attention of ministers his concerns, because if we've got the strategy and we've got the energy, then we need to get on with it.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, in Slough, we are tired of lazy stereotypes and assumptions. That's why we're tackling them head on with our application to become the UK Town of Culture 2028. I'm sure the Leader of the House will agree with me that as a cultural, digital and economic powerhouse with a young, diverse and talented population, Slough would be the ideal candidate. But does my right honourable friend also agree that with projects already planned based on improving skills, community cohesion and civic pride, the impact of winning this award would be transformational for our town?
Up to Charlie, no less.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for bringing this to the House. And he's absolutely right. Things like the UK City of Culture has been often a transformative experience, with the impacts for people and places extending well beyond the title year. So I hope to see the same transformation take place for the winning towns. I wish, I've got to be diplomatic here, Mr Speaker, I wish all the communities, including Chorley and Slough, well in their quest to be the town of culture, even if they're not actually the outright winners, Mr Speaker. The process and the running up is a considerable achievement as well, and is often a boost to local people. But I also want to mention, Mr Speaker, before I sit down, North Shields' case is very strong.
On that basis, I'm gutted. Victoria Collins.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. After years of Conservative failures to do so, Liberal Democrat councils across Harpenden and Berkhamsted are working hard to secure a local plan for housing. But the government's work on top-down planning, where we see Decorum with about 40% increase in housing numbers, St Albans at almost 90% increase in housing numbers, and the grey belt proposals from the government are literally ensuring that developers have a field day in Harpenden and Berkhamsted, including in Tring, where we see proposals of about 40% across that village. But so now that the government are seeing the impact of that, will the Leader of the House help us to secure a debate on grey belt, and also secure a visitor from the Minister to see exactly these green belt areas that are supposedly grey belt right on Chiltern landscape? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government's very clear that we wish to see the prioritising of brownfield sites wherever possible. But the reality is we've got ambitious targets for housing, because the failure of the previous government to build sufficient housing has left us with a housing crisis. It's true that local voices should be heard in this process, but it is also true that we do need to get on and to build some more houses. I will draw her attention to the Housing Minister, who is doing his very best in these regards. And should she wish to seek perhaps an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate, this issue is raised very often. I'm sure there'll be other members who will want to come along and take part in it.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday of this week, former MP for Clydebank and Mulgai, Tony Worthington, sadly passed away. He was the MP for my hometown of Clydebank from 1987 until 2005. For 18 years in this House, he championed many causes, Madam Deputy Speaker, not least the campaign to secure compensation for victims of asbestos-related illness and their families after the collapse of the Chester Street Insurance Holdings, and he was victorious in that fight. He will be remembered fondly by my constituents, and he remains an inspiration to me. Can I ask the Leader of the House to join me in commemorating Tony Worthington and offer our condolences to his wife Angela, son Robert, daughter Jennifer and his 3 grandchildren.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I certainly join my honourable friend and all those in this House in remembering the life and achievements of Tony Worthington. I knew Tony briefly. I was certainly aware of the extraordinary campaigning which he undertook and his success in that campaign, not least on asbestos. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not every MP who at the end of their career can claim success in the way that Tony Worthington could. So I share the House's sympathy and send our condolences to Tony's family at this time, and to remember his life, which was a life well lived.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I wish you and the whole House a very happy St George's Day. Would the Leader of the House join me in celebrating following the launch of the Local Media Action Plan? Local newspapers in my constituency, such as the Bridlington Echo, the Bridlington Free Press, the Driffield and Wolds Weekly and the Hornsey Gazette, local radio stations like Bridlington Gold, Great Driffield Radio and Coast Radio. Can we have a debate in government time on the news, on the funding for local radio and for local newspapers, and to ensure that that £12 million effectively reaches these brilliant independent outlets so that they can innovate and attract high-quality journalism?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government is certainly very keen to see that local newspapers and local radio continue, because they're so important to the lives of our local communities. I'll draw his attention to the remarks of the relevant Minister, but if he wants to hear from the Minister directly about what further we can do with the fund, then he might seek an adjournment debate and hear directly from the Minister.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Central Lincoln Co-op announced that they were purchasing the Marquis pub in Great Sutton and the Saffron restaurant in Ellesmere Port, we were absolutely delighted that these old buildings were going to be brought back into use for convenience stores. However, we are now nearly 5 years on since those announcements, and both buildings have been left to rot, I'm afraid, and it's not a good look for our community. So we absolutely want Co-op to get on and build the new stores that they have promised. It's absolutely vital for our community that we see this investment to build on the £20 million Pride in Place fund that we've got. But it seems that we are at a roadblock and we can't get an answer as to where things need to go. So could we have a debate, please, on what levers more we can use to encourage this investment that we absolutely want to see?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend is right to raise these matters, because it must be of deep concern to his constituents who had, first of all, their hopes built up and then nothing has happened. I hope that the COPE have heard what my honourable friend has said today, because the answer lies largely in their hands. He's right to point out that we are taking action to help high streets, not least through Pride in Place. But should my honourable friend seek a meeting with ministers to see if there are any other, as he puts it, levers to pull, then I'll arrange that meeting.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of the most shocking stories I heard during the general election across doorsteps all throughout North Cornwall were people pulling out their own teeth because they couldn't afford the high cost of private dental care. This week, all parties at Cornwall Council unanimously passed a Lib Dem motion to tackle the urgent dentistry crisis we face by focusing on prevention, outreach services and workforce shortages. Lib Dem sponsors, Councillors Rosie Moore and David Garrigan, emphasised urgent action over more talk. If Cornwall Council can come together cross-party and act with such urgency, why can't the Government? Will the Leader of the House please commit to a debate on government time on fixing the NHS dentistry crisis in rural and coastal communities like mine in Cornwall?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The direct answer to the honourable gentleman is that the Government is seeking to address these matters as a matter of pace, and we are coming together to ensure that, for example, dental hubs are rolled out where people can see them and where the effect can be felt. We've already rolled out 700,000 more urgent dental appointments. We are reforming the dental contract, which is perhaps easy to say and more difficult to do. But we've also announced the first sustained expansion of dental training since 2007. But having said that, I do hope that in his local area, that by coming together there is an opportunity to improve access to dentistry, because it has been left in a shocking state, but the Government is fully committed to doing something about it.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rural fly tipping is a persistent problem across the villages in the South Bedfordshire part of my constituency, including Billington, Eaton Bray, Kensworth. I really welcome the Government's Waste Crime Action Plan and the additional £45 million to the Environment Agency to tackle these fly tippers and the criminal networks behind them. So could we have a debate
in government time around the particular impact of fly tipping in rural villages?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for her question. Our new waste crime action plan sets out a zero-tolerance approach to prevent waste crime, pursue the criminals responsible and accelerate clean-up, and I think it's been widely welcomed. Should she seek an adjournment debate on these matters, on the scourge of fly tipping in rural areas, I'm sure this would be well attended. If she's not successful, I'll certainly give consideration to see if we can find time in government time in order to give her the debate that she asks for.
Claire Young. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My casework team routinely wait between 3 and 6 months, sometimes longer, for substantive replies from the Department for Work and Pensions on cases, and I'm aware of colleagues experiencing similar delays. So, will the Leader of the House advise on the most effective means by which members can hold the government to account for these persistent failings?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do understand the frustration that members have sometimes when they don't either get full replies or the substantive replies that they seek. And if the Honourable Lady gives me details in this particular case, I'll certainly follow them up. But you may also know that the Procedure Committee are undertaking an inquiry into PQs. Again, it's a bit more complicated than it seems, because the number of PQs have gone through the roof, and there are all sorts of questions as to why that should be the case. And also, whilst giving members the opportunity to ask questions and hold the departments to account, whether or not the rules that we work by and we live by are actually the right rules for current situation.
David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and happy St George's Day. Alan Clark and a team of volunteers from the CAMRA award-winning club Haydock Reading Rooms recently completed the West Highland Way, raising thousands of pounds for Clatterbridge Hospital and for Ryan Lawrenson, who at just 21 was recently diagnosed with osteosarcoma. Will the Leader of the House please join me in wishing Ryan and his family the very best? And does he also agree with me that the voluntary work that Alan and the team from the Reading Rooms have done and the community effort they've shown shows the best of Haydock and the best of England?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to reciprocate by wishing my honourable friend a happy St George's Day. He highlights some of the incredible efforts by Alan Clark and other volunteers from his constituency. And as I've said many times before, Madam Deputy Speaker, local volunteers are the golden thread that runs through our constituency. So, of course, I'll join my honourable friend in wishing Ryan and his family well and to thank them.
Josh Babarende.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 24-year-old Eastbournian Shantae Lloyd Buckingham was tragically found dead in her supported accommodation in the town in 2024 amid grave concerns about the quality of the care that she was or indeed wasn't receiving. Scandalously, many private supported accommodation providers are not CQC regulated, so many of them take our money, but they do not take responsibility. Given that Shantae's parents, Emma and Carl, secured 70,000 signatures on their e-petition to regulate supported accommodation, but didn't quite make the 100,000 for a debate, will the Leader of the House consider granting a debate on this issue to honour the memory of Shantae?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm saddened to hear of the tragic case, and certainly I'll give the honourable gentleman's request some concern. If he wishes to give me further details, because I suspect this is a cross-department approach that needs to be taken here. If he gives me the detail, I'll certainly draw his concerns to the attention of ministers, because it's important that they see how these things actually play out in local constituencies and affect individuals.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The British Standards Institution has supported safety, industrial harmony and best practice in the workplace for 125 years this year. I've seen firsthand the extensive work that they have done in creating the new inclusive PPE standards, with special mention to Anne Hayes, Sarah, Nellie and Robbie. Will the Leader of the House support a debate in government time on these vital standards, and join me in wishing the BSI a very happy 125th birthday.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the BSI on 125 years of tireless work. There was, Madam Deputy Speaker, a Westminster Hall debate on this very matter recently, and I would encourage all workplaces and employers to align their work practices with the government's suicide prevention strategy and consider drawing on BSI standards to help embed suicide prevention in working practices.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud today to celebrate Warwickshire Day with colleagues from across this House, and I thank the Speaker's office for arranging an event this morning. It was a real honour to raise the Warwickshire flag on the flagpole here in Parliament. The Believe in Bedworth Board manages the £20 million Pride in Place investment from the government, and we are holding a St George's Day celebration this Saturday. There'll be free activities for children, food vendors, stalls. It'll be a great day out for everyone, and I'm really looking forward to it. Can I ask the Leader of the House if the government will make time for a debate on the importance of community events like this for cohesion in our areas and to celebrate days like St George's Day and Warwickshire Day?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for her question and join her in recognising Warwickshire Day. As I've said previously, community volunteers and events like the one she describes are at the heart of our making our local communities the fantastic places that they are. This sounds like a great way to celebrate St George's Day. Should she seek a Westminster Hall debate on the issues that she raises, then I hope she's successful. If not, then I will give consideration to her request for a debate in government time.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my constituents was diagnosed with breast cancer and subsequently received universal credit and incapacity benefit, but the DWP then stopped these due to some confusion over a critical illness cover policy. The facts around it were incorrect. Now, despite her best efforts and despite my team's recent best efforts, we've been unable to get a hearing from a DWP caseworker for a mandatory reconsideration claim. That's over 6 months ago, and in the meantime she's now discovered that her cancer is terminal. Please can we have a debate in government time on DWP delays and their impact on the critically ill?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to just hear about the case that my honourable friend raises. This must be a very difficult time for his constituent and her family, and I'm sure I speak for the whole House when I extend my deepest sympathies and best wishes to her. I will ensure that he gets a response from the relevant minister if he gives me the details afterwards.
Mary Glindon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to the concerns raised by the Honourable Member for Brigg and Immingham, could I ask that we can have a statement from the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero on the delayed hydrogen strategy refresh? Projects in my constituency, including the Life Force End development, are ready to move forward but are facing growing uncertainty. Given the importance of hydrogen for jobs, energy security and supporting UK industry, will the government provide clarity on when the strategy will be published and how it will support investment in regions like the North East?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is a true champion of businesses, not just in her constituency, not just along the river which we share, but also in our region. And I pay real tribute to her for that work because she's widely respected for it. We are committed, as I've said, to building a thriving hydrogen sector in the UK. We haven't been able to move as quickly as possible. We do want to renew the hydrogen strategy and see it work, but we also need to give the industry the clarity that it needs. I hope that that work will be completed as soon as possible. Should my honourable friend wish a meeting with the Minister to make her case, then I will arrange, along with the honourable gentleman, perhaps I will make that case for such a meeting.
Phil Brickle.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I wish you a happy St George's Day. Bordering my Bolton West constituency, reform-run Lancashire County Councils threaten residents with care home closures, put gritting depots on the chopping block and also attempted to withhold money given by this Labour government to support local nurseries. Now, with vital local elections on Thursday, the 7th of May, does the Leader of the House accept that my Bolton constituents will look askance at the chaos over the border in reform-run Lancashire, that they'll listen to their neighbours and conclude that once voters have had a taste of reform in power, they're not going back for seconds?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for raising this point and highlighting why his constituents are right to be concerned about the performance, or should I say lack of performance, from reform councils. We've heard time and time again in these sessions that when reform is in local government, they over-promise and they under-deliver. There is a real political choice in these coming local elections. And my honourable friend makes a strong case from learning from the example of what it's like to live under a reform council, but also what the benefits are of voting Labour.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 14 to 18-year-olds who study at UTCs, University Technical Colleges, are 3 or 4 times more likely to secure an apprenticeship than the national average. The UTC in Derby is oversubscribed. It got 450 applications for just 100 places, and other UTCs are also seeing demand outstripping places. We know that many of our industries are concerned about skill shortages. So can we have a debate on how UTC provision can be expanded or enabled to team up with other schools so that more young people can benefit from the skills that UTCs teach and their strong roots to apprenticeships?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises a really important matter. We recently announced 19 new technical excellence colleges in England on top of the 10 confirmed for the construction sector last year. And we are expanding the Youth Guarantee to create further opportunities for young people. But, as she points out, we need to go further, and we are committed to doing that. So I would encourage my honourable friend to apply for a Westminster Hall debate to explore how we can expand the opportunity to study at university technical colleges, because, as she points out, it is so important for our young people and our local communities.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 8th of May is a significant day, and that is because the country will celebrate our national treasure's 100th birthday, and that is Sir David Attenborough. An icon of broadcasting, a steadfast champion of the natural world, and an educator who has brought science and all corners of our world into the homes of millions. His contribution to our national life is without equal. He remains the only individual to have received BAFTA awards across black and white, colour, HD, 3D and 4K broadcasting, and one of the very few to have been knighted twice. So will the Leader of the House, on the off chance that this is the last business questions before his birthday, join me in wishing a very happy birthday to Sir David Attenborough, and will he support a debate in government time on the immense contribution he has made to our nation and the merits of establishing a permanent public monument to honour that?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter. As I said previously, Sir David Attenborough has been instrumental in teaching generations about the importance of the natural world, and I'm sure that the whole House will join me in celebrating the monumental occasion of Sir David's 100th birthday, and let us give some thought across the House as how best we can mark that.
Anna Gelderd.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, in South East Cornwall we are rightly very proud of the Cornwall Air Ambulance, which along with more than 20 air ambulance charities across the UK carries out vital life-saving work, responding to over 130 missions daily and attending some of the most serious incidents, from road traffic collisions to cardiac arrests and major trauma. Cornwall Air Ambulance has raised concerns with me about emergency planning, particularly around fuel resilience and rising costs. So will the Leader of the House support me in securing a meeting with the Department for Health to ensure that Cornwall Air Ambulance and other air ambulance charities are fully included within national emergency and prioritisation planning so they can continue to deliver critical care without disruption?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for raising the important work of Cornwall Air Ambulance charity, and I wholeheartedly agree with her in commending the vital work of the volunteers that keep these essential services in the sky. I will certainly take up her concerns with my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, to seek at the meeting that she wants, but also because it may not simply be a matter for the Department of Health. It might be other departments too. Let us give some consideration about how else we can resolve this matter at a ministerial level.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a very happy St George's Day to you. Erewash voluntary action underpins dozens of community groups in Erewash, providing governance, safeguarding and volunteer support. Councils for voluntary service like EVA need infrastructure investment to provide support to frontline groups and volunteers, though. Will the Leader of the House join me then in congratulating EVA on securing over £400,000 in funding from the National Lottery Community Fund and consider finding time for us to debate the importance of locally rooted voluntary sector infrastructure organisations like the fantastic Erewash Voluntary Action?
Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to champion the work of the brilliant community groups in his constituency, and I join him in congratulating Erewash Voluntary Action on securing their funding and for continuing to support community engagement. There's been a theme, Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning and indeed in other sessions about the importance of community volunteers, so I'll certainly give some thought to my honourable friend's suggestion that we should find a way of discussing these matters further.
David Williams.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently I walked around Ball Green with Sharon Rospodowski, a local champion who helps to keep the fabric of her community together. Residents in Ball Green and in places like Norton share a common concern with me. They lost vital services over the years: Sure Start centres, youth clubs, post offices and local policing, services that kept our community secure and connected. Despite this, it's people like Sharon who step forward to fight for their communities. Will the Leader of the House please make time for a debate on restoring neighbourhood services and outline how this government will ensure places like Norton and Ball Green get the investment they deserve so they can rebuild?
Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this matter, and as I've said many times, organisations like these are the golden thread that runs through our communities. Our social cohesion plan sets out our commitment to bring communities together and to restore pride in communities, and I'd encourage him to apply for an adjournment debate so that he can make his case in more detail.
Osling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Happy Warwickshire Day and happy St George's Day. This week also marks an incredibly important event to me, which is National Allergy Awareness Week. And on Monday, I was proud to launch the National Allergy Strategy with over 150 clinicians, researchers, patients, families and charities. With over 21 million people in the UK suffering from allergic diseases, does my honourable friend agree with me that time should be given in this House to debate on allergy care and the strategy and how we can improve the outcomes for those who suffer?
And I thank my honourable friend and for everyone who worked to develop the National Allergy Strategy. Over the coming months, the Government will thoroughly review all of the strategy's recommendations and carefully consider the feasibility and viability of their implementation. And I'd encourage my honourable friend to apply for a Westminster Hall debate so that these matters can be discussed in more detail.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. St George's Day is an appropriate time to ask my right honourable friend about progress in the implementation of the Veterans' Covenant across the public sector. Thanet has a significant number of veterans that, despite the commitment to the ambitions of the Covenant by this government, still struggle to access public services in the way that meets their needs. This is, of course, a cross-departmental matter, so I ask my right honourable friend to raise this with colleagues across government and see if and when we could have a progress report.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise veterans' issues, and I thank her for doing so. As she knows, VALA is our UK-wide veteran support system, providing £50 million in funding to better connect charities, local and national services. I will ensure that she gets a response from the Veterans Minister and an update on these issues, the update that she seeks.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for over 2 years, residents on the edge of Carlisle in Rockcliffe, Harker and Cargo have been waging an excellent campaign against the building of a gasification plant, a campaign in which they have my full support. Cumberland Council rightly refused the application, but the applicant, who has much deeper pockets than local residents, is taking the issue to appeal. My community is not the only one fighting incinerator plans, so will the leader arrange for a ministerial statement on the government's current position on the building of new incinerators?
Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for bringing this matter to the House. The Government has set out new rules so that waste incinerators will only receive planning approval if they meet strict new local environmental conditions. But I know this is a matter of concern not just to my honourable friend's constituents, but to others too. So I will draw this to the attention of ministers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Kevin has to travel between Redditch, Gloucester and Cheltenham for chemotherapy and operations following a diagnosis of esophageal cancer. He has been told he does not qualify for hospital transport as he is not in a wheelchair or using oxygen, but in reality, Kevin is in no fit state to drive himself to these appointments over an hour away from his home. Can I ask the Leader of the House for a debate in government time to discuss how ICBs and the Department for Health and Social Care can work together to ensure that non-emergency patient transport services take a holistic approach to granting transport for deeply unwell parents to get them to their critical appointments?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend raises a serious matter. The Government recognises that the cost of travel should not be a barrier to treatment, and the non-emergency patient transport scheme's guidance is determined by integrated care boards and their partners, including local ambulance trusts. But I will make sure that the relevant minister is aware of this case and see what action may be taken.
Type 1 diabetes with disordered eating, or TIDE for short, is a lethal combination of those two conditions, and yet pilot sites set up to trial bespoke NHS services that bring specialists from both fields together have closed down due to funding coming to an end, including 2 earlier this month. The Diabetes APPG wrote to the DHSC about this in February, but has not received a reply. So could the Leader of the House chase a response? And could he ask the Public Health Minister to make a statement on the matter so that we can debate support for this vulnerable group of patients?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for raising this incredibly important matter. NHS England previously extended the initial 2-year funding term and is providing data to integrated care boards to support decisions about treatment and care. But of course, I will reach out to the relevant minister in the Department of Health to ensure that those responses are issued as a matter of priority.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Leader of the House to welcome the new owners of Harlow Town Football Club to their role after a period of uncertainty when the club went into administration? And as I know the Leader of the House is a fan of football teams that play in red and white, will he join me in wishing Harlow Town Football Club, often known as the non-league Man City, for a successful season next year?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I certainly join my honourable friend in welcoming the new owners of Harlow Town, which I'm sure is welcome news to the supporters, because local football clubs are of such importance to our local communities, and I wish them all the best for the new season. May I also wish my honourable friend all the best for Sunday when he is running the London Marathon, raising funds for a local hospice. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I also indulge the House for a moment and correct the record, because previously, in an answer to the member for North Cornwall, I said that we'd already rolled out 700,000 emergency dental appointments. What I should have said is that we've started rolling out 700,000 emergency dental appointments. The work began this month, and I want to make sure that where I do misspeak, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I put the record right at the earliest opportunity.
I thank the Leader of the House for that. Well, I thank the Leader of the House. That concludes business questions. We'll now give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Begin the statement. Ministerial Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I will make a statement about the use of UK Biobank data. UK Biobank is a non-profit charity independent of government. The Biobank brings together data kindly donated by its volunteer participants. This is shared with accredited researchers globally to make significant scientific discoveries that improve patient health. This includes discovering genes that affect the risk of heart disease or cancer, identifying new ways of predicting dementia, early warning signs for cancers, understanding immunity to COVID-19, and work towards earlier detection of Parkinson's. It is one of the most successful and important studies of its type and continues to benefit patients in the UK and around the world. We're all grateful to those individuals who are part of this landmark study that's so important for all of our health. On Monday the 20th of April, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK Biobank charity informed the Government that it had identified their data had been advertised for sale by several sellers on Alibaba's e-commerce platforms in China. Biobank told us that 3 listings that appear to sell UO Biobank participation data had been identified. At least one of these 3 data sets appear to contain data from all 500,000 UK Biobank volunteers. Additional listings offered support for applying for legitimate access to UK Biobank or analytical support for researchers who already have access to the data. I want to reassure the House up front, however, that Biobank have advised that this data did not contain participants' names, addresses, contact details or telephone numbers. The Government has spoken to the vendor today and they do not believe that there were any purchases from the 3 listings before they were taken down. Once the Government was made aware of this situation, we took immediate action to protect participants' data. Firstly, we worked with Biobank, the Chinese Government and the vendor to ensure that those 3 listings that UK Biobank informed us included participant data had been removed. I want to thank the Chinese Government for the speed and seriousness with which they worked with us to help remove these listings and the ongoing work to remove any further listings. Secondly, we ensured that the Biobank charity revoked access to the 3 research institutions identified as the source of that information. And thirdly, we have asked that the Biobank charity pause further access to its data until they've put in place a technical solution to prevent data from its current platform from being downloaded in this way again. I can confirm to the House that this pause is now in place. UK Biobank have also referred themselves to the Information Commissioner's Office. We are still working with Biobank to ascertain from them the specific detail of what has happened. We have asked them to investigate how this data ended up for sale online as a priority, but I wanted to ensure that the House was aware of this incident and the action that this Government are taking. Officials have been in regular contact with UK Biobank since the Government was made aware of this issue on Monday. I personally spoke to the Chief Executive and Chair last night, alongside the Minister of State for Science and the Minister for Health Innovation and Safety. We have received assurances that the charity will conduct a rapid board-level review of the safeguards in place for accessing their data. As mentioned, in the short term, Biobank will suspend downloads from their platform. This is until a new system is brought in to control analysis downloads to approved researchers and will significantly enhance data access controls and safeguards. We have advised the Chair and Chief Executive of Biobank to write to all participants as soon as possible to make sure that they are aware of what has happened here. In summary, and to be clear to the House and to those people affected, the charity has assured us that the data did not contain anybody's names, addresses or contact details. It only includes data of people who have explicitly opted in to be part of the Biobank. Those are people who have given their explicit consent that this data can be used. This is in knowledge that it will be shared with researchers globally. Participants have done a great service to the people of this country and human health globally through their participation. For example, valuable research is being carried out at McGill University in Canada into chronic pain, which afflicts millions of people here in the UK. We expect UK Biobank to remain one of the leading health research resources. This has been an unacceptable abuse of the UK Biobank's charity's data and abuse of the trust that participants rightly expect when sharing their data for research purposes. The Government takes this incident extremely seriously, which is why we have acted rapidly to support the UK Biobank charity in their response and why I wanted to update the House at this earliest opportunity. The Government will soon be issuing new guidance on control of data from research studies, and I would like to take this opportunity to once again urge all businesses and charities to ensure their systems and data sharing processes are as secure as possible. We wrote out to businesses last week about the cyber security tools available to them for free from Government and the steps they should take to maximise security. Ensuring the safe use of UK data is a priority for this Government, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement and for prior sight of it. This is indeed a very serious breach. In another life, I was the Chief Operating Officer of a tech company, and we too had data breaches, and we found that the best way to deal with them was to have developed a culture of openness and honesty within the organisation, not to flap or panic, to plug the leak and to limit the damage. Ideally, this is all rehearsed because it's too late to learn to swim when the ship starts sinking. A couple of things in his statement require clarification. The statement says that what the data doesn't include, the implication being that the participants couldn't be individually identified. What was in the data, and can it be used to identify participants, even if only mosaically? The statement says that the research institutions identified as the source of the leak have been identified and their access blocked. I'm left thinking, is that it? Were these institutions Chinese? What sanctions are available either to the UK Biobank or the government on these institutions? Is their blocking permanent or temporary? How has Biobank reassured itself and its participants that no further copies of the data exist? What is the possibility or likelihood that the full data set is now in the hands of the Chinese state? I hope that the Minister will forgive me for not being an instant expert on UK Biobank. Can he tell me whether any research institutions have access to UK Biobank data that are based in Russia, Iran or North Korea? And what is the government's risk assessment? Lastly, I was on the Cyber Security Bill Committee, and I distinctly remember the government whipping its backbenchers to vote down the Conservative amendment to oblige the Secretary of State to maintain a register of hostile actors posing a threat to the cyber security of critical UK industries and sectors, including health. Will the Minister commit to reviewing that in the light of this very serious data breach? This is a very grave incident. UK Biobank is an amazing project with thousands of trusting volunteers. I hope that the government will send in the relevant agencies to help UK Biobank secure its systems for the future, including vetting the research institutions it trusts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Shadow Minister for the way in which he's approached this and his expertise, indeed, for being a CEO of a tech company. Let me answer the questions directly that he's put to us. As we understand it, and this is from Biobank, because it is not a government organisation, it's an independent charity, that they cannot be entirely sure the data that has been included because they were taken down from the Alibaba websites. But what we do know is that there is no personal data in that in terms of identifiers. I can give you some indication of some of the characteristics that are potentially in these data sets from Biobank, such as gender, age, month and year of birth, assessment centre data, attendance date, socioeconomic status, lifestyle habits, measures from biological samples like maybe haematology, biology, chemistry. This is the kind of stuff that's been detected. Online questionnaires, data, sleep, diet, work environment, mental health, health outcomes data as well. So when he says, are there identifiers for individuals that are not, but that would be wrong for me to assure 100%, and UK Biobank could not assure 100% that you could not identify someone from this, but that would be a very advanced way in which that data would have to be used. He asked about the three institutions themselves. They have been immediately banned from the platform. That will be permanent. And the way that the Biobank works, it only works with accredited organisations, institutions and individual academic researchers. So that accreditation system is there to make sure those that are using it are there for the purposes of using it. This has been running since 2012 and has been used for hundreds of thousands of different cases and analysis and works incredibly well and will continue to do so. If I can maybe give you an analogy of the way the system works and where this problem has arisen. In 2024, the system was changed from Biobank issuing data sets to accredited organisations and academic researchers to having all the information on the Biobank platform that you then had to access. What subsequently then happens when you access the data is you do your analysis and then download the analysis. What the system also allowed you to do, although you were contractually, as an accredited organisation, not supposed to do this, is download the data sets. And we understand from Biobank that this is probably what has happened here, is that those three institutions have downloaded the data sets themselves. And we are yet unclear about how those data sets have ended up on that website, but the UK Biobank and institutions and organisations attached to government are working through that at the moment. He asked for reassurance that Russia, Iran and North Korea are not accredited. As I understand from UK Biobank, that is the case. They are not accredited from those countries. And then he mentioned around hostile actors and in particular. If I could give him one example, that the UK Biobank are very strict about who can access because there's an accreditation process. But secondly, although these three institutions are Chinese in this particular instance, and again, the Chinese government and Alibaba have been very proactive in helping us with the British Embassy in Beijing to take down and whack-a-mole anything else that comes up, and they're currently going through that process. Yale, for example, had their accreditation suspended for a breach of data. So this is not a country-specific issue. It just so happens in this particular issue, the three institutions were changed. I think that answers the questions for the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Health data sets of this size that UK Biobank have are incredibly important in being able to find answers to the huge health challenges that many of us face, whether that's pain, as the Minister referred to, or dementia, or heart conditions. And my concern is that this will make people think twice before donating their data to these causes. That could have a huge impact on our ability to treat these conditions right across the world, but particularly here in the UK. The scientific community has always worked across borders and had a collaboration, whether that's with Europe or Canada or the US, and sometimes even China. Can the Minister reassure those people who are thinking of participating because of the understanding that it's only through these data sets that we make these medical breakthroughs, that the protections that he and the UK Biobank and other platforms of this kind are putting in place can absolutely protect people in the future?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and I would just say from this dispatch box that we should encourage more participation in UK Biobank. It is a global leader in terms of its research, and it's funded by the Wellcome Trust, of course, the Medical Research Council. It also receives significant funding from Cancer Research UK, the British Heart Foundation and the National Institute for Health and Care Research. And the reason I say that is because it shows you the breadth of research that it does in all of those key diseases that we suffer from in this country. It's resolving some of these problems, including, Madam Deputy Speaker, from Chinese researchers who are making progress and significant progress in diseases like Alzheimer's. So that is why it's a global platform. It is very much welcomed as a research resource, and we should be encouraging the public to make sure they can volunteer their data so that the health of all of us is improved as a result.
Hear, hear. Democrat spokesperson Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I also thank the Minister for advance sight of this statement. And firstly, I also join the government in thanking the volunteers who have given researchers access to deeply personal medical records. Although not UK Biobank, a very close family member has also recently taken the decision to share medical data, indeed to advance that research. And it's not an easy decision, but one where I say, well, actually, this is such an important cause. And without them, without so many people who have handed over that data, many of the transformational medical breakthroughs of recent years would not have been possible. And this is precisely why what's happened is so serious. And this is not the first leak from UK Biobank. In March, The Guardian reported that sensitive medical data donated in good faith had been posted online without the consent of donors for many months. And now those records have been put up for sale on a Chinese e-commerce site. This is a profound portrayal of the people who trusted this institution and with the most intimate details of their lives. The UK Biobank has sought reassurances that, in fact, no names, contact details, NHS numbers and phone numbers were leaked, and that is reassuring. But this dismissal of privacy concerns shows a shocking lack of understanding of how easily individuals can actually be identified, especially in today's world of AI and social media. So that's why I urge the government to hold UK Biobank accountable and ensure that protocols are followed and confidential patient data is not shared online. And whilst we're pleased to see a quick and full response from the UK government in this instance, volunteers do need more. So will the Secretary of State require UK Biobank to provide a full step-by-step breakdown from Biobank how they will reform their data privacy once and for all? Not just guidance or reassurance, but binding commitments. This will not happen again. And that includes, I think, some of those technical elements. You can't just have a commitment to not download something. The technical barriers should be there. But will the government also ensure that any new guidance strikes that right balance between enabling vital research and guaranteeing watertight protections for patient data? It's really vital in that research, which is so important for the future. And finally, has UK Biobank even apologised to its volunteers? Because we cannot find one. We're calling on UK Biobank to issue that full apology without delay. These people gave data to save lives. They at least deserve that accountability.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for the way in which she's dealt with this particular issue. Can I echo her thanks to all the volunteers who not only give their sensitive data to Biobank, UK Biobank for critical purposes, but for all the volunteers who give data across for all research purposes. Can I just be very clear, Madam Deputy Speaker? The Liberal Democrat spokesperson used the word leak. This was not a leak. This was a legitimate download by a legitimately accredited organisation. And that is the problem with, or the problem that's been identified with the UK data bank system, in the sense that accredited users would use the system to analyse the data sources and then download their results, essentially, from that analysis. But what the system didn't prevent you from doing was also downloading the source data. And it's that source data that has been downloaded, which is against the terms of use for accredited organisations, which is why those 3 Chinese organisations have been found to have done that and have been suspended from the site. So this was not a leak as such. How then that data has got from those institutions onto the sailing website of Alibaba is still to be concluded, but this was not a leak of data or a cyber attack in that sense. This was a legitimate download of legitimate data by a legitimately accredited organisation, which is why we shouldn't use the word leak for the purposes of reassuring volunteers in terms of them putting their data into this system. Can I also just answer the question around what has been done and what the government have asked Biobank to do, just to reiterate that. The whole system has subsequently been paused. The board have taken actions to write out to all participants. In fact, there's a statement on Biobank's website now. I can't recall if the statement includes an apology, but we will take that back to Biobank, and I'm sure they're watching this to be able to see that. The ICO, of course, will also be involved in this because it is data, and they will have, and they have been, Biobank have referred themselves to this instant to the ICO, so we'll work very closely with them. But I think just to re-emphasise, we take this extremely seriously. We came to this house this morning at the first available opportunity before the release from Biobank had gone out to make sure that members could reassure the volunteers, but also see how seriously we take that. And just in terms of the Guardian article that the Honourable Lady referred to, because journals are demanding before publication the source data to reduce fraud, the source data was included in some journal articles that actually linked directly to the source data on UK Biobank. So it wasn't, again, a leak. It was a way in which researchers had used that data, in this case, incorrectly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am deeply concerned by today's statement, not least as a former research scientist myself who is all too aware of the professional ramifications of research institutions breaching data control regulations in this way. I know, though, that the vast majority of researchers would never dream of abusing data in this way. So can the Minister provide some reassurance that researchers won't generally be prevented from accessing and using such data appropriately in the future?
Madam Deputy Speaker, Biobank have told us and assured us over the last 24 hours that they are looking for a technical fix for this that should happen relatively shortly. We will be holding them to that. But what we've insisted as a government to show that we are taking this as seriously as it is, as this situation should be taken seriously, is we've asked them to pause all access to downloads from and use of the system until that fix comes into place. I don't know the exact figures of usage of this, but I think across the globe there are somewhere in the region of over 16,000 researchers using this particular resource because it is so valuable. We should be thanking them for doing that and making sure that they have full access to UK Biobank in the safe way it should be used as soon as possible.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This scandal is essentially a China data theft scandal of UK Biobank's data generously donated by some 500,000 British citizens. And let us remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK taxpayer funded £200 million approximately for setting up UK Biobank. It funds about £15 million every single year, used by some 22,000 researchers, including, I understand, 2,000 or 3,000 in China. Can the Minister confirm that our generosity actually will not be abused by those Chinese researchers and that UK Biobank should preclude and exclude them for the future in order to ensure that this data theft comes with sanctions?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think the tenure of the honourable gentleman's question fits in with the seriousness of this particular issue. The three institutions that have been identified as downloading some data sets, we're still to get a conclusion from UK Biobank about what the process was for them transferring that to the seller and what that looks like, and we will update, of course, members on that when we are clear. But UK Biobank have told us quite clearly that that is what has happened. In terms of Chinese researchers, there are thousands of Chinese researchers working every day on data from the UK Biobank and other data sets from across the world. They've been doing that since 2012, safely and securely, and the issues with regards to what has happened here is that a loophole in the system has allowed for data sets to be downloaded alongside downloading of the analytical research. And if you see some of the advances that are being made, particularly in Alzheimer's, we're working very closely with the research community across the world from all countries. And as I said to the Shadow Minister, the previous suspension of an accreditation was for Yale in the United States for a misuse of data in that sense. And therefore, participants know that this research is used globally. It's right that it's used globally for the advancement of us all. And I think for banning researchers from the site would not be the way in which to advance the outcomes of UK Biobank.
Dr. Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, and fundamentally valuable data this is. It does rely on trust, and so therefore I welcome the UK Biobank charity's actions in suspending this agreement with these researchers. Can the Minister provide a commitment and also welcome the technical solution for protecting this data? More and more we're seeing papers that are published by AI bots, and so there needs to be a trace back to the evidence that it's from. So there needs to be a workaround and the technical support in order to advance medical research. Will the Minister give us a statement? Thank you.
Thank you to my honourable friend for that question. There were significant undertakings from the Chair and Board of UK Biobank this week. They have answered all of the questions. They've worked very closely with the government, with the British Embassy in Beijing and the Chinese government to make sure that this particular instance was resolved as quickly as possible. They've immediately identified where the loopholes were in terms of being able to download the data from the institution itself, and they are carrying out that mitigation work to make sure that that can't happen again, to tighten that system, and that should happen within weeks. But in the meantime, the UK government insisted that all access to downloads from and the entire system was paused to allow that work to happen. So I pay tribute to UK Biobank for the swiftness in which they have done this, and to echo the Shadow Minister's words, they've dealt with it transparently, and we welcome that because that is what is required in these kind of circumstances.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his statement. As my party's health spokesperson, research is so on health, it is so initially important. Biobank are a critical part within that to find the methods and the drugs to find cures. The disclosure of data is always a worrying issue. Can the Minister confirm that the breakdown and data breach does not reach as far as Northern Ireland, for example, Queen's University in Belfast, Ulster University, who are deeply involved in all sections of health research, and has their research in any way been compromised? We always ask for close cooperation with our universities as an integral part of the United Kingdom, and it is essential, but opportunity and protection must be afforded throughout all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I pay tribute to Belfast University in the way in which they advanced this research? And has already been mentioned, tens of thousands of individual accredited researchers use UK Biobank regularly. Thousands of institutions across the globe also do similarly. And what we need to do is to make sure that that is a safe system so that volunteers who are participating in the system can be assured that their data is safe and secured, and that's why it's been paused. So the Honourable Gentleman challenges on whether or not Belfast University has been affected by this. They will be affected by it in the short term because there is currently no access to the system, but we hope that that will be resolved. I understand from UK Biobank and indeed from officials they've been in talks with the pharmaceutical industry and the researchers within that too to see if that would cause a problem, and as long as this is temporary it should not, but they will technically be affected in the short term until the access is fully recovered.
Alison Gardner.
Thank you.
In my previous work with the AI and Digital Regulation Service and as a scientist, I know the Biobank is an excellent resource furthering scientific research for the benefit of my health and my constituents, and particularly it is working very hard to ensure that its data set is unbiased and representative of all peoples in our communities and our country. Can the Minister again reassure that the data is scrupulously anonymised and that de-anonymisation is exceptionally difficult and unlikely? And can he confirm that whilst they are a charity independent of government, we will continue to support their work in future once they have addressed the processes that caused this breach?
My honourable friend, and yes, I can give that assurance that this government is giving the UK Biobank all the support they require to resolve this, and the immediate issue, but also in the short term to get the system back up and running in secure a way as possible. And just to echo that participants have done a great service to the people of this country and around the world for participating in UK Biobank. We owe it to them to be transparent, we owe it to them to be secure, and we owe it to them to make sure that their data is not only safe, but is advancing UK medical and worldwide medical research for the benefit of everyone.
The last question on this statement, Chris Finch.
I won't mention Harlow Town, I promise. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and agree with others that the UK Biobank is an excellent resource, and I have no doubt that its research has made a huge difference to the health of constituents of mine in Harlow. Although this, as he's also correctly said, is not specifically a cyber security breach, would he join me in welcoming the government's cyber security and resilience bill, which I also had the pleasure, along with the gallant member opposite, to sit on? And would he add to the work that this government is doing to ensure that our data across all industry, including the charity sector and of course government, is safe under this government?
Speaker, my honourable friend in the previous question said that Harlow Town were the Man City of the non-league football. Can I simply suggest he's the Man City of speaking in this chamber in terms of the quality of his contributions and the regularity of it? It's maybe being challenged by the member for Strangford. Let's look at the data. I'd just like to echo what he said in his question, though, because it's really important for us to impress upon the public that data is secure and it is safe, and this government takes that incredibly seriously, not just through the legislation that is being passed that my honourable friend has been a part of, but for the cyber security tools that are available to businesses and organisations and institutions right across the country for free from this government. We wrote out to those organisations last week to inform them that this was available. I would just continue to echo for all businesses, institutions, organisations to get involved in making sure that they're as secure as possible in terms of cyber, because we are only as secure as the weakest, and we all have to be as secure as we possibly can be.
Thank you, Minister. And that concludes the statement. I'll give a few moments for the front benches to move along. And we now come to the first Select Committee statement on behalf of the Environmental Audit Committee. Mr Toby Perkins will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not to the relevant Government Minister. Front benchers may of course take part in questioning. I call Mr Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very pleased to present the Environmental Audit Committee's 9th report to this Parliament on addressing the risks from perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, I was practising that, also known as forever chemicals. This inquiry was launched last year when the acronym PFAS might have been familiar to just a few experts, but 1 year on there's been an ITV and ENDS report documentary about PFAS, the first ever government PFAS action plan, and much more public awareness and scrutiny on PFAS pollution and contamination. For the benefit of those watching or unaware, I will briefly outline the PFAS issue before turning to the substance of our report. PFAS are a class of more than 10,000 synthetic chemicals which are used in a high variety of applications for their water resistance and resilience, from non-stick frying pans to making school uniforms more water resistant, and from firefighting foams to cosmetics. However, it is this same quality, their resistance to breaking down, which means that they accumulate in the environment and in the human body over time. And it's for this reason that they're known as forever chemicals. PFAS are now widely detected in UK rivers, soils, wildlife, and in the blood of most people. And a growing body of evidence links high PFAS exposure to serious health and environmental risks, including certain cancers, immunity suppression, and fertility and developmental impacts. Addressing PFAS pollution is therefore essential to protecting public health, preventing long-term environmental harm, and reducing future remediation costs. The UK Government, acknowledging the growing issue of PFAS, published in February a PFAS action plan, the first of its kind, and a very welcome step. And the committee is grateful to the Department for the Environment and to my honourable friend, the Member for Hull West and Halton Price, for engaging proactively with us, allowing us the opportunity to examine the government's plan as part of our inquiry and their very constructive engagement with us throughout this process. The committee's inquiry found that the UK faces a growing legacy of PFAS pollution alongside continued emissions. The government's plan, whilst a welcome starting point, is short on the decisive action needed to prevent the harmful build-up of these chemicals in the environment. The plan focuses disproportionately on monitoring rather than prevention and remediation, and it also suggests voluntary action and industry self-regulation, whereas in our view this will be insufficient to reduce the level of PFAS emissions we need to see. In the committee's view, tackling the scale of contamination requires a combined approach. Firstly, preventing ongoing PFAS emissions at source. Secondly, managing continued PFAS emissions. And thirdly, addressing remediation and disposal of PFAS. This must be supported by sustained research, funding, monitoring and public transparency. The longer action is delayed in addressing the risks of PFAS, the greater the health, economic and environmental burdens will become. I'll briefly highlight some of the committee's recommendations to government in these three areas. Right now, PFAS are still being manufactured, put into consumer products and released into the environment. The committee made several recommendations to prevent PFAS pollution at source. The committee is calling for restrictions on PFAS in non-essential consumer products, including food packaging, cookware, cosmetics and coatings on school uniforms. Where the use of PFAS is considered essential to protect the health, safety and functioning of society, then exemptions can of course be granted. In phasing out PFAS, the regulatory system should shift from a substance-by-substance approach to group-based regulation to prevent the replacement of banned PFAS with structurally similar and potentially harmful alternatives. We believe that without this broad group-based restriction on PFAS, the government risks a whack-a-mole approach where new substances emerge faster than they can be evaluated and banned. In the EU, more decisive action has been taken and chemicals are banned as a group, with firms having to seek a derogation from the law if the compound is either vital or irreplaceable. Lack of the same kind of action actually brings risk to our trade and economy too. Having unnecessary regulatory divergence from the EU creates trade barriers within the UK between Northern Ireland and the Republic and between the UK and the EU, which impacts UK manufacturing competitiveness. To research this issue, the committee not only visited Angus Fire in Bentham and met directors of the firm, campaigners and villages from Bentham in North Yorkshire, but also visited Lyon and the French Parliament to learn about the regulatory actions there and where the campaign and public opinion is in France too. The committee also argued that clear limits on the acceptable level of PFAS must be set to enable enforcement and remediation. The government rightly mandated the guidelines for the level of PFAS allowed in drinking water. We would like to see statutory limits of PFAS in food and in soils, and monitoring and enforcement by the Environment Agency to match. Protecting public health also requires long-term investment in biomonitoring and in epidemiological research. The committee recommended enhanced health screening for people with potentially high PFAS exposure. Whilst monitoring and research is vital, it must not be used to delay action. Finally, there is an important set of questions around existing PFAS contamination and historic PFAS contamination. How should it be cleaned up? Who should pay for it? Where the government wasn't clear, the committee was, based on the polluter pays principle, those who release PFAS into the environment should be expected to pay for it to be remediated. We of course recognise in some cases government and manufacturing industry will need to work together to ensure that costs associated with the clean-up of the past don't endanger the future of these companies. We also recognise that in some cases the companies who polluted in the past may no longer exist and that the clean-up will fall on government. But we want to see government starting from the perspective that the polluter should pay and the taxpayer should not be expected to foot the bill. The committee recommended that the government should explore the implications of an emissions levy for PFAS on the UK REACH candidate list to deter ongoing environmental contamination and hold polluters responsible. In cases where the PFAS contamination is not attributable, central government must provide dedicated funding for local authorities to clean it up and provide clear guidance on remediation and destruction methodologies. The committee's investigation of PFAS pollution was complex and at times technical, but our conclusions are not. Forever chemicals are still being emitted, they are building up in our bodies and in the environment, and we know that they are harmful. Waiting will only make the problem worse. Now is the time to act. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to place on record several thanks to all the members of the committee for their contributions and thoughtful engagement with this inquiry, to the committee members, regulators and industry in Bentham who took the time to meet with the committee to discuss this sensitive and important topic with great transparency and candour, and finally to the staff of the Environmental Audit Committee, in particular Dr Misha Patel, Dr William Britton, Jonathan Wright and Jacob Morton for their work and expertise in coordinating the inquiry, the visits, the reports and the communications. And with that, I place this report in front of the House. Thank you very much.
Shadow Minister Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Shadow DEFRA Minister, can I congratulate and thank the Chair of the committee and his cross-party Environmental Audit Committee for this excellent and timely report, Madam Deputy Speaker. The PFAS, these forever chemicals, as he has said, are hugely damaging to the environment and pose significant risks to human health, animals and wildlife. The previous government started work with the EA and the HSE to look at monitoring and risks, and the current government has taken that forward, as he said, with the PFAS report in February of this year. But as his report rightly says, more needs to be done. So does he agree with me? The government needs to really take this forward now and move forward more into prevention and solutions, such as placing pressure on water companies to enforce drinking water inspectorate guidelines on PFAS limits.
Absolutely do believe that the government needs to be ambitious on this. We welcome the fact that we have now got a PFAS report. We didn't have that PFAS plan. We didn't have that previously, and so we want to be right behind the Minister in pushing and looking for DEFRA to be as ambitious as they possibly can on this. I think water companies contributed to our inquiry, and they were quite glad to be in the unusual position of not being battered over the head for polluting, but actually, in this case, as the victims of pollution. But I think he's absolutely right that the Drinking Water Inspectorate do need to be held to account. They are, I think, is all in the sort of panoply of water regulators more successful than other elements, and I think it's important to recognise that. But we also, alongside drinking water, want to see the same sort of limits in terms of food and in terms of our agricultural sector more generally.
I would like to congratulate my honourable friend and his committee for an important and timely report, something that we know all too well in Redditch as our new fire and police hub reflects the report's findings. Large-scale contamination was found on the site, and whilst it has now successfully been remediated, the work relied on containment rather than destruction, mirroring many of the committee's findings. I understand the committee heard that the UK destruction capacity is extremely limited and largely reliant on high-temperature incineration. Does my honourable friend agree that this local example in Redditch underlines the urgency of expanding safe, scalable destruction capability beyond incineration alone?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, I think the firefighting industry is one that we know is very much affected, and clearly they have, in comparison to some industries, made quite significant progress in finding alternatives to PFAS. But they are a major polluter over the years. Clearly, we also recognise that being able to put out fires is incredibly important. This is the kind of essential use that we would understand derogations. But when it's being used in things like cosmetics and so on, you do wonder whether whether we shouldn't be aiming to be more ambitious in terms of getting these bans put in place. But I agree with the points that he made, and thank him for that contribution.
Sir Julian Smith.
I commend the committee chair on the report and the committee, and also the government on the PFAS plan, and thank him and the committee for attending the location in my constituency that has suffered from this issue. I think realistically this levy idea is the only, I can't see this government or future government is going to be able to put the money in needed. So the levy idea that he's referred to seems to be a key way ahead. Would he agree that communities who are impacted by PFAS, whilst the consideration is made of the recommendations of his report, do need to have confidence in statutory authorities such as the Environment Agency and local authorities?
I absolutely do agree with him, and I thank him for his engagement with us on behalf of his constituents, and of course in part on behalf of an important employer in his constituency too. And I think it's important that the message going out from this is we don't want to panic communities, we don't want to create the sense that Bentham or indeed anywhere else is a community that's sort of blighted and no one should want to live there. At the same time, we do want to recognise where these pollution contamination events have taken place, and people need to be confident that the Environment Agency have both the tools, the capacity, the resources, the expertise, but also the legislative heft to be able to take action where there have been contaminatory breaches.
Speaker, can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee and indeed all the committee for their endeavours and for their hard work on the synthetic chemicals, and for highlighting the dangers to us all as citizens and also as part of the environment. As the environment issues are a devolved matter, can I ask what discussions or inquiries did the Select Committee and the Chair have with the Dairy Minister in Northern Ireland and probably the Health Minister as well at the Assembly? There is, of course, a necessity that the regulations that are needed will impact not just here but impact upon us in Northern Ireland as well. So ever helpful in the question. Hopefully the Chair can give us that answer. Thank you.
He raises a very important point, and in fact his colleague, who is a member of our committee, a member for Antrim, made very strongly the point that because we have divergence from the EU in this area, it potentially causes major problems for the agricultural sector in Northern Ireland, where effectively they will have different rules to the Republic, and that obviously creates a major issue. So the issue of the impact on Northern Ireland was something that was debated at considerable length within the committee, and is an important point that's mentioned within our report, and is another thing that we will be taking to government. But we haven't yet communicated with the Northern Irish Assembly, and be very happy to do so following this report.
Final question on this report. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I just want to say thank you so much to my honourable friend for raising this and highlighting it. And as he said at the beginning of his remarks, I think it's quite clear that this wasn't an issue many people were talking about until recently, and I thank him for recognising that it's this government that are creating that plan. And so my question to him is, I hope he'll continue to work with us to raise this issue and tackle it finally in this country.
Well, we absolutely will look forward to working with her. We'll be doing everything we can to provide her with the support that she might need within the department to get this taken as seriously as it possibly can. We recognise that there's always going to be people pushing back. There are important reasons why we need to tread carefully in terms of supporting UK manufacturing, but we also need to recognise this as a serious public health issue, and welcome and thank her for the work she's doing on this.
Concludes the first Select Committee statement. We now come to the second Select Committee statement. On behalf of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee, Florence Sir-Olly will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. And can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benchers may of course take part in questioning. I call Florence Sir-Olly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this important statement. This week, the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee published our 5th report as part of our inquiry into the housing conditions across England. The subject of our report this week is on the conditions of temporary accommodation provided to households facing homelessness. We previously published a report on social housing in February and hoped to report on conditions in the private rented sector in the coming months. Members may remember our report on children in temporary accommodation last year. We found that accommodation provided to households was often in a poor state, with families left living in potentially serious hazards. A year on, we wanted to look at the quality of accommodation provided to homeless households. Madam Deputy Speaker, the quality of this accommodation matters. Temporary accommodation is anything but temporary. People can spend years in TA before they move to a more settled home. During this time, they can be forced to move, sometimes with little or no notice, moved away from their family and friends, away from their children's schools, away from their community, and from the local services they depend on. This creates a situation in which they feel forced to accept whatever housing they are given, regardless of how unsatisfactory it may be. Sometimes, if they complain, they fear they may be moved again, or even worse, be deemed intentionally homeless. Madam Deputy Speaker, the quality of temporary accommodation matters because of the serious consequences poor conditions can have on people's health and well-being. Yesterday, the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Households in Temporary Accommodation reported that temporary accommodation has been listed as the contributing factor to the deaths of 104 children in England between 2019 and 2025. This figure includes 76 children under the age of 1. Let that sink in. 76 children have died because of the conditions linked to their homes. The information we have on the prevalence of hazards and disrepair in temporary accommodation is limited. We are spending more on temporary accommodation than ever, yet we have very limited information on the quality of accommodation provided to households. During our inquiry, we heard some of the most shocking poor conditions. Mould is so extensive, it had spread not only to the walls, but on people's clothes, on the bedding and other belongings. There is a growing problem with infestation of mice, rats and other pests. We heard of a child who was bitten on the toe by a rat during the night, and another child who couldn't sleep properly after waking up covered in ants. We heard about broken facilities, leaking sewage, exposed electrical wires. The list of poor conditions goes on. There is very little space, with families sometimes housed in just one room. We heard about a family of 6 who shared one room with a double bed, a set of bunk beds, a small kitchenette and a toilet between them. Households where children can be placed in B&Bs, hostels and other accommodation where they need to share facilities with other residents. And the behaviour of the other residents can leave people feeling unsafe. We heard of situations where women and children fleeing domestic abuse are housed in households with other single male adults. Sometimes the condition of the property compounds this problem. For example, we heard of people living in shared accommodation even without basic functioning locks on their accommodation. The Children's Commissioner recently reported that over 12,000 people were living in shared accommodation as of June last year. Of these, over 9,500 had been living there for over 6 weeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, even if the properties are in a good state, people living in temporary accommodation may not have access to some of the very basic things we all take for granted. Somewhere to cook, somewhere to wash your clothes, access to Wi-Fi, having people over to visit you, and just being able to go and come without having to sign in at the reception desk. Through the National Plan to End Homelessness, the government is taking steps to improve the quality of temporary accommodation and people's experiences of this. We welcome this plan and it's good to see the Minister in her place. A lot of good work is underway. The government, however, needs to go further in strengthening the protections available to households living in temporary accommodation, and I know that this is an area that the Minister cares passionately about. We welcome the government's plans to apply Awab's law to the new decent home standards to temporary accommodation. We recommend that the government start rolling out Awab's law urgently so that it's fully applied to temporary accommodation before the end of this Parliament. We also want to see the government introduce interim milestones to ensure providers of temporary accommodation are on track to meet the new decent home standards by 2035. In the meantime, councils should be required to inspect properties to make sure they are free from hazards, in a decent condition, and to meet the needs of everyone in the household. We also welcome the government's target to eliminate the unlawful use of B&B accommodation by the end of this Parliament. The government is making really good progress so far. The number of households with children living in B&Bs and hotels for longer than 6 weeks than the 6-week statutory limit is falling. However, we have called on the government to put in safeguards to prevent councils resorting to placing more families in another local authority or in other types of shared accommodation to hit this target. The Children's Commissioner found that almost 6,000 children are living in council-run accommodation with shared facilities, such as shared kitchens and bathrooms. Our view is that this type of accommodation is simply not suitable for families, regardless of who runs it. We called on the government to extend the statutory 6-week limits to other types of shared accommodation. We also remain concerned that there is no explicit rule to prevent or restrict councils from housing families, including single mothers with children, in accommodation where they need to share facilities with single male adults. We agree with the government that temporary accommodation should provide homeless households with somewhere decent, safe and stable to live while they wait for permanent accommodation. Councils are working hard to increase the supply of good quality temporary accommodation in the face of rising demand. However, there are systematic barriers that make it difficult. Unhelpful competition between councils, the Home Office and other public bodies for accommodation to fulfil their statutory duties. Landlords increasingly opting to let properties on a nightly basis rather than on a long-term lease. The freeze to the local housing allowance and the rates councils can claim through the housing benefit subsidy. The government needs to urgently address these barriers. We have also recommended that government should require councils to forecast future demand for temporary accommodation and put in place plans for how they will meet this need. This includes ensuring that there is adequate provision for people with more complex needs. The number of households living in temporary accommodation goes up and up every quarter. 176,000 children were living in TA as of September last year. Some of these children will sadly spend a large part of their childhood without a permanent roof over their head, not knowing where they're going to finish and where they're going to call home after they finish school. I want to thank the many organisations, individuals, campaigners, local authorities who helped us with our inquiry by giving evidence, attending our sessions with their written submissions and our visits. In particular, I want to thank the many organisations and families that we heard from firsthand about their experience of living in temporary accommodation. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome the steps the government has taken, but it needs to go further to make sure that those living in temporary accommodation have decent, safe and stable homes when they fall on hard times.
Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I thank the Chair of the Committee and also Select Committee for a truly excellent report and for highlighting the issues on temporary housing. This, for us in Northern Ireland, is so important where the pressure for housing is critical. Temporary accommodation has become, therefore, more important and more sought after. The Honourable is to be congratulated for this report, but I would therefore request that the report be shared with the Housing Minister in Northern Ireland. I understand my colleague will be Gordon Lyons, so that the report has highlighted some of the matters which are very, very important to my people back home. It's so important when we learn something, share it, please.
I thank the Honourable Member, and I think he's absolutely right. It's really important for us to look at the issue of housing right across the Isles, and I know that any best practice that we can learn and take from England, it's important we share with ministers, and I'm sure that the minister's taken those remarks on when she's talking with her counterparts across the Isles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for her statement today and for her leadership of the Select Committee during this inquiry. I'd like to start by commending Cheshire West and Chester Council for the efforts that they've made to substantially reduce B&B use for temporary accommodation. Not every local authority is in the same position as Cheshire West, though, and it's really difficult. And I'd like to join her in thanking the people who attended our roundtable, particularly the families who with lived experience of temporary accommodation, who came and shared their experiences with us. Many of them talked about how they had to sign in daily or risk losing their accommodation. Some of them talked about their fears of effective reprisal evictions, that if they complained about the state of the accommodation, the landlord would be, or the B&B owner would be straight on the phone to the council and they'd lose their place. One young lady very bravely told us about how the council had provided her contact details to the hotel reception for understandable reasons, and the hotel reception staff then used that to make unwanted advances to her. Yeah. Absolutely disgusting behaviour that we heard from on that. The particular bit that I want to talk about was the evidence that we heard from another family about the increased travel time to school for her children because of the out of authority placement that she had, which we know inevitably leads to poor attendance. It can lead to off-rolling. In short, it's a safeguarding disaster. It is outside of the scope of our inquiry, but I wonder if she agrees with me that we should be tracking the outcomes of children who've experienced temporary accommodation in much the same way as we do children who have experienced care, because I think that we would find similar problems, and I think it would affect the policy solutions that we come forward with. Does she agree?
I thank my honourable colleague and one of my members on the Select Committee for his engagement and his work, and all my other committee members and the clerk for their work on this really important report. I think it's so important. I went to visit a school in my constituency this morning before I came here, and the key issue that was raised with me by the head teacher at Crawford Primary School was temporary accommodation, and the amount of children are living in TA and how that's affecting their educational attainment. I think this is a real area that we do need to make sure that the government is addressing, because we want every child to benefit from the massive increases that the government are making in breakfast clubs and more teachers. But if our children are not turning up to school because they are travelling, in some cases for 2 hours just to get to school, those children are not going to benefit from those changes.
Ken Craft.
Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for bringing this report forward, and I think I am not alone in this House in being moved by the stories that she shared that her committee have unearthed during their inquiry. A number of my constituents who live in temporary accommodation also have a special educational need or disability, and the impact on them is sometimes twofold, as they struggle living in inappropriate accommodation. Sometimes it doesn't meet a physical or an emotional need. Would she agree with me that when local authorities look at placing or look at moving people on from temporary accommodation, due consideration must be given to children that have a disability or a special educational need and the impact that that has on them?
I thank my honourable colleague, and I know that the experience that she brings to this and her role in making sure that those children with additional complex needs have a voice. It's really vital that we remember a number of children who are being failed by the system, let's be honest. And it's vital that we look at their needs as well. So when we are looking at placing families, especially families with children with additional needs or disabilities, that those accommodation is suitable. Basic things like access for a child in a wheelchair into the door of the property. These are basic things, and this would happen if councils placing families in temporary accommodation are carrying out the checks. Those checks are currently not in place, and that should be something that council should do before placing vulnerable families in TA.
Chris Blah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And can I thank my honourable friend for her committee's work on this important issue. It's one of the most comprehensive reports I've read and heartbreaking in many elements. And can I declare my interest as a member of the APPG for temporary accommodation? In light of the report's findings on poor conditions and the lack of national data, what steps does she believe are needed to be taken to improve oversight and standards, particularly for constituents like mine in Redditch, who are sometimes asked to take up privately run temporary accommodation sites miles away from their friends and family, often in conditions that are disgraceful and simply unsafe, that often lead to my constituents deciding to go on the streets rather than the accommodation that they've been placed into.
I thank my honourable colleague in the important work that the all-party parliamentary group that he sits on is doing in terms of making sure that they're meeting with campaigners and, most importantly, people caught up in TA. I think it's vitally important that we recognise that a lot of this accommodation is paid for by taxpayers' money. That's the shameful thing about this. And the fact that this accommodation is not suitable for human habitation should worry us all. And this is why I agree with the Minister in trying to make sure that the homelessness strategy is looking at how we can work with councils, in councils bringing forward their own TA locally, so that you're not seeing councils having to rely on out-of-borough placements, which frankly should not be, those landlords and those providers should not be getting a penny of taxpayers' money for that accommodation.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green for her tireless work in this area and for her fantastic stewardship of the Select Committee. This report is really harrowing to read, but these reports don't get written without the witnesses giving evidence, and very often putting themselves on the line and at risk in doing so. So could I commend all of the witnesses who wrote to you or appeared in front of your committee or sat on round tables. This is a scandal that children and families are living in these conditions in Great Britain in 2026. And could I ask her to impress on the Minister, we really need to see a change. And that means every single one of our local authorities making that change and committing to that. And in particular, in rural areas like mine, where temporary accommodation is really scarce, meaning that people are living many miles away in areas they don't know or understand without the family support networks.
I thank my honourable member for raising that valid point, and it's important when we are talking about housing, temporary accommodation and homelessness, we remember the massive impact this has on constituencies like hers, rural communities where to get to some services will take you a good hour and a half on the bus services. So you think about people with additional complex needs, having to go to appointments. It's vital that we recognise that the issue of temporary accommodation, homelessness is not just confined to our inner cities, it's right across England. We recognise the fact that councils up and down the country, after SEND, adult social care, TA and homelessness is a big strain for many councils up and down the country. We are seeing a shift, we are seeing more money coming in, and it's about making sure that the government continue to keep a focus on this, and I'm sure that this is something that the Minister agrees with me on, and we need to continue to help her to make that case to Treasury to make sure we continue to fund our councils adequately.
That concludes the Select Committee statement, and if I can give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Now come to the presentation of Bill. Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Hunting Act 2004 Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. We now come to the backbench debate on the contribution of allied health professionals, and I call Jen Craft, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this House has considered the contribution of allied health professionals. And I'm very grateful to be able to introduce this debate today, and would like to begin by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Dudley, for her hard work in securing it. Allied health professionals such as occupational therapists, physiotherapists, dietitians, music therapists and so much more are an absolutely vital part of our NHS and will be crucial to delivering the 3 shifts in healthcare, particularly treatment to prevention and hospital to community, that the Secretary of State has set out are key to delivering the 10-year health plan and securing the future of the NHS for generations to come. They help people recover from illness or injury, prevent the onset and development of conditions such as frailty, help people to adjust to new or existing realities of disability, and are vital in enabling and empowering people to take control of their health. My honourable friend, the member for Dudley, brings considerable professional experience to this place as a trained physiotherapist, and I believe she plans to speak to the importance of these professions to adult healthcare, and indeed she is best placed to do so. So I will focus primarily on the vitally important role of allied health professionals in paediatric care. And as a parent, having had experience of paediatric allied health professionals, I can speak to their completely invaluable contribution to a child's well-being. Not only do they support the child who is the patient in their care, but they support the entire family. And they can be a real lifeline, having a trusted professional helping you to come to terms with your child's diagnosis or perhaps a shift in reality. And I also know from friends and constituents who have children who are living with life-limiting conditions that allied health professionals such as music therapists, drama therapists, can be the lifeline that provides moments of joy, as well as actually extending the lifespan and the time that people get to spend with their children who have these very severe and limiting conditions that take place. And I wish to put on record that paediatric allied health professionals in particular are not just a nice to have or an add-on to the health profession. It's quite easy to overlook the contribution that people such as music therapists, I will give an excellent example there, can have, and the impact that they can have on a child's life. And if you could imagine, if members can imagine a child who is non-verbal, who potentially has behavioural and communication difficulties, who has no real form of self-expression, someone such as an art therapist, a music therapist, a drama therapist can help to unlock something that traditional healthcare workers perhaps can't, and they can make a real difference to how that child's care progresses and how their life chances pan out. They're also able to reduce the pressure and the intensity on the acute system. So there's been excellent work done, again, with people such as music therapists, art therapists, play therapists, when they don't currently come under the auspices of allied health professionals, but perhaps one day may do, to reduce sometimes even the need for general anaesthetic and things such as MRIs or CT scans for children, and particularly children with complex needs, as they help them to navigate their pathway through the system. They're also absolutely crucial in helping children that perhaps have had a traumatic early start to life in engaging with the healthcare system and the wider healthcare system at large. Children that are recovering from or indeed are going through treatment for things such as cancer or really severe diseases and illnesses are supported by these professionals to really come to terms and to grips with what they are going through and to express themselves. Professions such as occupational therapists and physiotherapists and speech and language therapists play an absolutely vital role in childhood in enabling children who do have an additional need in these areas to be able to perform at the same level as their peers and to actually be the best version of themselves that they can be. But I will turn to, we've taken quite considerable evidence on this in the Health and Social Care Committee, of which I am a member, around the crisis in the allied healthcare profession, particularly in paediatrics and in early years. We have discussed at length with various organisations such as the Royal College of Occupational Therapists, the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists, and people like Speech and Language UK, the Disabled Children's Partnership and Contact, around the impact that this has on children, on families and on the professions themselves. There are currently 77,500 people, children, on community waiting lists, which is quite often the way that people access allied health professional care, and they have been on this waiting list for over a year. This compares to only about 1% of...
The Honourable Member makes some fantastic points, especially those that have been highlighted that we found out in the Health and Social Care Committee. But my question to the member is, allied health professionals are absolutely vital to what we do in the health service. The numbers seem to be going down, as they are with health visitors at the moment, and nothing is really being done to help build those numbers up. Can the Honourable Member tell me Does she agree with me that we... Oh, I'm sorry. Does she agree with me that we do need to build these numbers back up of allied health professionals? Thank you.
Thank you. And I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and she indeed brings a breadth of experience, both as a member of the Health and Social Care Committee and also as a registered nurse, to this place when she talks on these issues. And I very much do agree with her that we really do need to take urgent action to rebuild up the numbers in the allied health professions and also in the number of health visitors. The evidence we took at committee that has seen a halving of the number of health visitors in the last 10 years has almost had a catastrophic impact on the ability of health visitors to deliver the really vital role that they do in identifying early need in childhood, particularly in the early years, in supporting families where there is an additional need for support, and indeed in signposting people to other mechanisms such as Best Start family hubs to make sure that there is that kind of proportionate universalism that is so key in making sure that those who need help get it in a timely way. And I very much agree with her that urgent action does need to be taken to address this, hopefully in the upcoming NHS workforce plan. And I think this does tie into the point I was just making, that there are 77,500 children and young people who have been on a community care waiting list for more than a year in England, which is a six-fold rise since the start of 2023. And for comparison, the amount of adults who are waiting for over a year is only around 1% of people who wait for over a year for community care, compared to 25% of children. And I think when we look at equity in healthcare, a year for a child could be an entire lifetime, whereas that is not the case for an adult. And we also know that in the early years there is a really rapid development window, particularly in the first 1,001 days, of where the ability to make an impact on the life chances of a child, to really fire into where all that really quick fire development is happening mentally and physically and socially and emotionally, to really get in at the onset to arrest conditions from becoming more serious and to making a real impact on the life chances of a child through to schooling and employment and beyond, are absolutely crucial. But there is a crisis across the allied health professions, particularly in early years, as I said. And I would like to highlight a few of where this impact is really bearing fruit. On occupational therapists, we have heard that 4/5 of occupational therapists, according to the Royal College of Occupational Therapists, are unable to meet local demand. The workforce remains focused in secondary care, which limits capacity for prevention and early intervention in communities. And workforce pressure does translate into rising waiting lists. In February 2026, nearly 18,000 children and young people were waiting to see an occupational therapist. This has a huge impact on the life of a young person. Quite often, occupational therapist interventions are not costly, but they do need the inference and the reference of an expert and a specialist to be able to direct people in how best to carry those out. And the fact that 18,000 children are waiting to see an OT is really shocking, because this can have a real impact on being able to act at the very, very earliest opportunity to turn their life chances around. Speech and language therapy is another area which is seeing a crisis in both recruitment and retention. More than 2 million children in the to Speech and Language UK struggle to speak or understand words, and an estimated 1.3 million have a developmental language disorder. The government must train and recruit enough speech and language therapists to ensure that a trend of a reduction in this profession is arrested. There are currently 16% of NHS speech and language therapy posts in England that are vacant, and the percentage of NHS vacancies for speech and language therapy supporting people with a learning disability is even more stark at 25%. The Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists reports that 96% of children's speech and language therapy services say that recruitment is much more challenging than at any time in the last 3 years. What this translates to is that these really, really crucial professions spend the vast majority of their time carrying out assessment work when things have reached a crisis point or have reached the point of an acute care need. They are not getting to see people at the earliest opportunity. They are not getting to intervene, and they are not getting to help families. This is driving a retention crisis as well, as professionals find themselves not being able to perform the role for which they trained and which they are by and large incredibly passionate about. And instead what they are spending their time doing is carrying out assessments and recommending therapeutic care that they know is very unlikely to materialise. But the real crisis point in paediatric allied health care professionals can have a huge knock-on and a major part of government policy, the education white paper. And I know that the Minister is here to speak for the Department of Health and Social Care, but we have continually found in our work on the Health and Social Care Committee that there is a real gap in the role of healthcare when it comes to educational health and care plans, and particularly in the SEND system as a whole. The white paper places a huge demand on having experts at hand who are a locally trained workforce who are able to provide specialist support, and it names things like occupational therapy, physiotherapy, speech and language therapy, which is entirely the allied health professional workforce, which is on the gift of the Department of Health and Social Care to provide. However, we know that these occupations are at crisis point, and time and again when you talk to your local integrated care boards, they say they don't think that they have the people available to fulfil this expert at hand role. It's such an important part of the education white paper that if this part of it fails, then I'm afraid that the entire white paper is at risk of failure as well. It is such the whole crux of it is early intervention, timely intervention, supporting families, supporting school staffs and supporting children to make the impact at the earliest possible opportunity. Without this workforce, it cannot succeed and it will not succeed. So my plea for the Minister here today, and my question really is, what plans will be in the upcoming workforce strategy to address the decline in paediatric allied healthcare professionals? What plans are there to train and recruit? What plans are there for retention? So that not just that it supports this important part of the education white paper, but so we actually address this real health inequality in paediatrics, where children are finding the impact on them so much worse than I would, and I think it is fair to say it's so much worse than it is with adults receiving healthcare, because it is such a large and significant chunk of their life that can be taken out on waiting lists. And most importantly, what action is being taken to make sure that these professionals, particularly in the paediatric workforce, feel valued, that they know that their contribution really does count towards the delivery of both the current healthcare system but also the government's wider reform agenda, and how will they ensure that the life chances of children are best improved and encouraged through the recruitment, the retention and the valuing of allied healthcare professionals.
Question is, as on the order paper, I call Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by paying tribute to the allied health professionals in my constituency of South West Devon and across this country, who work so hard to help people regain and maintain their health. Indeed, I count many friends amongst them. To the paramedics, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists and so many others, I'm always amazed by the skill and dedication of these professionals who are often working under intense pressure. My constituent Jackie Lee's house is one of 174 registered physiotherapists living in my constituency. She highlighted several statistics that should give us pause for thought. 2/3 of the population will likely be living with a long-term health condition by 2035. Community waiting times continue to grow, and to make matters worse, the UK has far fewer physiotherapists per head than comparable countries. Yet physiotherapy, we know, is a highly cost-effective, generating an overall return on investment of around £4 for every £1 invested. Physiotherapy can prevent illness and help people recover quicker, which reduces the strain on health services. Crucially, physios enable people to stay in and return to work. They help people reduce pain, obesity and inactivity, contributing to a healthier and more productive population. Expanding the physiotherapy workforce alone could save the NHS hundreds of millions of pounds over the next 5 years. Yet many physios, as we've already heard, are struggling to even find a job. This is due to recruitment freezes and a lack of entry-level positions, as well as problems with job security. Worryingly, this government confirmed last year that it had made no estimate of the impact of recruitment freezes for physiotherapists or physiotherapist support workers. In South West Devon, 23% of my constituents have at least one long-term condition. Over 18,000 are classed as disabled, slightly higher than the average across England. Relatively speaking, it is an ageing constituency with 45% of constituents over the age of 50, but this makes the role of physios and other allied health professionals even more vital, enabling people to prepare for and rehabilitate from things like cancer treatment or surgery. I want to commend the Rehab Legends campaign, which is led by Kate Tantam, an inspirational constituent of mine who works as an intensive care sister at Derriford Hospital. Kate has spent years campaigning to ensure that every patient in the UK can access rehabilitation services towards the end of their stay in intensive care, which would end the patchy provision that currently exists. Now, what is this, you might ask? It's effectively a multidisciplinary team who are put in place to help rehabilitate those men and women who have been on life support, because if you're on life support, you're often see deconditioning in the rest of your body, and with rehabilitation you stand a much better time of moving on from intensive care. Now, why is this important? Because at the moment the step down from ICU to a normal ward is huge, and if you don't have the physical ability to be to take that step down, you're impacted significantly in your ultimate rehabilitation and your ability to get back out into life as a whole. And interestingly, one of the points that has been raised that came up during some work that was done by an APPG on intensive care under the last government, under the last parliament, I should say, which my predecessor, Sir Gary Streeter, was the chair of. We heard time and time again that it's also about that step down from intensive care to normal wards that needs addressing as well. And so whilst that's not directly entirely about allied health professionals, I do think it is something that I'm sure the Minister is aware of, and it'd be interesting to hear what might be done on that. Ultimately, that role of rehabilitation is good for patients and good for society, because we want to enable everyone to have that chance, if they've survived intensive care, to be able to actually leave intensive care and leave hospital. We've also heard plenty around occupational therapists and speech and language therapists. Now, the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists and others have highlighted that the NHS long-term workforce plan is only likely to cover speech and language therapists in the NHS workforce, which overlooks shortages in educational and criminal justice system settings as well. And as we've heard already, there is a real need for a holistic approach in developing the workforce, recognising the vital role played by speech and language therapists and others in supporting, in particular, special educational needs children, but also without the capacity in the NHS for speech and language therapists, we're not going to be able to deliver on improving the outcomes that I'm sure we would all agree we want to see for some of the most vulnerable in our community with a range of challenges. Now, before closing, I want to mention the work of allied health professionals who assess people for health-related benefits. Now, we know that over half of assessors leave in their first year, according to data from the Department for Work and Pensions, which was published in January rather late. Assessors describe stressful time constraints and impossible workloads as some of their reasons why. Now, under the current government, 1 in 10 people are now claiming disability benefits in England and Wales, and this number is only set to increase. So I would urge the Minister to ensure that all allied health professionals are empowered to assess their patients without undue haste. I worry that otherwise this overstretched system may be incentivising assessors to recommend that a person gets disability benefits without having the appropriate time to go through a thorough investigation of their patient's needs. Now, of course, this is in no way a reflection of these professionals themselves. They're simply doing the job that they are there to do with limited time and resources. So I finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, with 3 brief requests. Firstly, I urge the Minister to capitalise on the record number of newly qualified physiotherapists that we currently have. Will the Minister confirm what steps the Department is taking to ensure that newly qualified physiotherapists can be guaranteed an NHS job? Secondly, I urge the Minister to commit to retaining the Chief Allied Health Professions Officer role to ensure that their clinical expertise is recognised in the department. And thirdly, a plug for rehabilitation. I would love for the Minister to ensure that that role of intensive care rehabilitation is reflected in the NHS workforce plan, and that holistic look is central to that. So I want to echo concerns raised by the Chartered Society for Physiotherapy, which has critiqued the government's requirement for integrated care boards to reduce their budgets by 50% and the impact that this will have on allied healthcare professional leadership roles. Under the previous Conservative government, NHS England set out to increase our much-needed AHP workforce, as outlined in the 2023 NHS Long-Term Workforce Plan. This included an ambition to increase training places by 25% by 2031 and 2032. Absolutely. We know how critical allied healthcare professions are in prevention and recovery. This government must ensure it prioritises them in the revised NHS workforce plan due to be published this spring. They're ideally placed to help people help themselves. If we want a healthier country and a more productive society, we must be backing them all the way.
Here.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and happy St George's Day to everyone in the chamber today. I am immensely grateful to have the opportunity to co-lead this debate on the contribution of allied health professionals as a physiotherapist. A historic moment as it's the first ever debate on AHPs in this House, and I want to thank the Backbench Committee for granting this debate, and I'm particularly grateful for the Right Honourable friend, the Member for Thurrock, for her leadership and partnership. She has set out powerfully why AHPs must be central to RESEND and PJAC reforms, and I want to broaden the lens and argue that AHPs are the NHS best kept secret. They're the most powerful levers we have to keep our health and social systems sustainable, patient-centred and effective. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we are serious about delivering the government's ambition in the 10-year health plan and the 10-year workforce plan, the shift from hospital to community, from sickness to prevention, from analogue to digital, then allied health professionals must be put at heart of policy, planning and delivery. And today I want to do three things. First, to set out who AHPs are and the scale of their contribution across our lifetime. Second, to set out why, to demonstrate with evidence the impact they have on outcomes, on public finances and why they are worth investing in. And thirdly, to set out 5 concrete demands or recommendations or wishes to the government rooted in the evidence from AHP bodies aligned with the 3 major shifts in the government's agenda which is set out. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, who are allied health professionals? There are 14 AHPs covering 15 roles, and together they form the 3rd largest clinical workforce in the NHS. With over 300,000 AHPs on the UK HCPC register today. They include art therapists, drama therapists, music therapists, dietitians, occupational therapists, operating department practitioners, orthotics, osteopathics, paramedics, physiotherapists, podiatrists, prosthetics, orthotics, radiographers, and finally, speech and language therapists, which I may need after this speech. From the start of our life, AHPs are present in our lives. Neonatal therapists, including physiotherapists, OTs, and speech and language therapists, all support premature and sick babies to feed, move, and develop, with long-term gains for their health, learning, and independence. In adulthood, AHPs are centred by keeping us in work and out of hospital. The government rightly wants to get more people back into work, and that's exactly what OTs do. OTs run vocational rehab services that enable 94% of people on long-term sick in one primary care network in Wakefield to return to work, helping lead to a 40% reduction in fits notes, preventing over 1,700 people leaving the workforce. If we want a healthier workforce, dietitians help diabetics reduce risk of complications by up to 50%, and people who see a dietitian are 2.5 times more likely to achieve their blood sugar targets. This means fewer long-term complications, fewer heart attacks and fewer strokes. For older people, physiotherapists and OTs lead falls prevention services and frailty programs that reduce falls at home by around 1/3, preventing injuries and avoidable hospital admissions, reducing fractures and maintaining patients' dignity. I've treated patients that have fallen in their home, who have laid on the floor for hours, waiting for an ambulance to arrive. One patient said she lost her dignity and her self-worth as she sat in her own urine, dehydrated, hungry, helpless on the floor, waiting for help. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can reduce these cases. Nobody wants their grandmother, relative or friend to be left on the floor, helpless for hours. Early access to community podiatry can reduce amputations by 80%. My podiatry friends can prevent life-changing surgery from happening every single day. Having worked on surgical wards, patients say time and time again they wish they got intervention earlier. Prosthetics and orthotics ensure that people who have suffered major trauma can regain independence quickly. A 7-day prosthetic service in East London reduces the lower limb amputees from becoming independent with a prosthesis from just 3 months to 7 weeks, so independence is gained quicker. Radiographers underpin around 80% of hospital pathway through imaging. Community diagnostic centres, which I may say I've gained from a Labour government at the Guest Hospital. Yeah. Staffed by radiographers reduce pressure on urgent and emergency care. We have a healthcare and mental health crisis where both children and adults are not getting the care quick enough. Art therapists, music therapists, drama therapists provide early intervention in schools and communities, reducing referrals and with the overwhelming CAM service and supporting well-being and resilience of the NHS staff themselves. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just a care case, it's an economic case as well, and it's very compelling. We have clear return on investment data across multiple professions. Self-referral to AHP services have shown a return of around £98 for every £1 invested by reducing unnecessary GP appointments and enabling early management. Exercise-based self-management programmes, often led by physiotherapists, have demonstrated a return on investment of £8.80 per £1 invested. Nutritional interventions led by dietitians to prevent and treat malnutrition advice, delivered on returns on investment around £10 for every £1 invested. Osteopathic care can generate up to £2 for every £1 invested in primary care. Physiotherapists across a range of conditions deliver an overall economic return on investment for £4 for every £1 invested, which modelling suggests potentially saves the NHS a staggering £700 million over 5 years, and in addition, £639 million worldwide in terms of economic benefit in the UK. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has set up 3 core shifts. AHPs are already delivering these 3. First, digital and data. Paramedics are leading the hear and treat models using teleconsultations and shared electronic records to assess, advise, refer 999 and 111 callers without always dispatching an ambulance. In London, that approach is saving around 9,200 double-crewed ambulances hours each week, allowing crews to reach the sickest patients faster. Second, from hospital to neighbourhood care, advanced paramedics working in primary care and urgent community response teams carry out the same-day home visits, treat people where they are and avoid unnecessary trips to A&E, and with the Welsh model reducing avoidable hospital visits by 70%. Operating department practitioners are the only profession trained at graduation to work with anaesthetics, surgery and recovery, and they tackle the elective backlog, maintain safety, especially as robotic-assisted surgery and smart operating theatres expand. Third, from prevention over sickness. Orthotics are essential to delivering early eye condition care, and they should be rolled out to screen our children in every school so children get the best start to life. If we do not integrate AHPs into these shifts, we simply will not achieve the ambitions of the 10-year health plan or the 10-year workforce plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to my 5 recommendations, drawing on the evidence from the HCPC and from the expert AHP professional bodies, from patients and from the APPGB APPG of AHPs, which I chair. First, we must put AHP leadership at the table at every level. This means retaining and strengthening the Chief Allied Health Professional role and the Director of Rehabilitation role in the Department of Health and Social Care. If they're not at the heart of government, they'll simply be forgotten. At system level, every integrated care board and major provider should have a senior AHP director with parity to medical and nursing directors responsible for rehabilitation, prevention and neighbourhood care. This should be mirrored in primary care and neighbourhood boards, where clinical leadership roles should be defined by function and capability, not based on profession. Second, we should expand and evaluate advanced and extended scope AHP roles in areas where there's most need and value, such as first contact practitioners in primary care, which reduce secondary care referrals, speed up diagnosis and recovery, and reduce opioid prescription compared with GP-led care. Third, we must invest in AHP careers from start to retirement. That means increasing training places in line with population need for each of the 14 professionals, but protecting small and valuable professionals such as prosthetics and orthotics with minimum training place guarantees. We should fully fund AHP apprenticeships, including for operating department practitioners and dietitians with backfill, guaranteeing high quality placements and structured preceptorships, often forgotten by departments. We should also embed CPD funding into the workforce planning, which is essential that CPD is a regulatory requirement and a patient safety issue, and it's not a luxury. Madam Deputy Speaker, this includes bringing forward independent prescribing rights across AHP professions where appropriate to reduce delays and free up medical time, building on recent legislation for paramedics. Fourth, we must fix digital plumbing to enable multidisciplinary care. AHPs need full appropriate access to shared care records, ordering and systems, result systems and remote care tools. When they are prescribing and have prescribing responsibilities, their digital profiles must reflect this so they can prescribe safe and it's visible and it's integrated with the whole system. Data must also capture what AHPs do and the outcomes they deliver on function, independence, return to work, quality of life, participation, and it's not just contracts and processes. Fifth, we should make AHPs outcomes visible, use them to drive important and improvements across the system. At national level, the NHS and DHSC should publish regular data on AHP workforce numbers, vacancies and outcomes across each of the 14 professionals, using HCPC data and other workforce plan and neighbourhood data. At local level, the integrated care system should require a report to access AHP services on a key indicator such as falls, amputations, delayed discharge, return to walk rates, send outcomes, linking them to AHP provision, where investment in, for example, community podiatry or OT rehabilitation, reduced admissions or benefits are demonstrated, they should be visible and therefore reinvested. 5 demands, 5 things that would show real progress, backed by experts, backed by patients, and I hope the Minister will meet with me to discuss these further. If we give AHPs the leadership roles, the tools and the recognition they deserve, if we embed them in the 10-year workforce plan, in the neighbourhood health plans, in SEN reforms and in the women's health strategy, they will repay them over and over again. In reduced hospital admissions, shorter stays, fewer amputations, more people in work, children and adults be able to communicate, live and learn independently. Allied health professionals are ready to deliver if we choose and let them.
Yeah.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Dudley for securing this important debate and the Honourable Member for Thurrock for introducing it. During the Easter recess, I was invited to meet with the Dorset Young Onset Parkinson's Group in Wimborne. 2 of the people I met, Simon and Julia, had been diagnosed with the condition in their 30s. The impact on their decisions about family life, their ability to work and save for the future, and the effect on their families who have had to take on caring responsibility much earlier than most was clear to see. They told me about the success of their open water swimming group, and in particular about the impact of the recently introduced walking football team, the Dorset Parky Striders. The team was named Team of the Year Impairment section by the Walking Football Association in its grassroots awards last year, and also achieved fantastic results at the Sports Parkinson's Walking Football Tournament earlier this month. Both of these programmes are boosting physical health, mental well-being and providing peer support. They shared their concerns about the complete loss of Parkinson's nurses in the county of Dorset. I've since engaged with the University Hospitals Dorset to call for the service to be restored without delay, and we've discussed the severe shortage of neurologists across the country, made more acute by our ageing population. But it isn't just doctors and nurses who can make a positive difference for people living with Parkinson's. Neurophysiotherapy focuses not on muscles and joints, but on improving movement, balance, coordination and overall quality of life for people living with neurological conditions. At its core, this aims to restore as much independence as possible using targeted techniques that help people regain their function, relearn movement and adapt to physical challenges. It can be life-changing for individuals recovering from trauma or surgery, as well as those living with long-term neurological conditions. If people with Parkinson's can improve their balance and gait, their risk of falls reduces. Incidents that can have a profound impact on their independence, their confidence and their long-term health. This branch of physiotherapy also benefits people who've experienced strokes, live with multiple sclerosis or who have acquired brain injuries. The mental health and well-being benefits are significant, as is the reduction in pain that can be achieved through this approach. I also want to highlight the crucial role of occupational therapy, particularly in educational settings. Around 1/3 of children starting school are not considered to be school ready, often lacking the communication or functional skills needed to mix confidently with other children. Schools already under pressure are then required to provide significant extra support. Many children who spend more time using tablets than colouring books lack the fine motor skills needed to write, while others struggle with everyday activities such as eating a school meal with a knife and fork. Paediatric occupational therapy offers practical, play-based support and can prevent children from losing confidence or developing a fear or aversion of school by addressing these needs early. Children with special educational needs and disabilities can also be overwhelmed in traditional classroom environments. With growing evidence about the impact of excessive screen time on attention and regulation, small changes to the physical environment can help not only these children, but all pupils to improve their focus and learning. My constituent Anna, who's an occupational therapist, shared with me the importance of using their principles in classrooms. And on a visit to Coal Hill First School last year, I was impressed by how the school had removed bright colours from classrooms, replacing them with muted shades and consistent layouts as children moved through the school to create calmer learning spaces. At my son's specialist setting, Summerwood in Bournemouth, ceilings include sound-absorbing panels and walls are gently curved to support children with neurodiversity to regulate and reduce distraction. The reality is that these adjustments help everyone, not just those with additional needs. And if these approaches work in classrooms, it's likely they can be effective in workplaces and public spaces too. Reducing harsh fluorescent lighting, lowering background noise, and creating opportunities for movement throughout the day are techniques that can be applied widely and successfully. However, inclusion of occupational therapy within programmes such as Experts at Hand is essential to make this happen. The Royal College of Occupational Therapists has welcomed the ambition set out in the SEND White Paper, but has raised serious concerns about whether the sector is sufficiently resourced to develop them. Its most recent workforce survey found that 2/3 of respondents did not believe the profession currently could provide the level and support for children and young people needed, highlighting the need to fund more frontline teams. Taken together, these examples make one thing clear. Allied health professionals, as already referenced by the Honourable Member for Thurrock, are not a nice-to-have. They are essential to helping people live independently, participating fully in education and work, and avoiding crisis later on, and ensuring that everyone fulfils their potential. I therefore urge the Government to match its recognition of the importance of allied health professionals with meaningful action in workforce planning and resourcing. If we're serious about prevention, inclusion and long-term value for money across health and education, investing in this workforce and ensuring funding research reaches the front line must be part of that commitment.
I call Cat Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for Thurrock for opening this debate and my honourable friend for Dudley for securing this much overdue debate as well. So as we've heard, allied health professionals make up the third largest clinical workforce in the NHS. Yet sadly, time and again, we only hear about the health service in terms of doctors and nurses. Just last week, the government announced a welcome package of measures to widen access to healthcare careers for people from disadvantaged backgrounds. It promised 2,000 new nursing apprenticeships and support for 2,000 young people from deprived communities to apply to medical school. And these commitments really matter. But for AHPs, there was nothing. Not a single initiative, not a single pathway, not even a mention. And this omission is not an oversight, it is a pattern. For decades, successive governments have failed to recognise the value and invest in this vital part of the NHS workforce. And this is especially relevant given the increase in workforce required to deliver on the Department for Education's SEND reforms. We need more speech and language therapists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists. So why don't we make it easier for more people to access these careers? Before entering Parliament at the last election, I spent more than 20 years in the NHS as an operating department practitioner, and I'm proud to be the first ODP here in Parliament. In fact, my time working in the NHS is in large part what politicised me and drove me to want to make the changes that are desperately needed to highlight and improve the profession. ODPs are unique within the healthcare workforce. At the point of graduation, they are the only professionals fully qualified to work across every area of perioperative practice, anaesthetics, surgery and post-anaesthetic care. And my speech today will focus in on this profession in particular. As of March 2026, there were 17,906 ODPs registered with the HCPC. They are highly skilled, highly committed, with strong retention rates across the NHS. And many go on to hold senior clinical leadership roles, not just in the operating department, but playing a crucial role in patient safety, service efficiency, and the successful running of our theatres. My profession plays a critical role in keeping the NHS functioning and in safeguarding patient safety every single day. And with the recent reviews into maternity care, I want to highlight the importance of ODPs for maternal and neonatal safety. Nearly half of births are now done by caesarean section, and ODPs are involved in every single one, playing a key role in the perinatal period. I'd like to commend the College of Operating Department Practitioners for their recent contribution to the NHS Resolution Maternity Perinatal Incentive Scheme Safety Actions. And given the importance of operating department practitioners to the NHS, they should be properly recognised, valued and supported, but instead too often they are forgotten, and that neglect has real consequences. An area of serious concern is the eligibility of operating department practitioners to supply and administer medicines within their scope of practice using patient group directions known as PGDs. This is currently holding the profession back and creates a perverse situation in clinical settings where an ODP must seek the supervision of a nurse or a doctor to administer certain medications. So, for example, post-surgery, it is really common for patients to experience post-operative nausea and vomiting. There is a suite of antiemetics that can be given without a prescription under a PGD, but an ODP caring for the nauseous patient cannot give relief without input from a nurse or a doctor, delaying treatment and putting unnecessary pressure on colleagues. Another example is ODPs working in endoscopy units where sedatives are routinely administered under a PGD. This also impacts the ability to administer vaccines, and during the pandemic, ODPs were unable to support the vaccination effort due to the use of PGDs. Yet bizarrely, a healthcare assistant could carry out this role. ODPs are being prevented from making a valuable contribution to public health and system resilience. The department has recently carried out a consultation on expanding the supply and administration of medicines to ODPs, as well as physiotherapists, paramedics and diagnostic radiographers, and we must move at pace to level the playing field to benefit both healthcare professionals and their patients. So I'd ask the Minister today to commit to adding ODPs to Schedule 16 of the Human Medicines Regulations, and can she outline when this change is likely to be implemented? Another example is the introduction of the Graduate Guarantee Scheme for newly qualified nurses. While very well intentioned, its narrow focus has the unintended consequence with some newly qualified ODPs finding themselves displaced and unable to secure posts within the NHS operating departments. And this is not just unfair to those professionals, it is short-sighted and risks wasting vital skills at a time when our health service can least afford it. A review is currently underway into Band 5 nursing roles, yet no equivalent review is taking place for ODPs or other AHPs. This selective approach risks unpicking the harmonised pay structures established under Agenda for Change in 2004. The RCN has long pushed for a separate pay spine for nursing, but this would be absolutely the wrong move, breaking the concept of one NHS team and creating two-tier employment, particularly in the operating department. We must uphold the fundamental principle of equal pay for equal work, and anything less would be a serious step backwards for fairness, morale and workforce cohesion in the NHS. So could the Minister therefore commit to ensuring that any Band 5 review of roles includes AHP so that parity and equity are properly protected? I know in a recent letter to the College for Operating Department Practitioners, the Minister did state that any review of the national profiles for ODPs would need to be supported by the NHS Staff Council with the Job Evaluation Group on an established group of the Council responsible for undertaking that review, which absolutely explains the process, but it cannot excuse the delay. And it is vital that this work is taken forward promptly with a clear timetable. And at the same time, ODPs and AHPs more broadly are still waiting for the publication of the NHS Workforce Plan. This plan, unlike those that came before it, must finally include meaningful, measurable commitments to the third largest clinical workforce in the NHS, rather than relegating it to the margins once again. ODPs and AHPs more widely are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for recognition, fairness and a clear strategy that reflects the reality of how the NHS actually operates. As the third largest clinical workforce, they are central to patient safety, service delivery and the long-term sustainability of the health service. I'd like to put on record my concerns about abolishing the role of the Chief AHP in NHS England. And while the current Chief Nursing Officer is a strong and passionate advocate of AHPs, I believe we need the representation and oversight a Chief AHP can provide. And finally, I'd like to highlight the removal of NHS bursaries for allied health professionals. I was lucky enough to train with a bursary, receiving around £500 a month during my 2 years of training. And while the recent introduction of apprenticeships has negated some of the costs of going to university, these places are really limited and dependent on NHS Trust training budgets. I think getting into excess of £30,000 of debt for a starting salary that barely is above minimum wage does not really incentivise prospective students to get into these professions. So after decades of being overlooked, warm words are no longer enough, and what we need now is action. Fair pay structures that are protected, sensible regulation that makes full use of professional skills, clear career pathways and a workforce plan that treats AHPs as integral to the future of the NHS. The message from ODPs and AHPs is clear. They want to contribute, to lead and be part of the solution to the pressures facing our health service, and it is time for the government to act and give this vital workforce the recognition and support it has long deserved.
Yeah. Sir Olly.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the members for Thurrock and Dudley for bringing this important debate to the House. I'd like to echo the sentiments made by other members of this House in underlining the important work that allied health professionals undertake and recognise the role that these clinicians play in saving lives, in providing care and keeping our NHS running. At a time when some patients are experiencing corridor care, allied health professional service is even more pivotal as their work helps to keep people out of A&E. And these clinicians lend their expertise to help treat, care for or diagnose illnesses before they require urgent attention. These practitioners have also volunteered to take even more strain off of emergency services, writing to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care early last month to request additional responsibilities. In this letter, the allied health professionals asked for the Department for Health and Social Care to consider extending additional independent prescribing powers to their sectors. Currently, allied health professionals are provided with negligible independent prescribing responsibilities, despite many of these clinicians having undertaken the exact same training as other medical professionals. For example, podiatrists are able to prescribe medicine for their patients, but dietitians only have supplementary prescribing rights and have to be overseen by a doctor. This issue was raised to me by one of my constituents who is a dietitian and who supported the allied health professionals' request for additional prescribing responsibilities. She states that this change would not only reduce GP waiting list times, but also recognise the studies and expertise that allied health professionals possess. My constituent highlights the bureaucracy and the farce of an allied health professional running their own clinic having to go and find a consultant to sign off their prescribing, even though they will have had all of their prescribing permissions checked and signed off by the chief pharmacist in the hospital. And this creates a duplication of work at a time when we desperately need to make the NHS more efficient. The government's Pharmacy First initiative has had success in encouraging patients away from GPs and towards pharmacists who can prescribe medicine for common ailments. My constituent is merely asking that the government builds on its own good work in this area and extends prescription powers to all allied health professionals equally. I would be grateful if the Minister could consider my constituent's request and respond to that letter that was sent to the Department for Health and Social Care last month. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Hugh Gatecast.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I declare an interest as a member of the all-party group on allied health professionals. I want to thank my honourable friend, the member for Dudley, for initially securing this important debate before her well-deserved promotion to Parliamentary Private Secretary, and my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, for leading this debate. It's quite right that we talk about doctors and nurses when we talk about the NHS and the difference that the NHS makes to people's lives and to saving lives. We often overlook the incredible contribution also made by the group of 14 professionals known as allied health professionals. Today I want to share my personal experience of the importance of these key workers. Without them I would literally not be stood here today in this chamber, serving as the Member of Parliament for North Durham and speaking. Allied health professionals worked alongside doctors and nurses as well as a host of other clinicians and non-clinicians, saving my life when I had a life-threatening illness in 2009, and then, to my mind, giving me my life back as they worked across disciplines to rehabilitate me following severe illness and disability. In 2009, I was hit by a sudden onset neurological illness called Poems syndrome. It's a rare type of neurological disorder caused by a tumour that can affect multiple systems in the body. I spent 5 months in hospital being treated for and recovering from this illness, followed by an extensive process of recovery and rehabilitation in the months and years following this. The symptoms of my condition were similar to MS, meaning they affected my nervous system, which impaired my mobility, causing me to spend a year using a wheelchair and now to use a walking stick and orthotics, which you can't see, but you can just about hear. Looking through the list of the 14 allied health professions, I was staggered by just how many of them I'd been helped by. I will confine myself today to talking about the 6 or 7 professions in this group of professions which I've personally experienced help and care from. At the beginning of my illness, when I was diagnosed, it was radiographers who contributed to diagnosing the tumour causing my condition, using a range of techniques from skeletal surveys to MRI scans to eventually a PET CT scan. And then once the tumour and its role were identified, they mapped its location to prepare me for radiotherapy and administered 30 days of 30 grays of radiotherapy in the basement of University College London Hospital. And then it was them who, as I recovered, measured the shrinkage and eventual elimination of my tumour using further PET CT scans. More recently, I've been back to see radiographers. I can actually remember the day that it was, because when I went into an MRI scan, the last time I had one, Liz Truss was the Prime Minister, and I came out and the people looking after me said that the Prime Minister had resigned. So, she wasn't there for that long, but it felt like a long time. It feels like a long time when you're in an MRI. But they're not using the MRI because they think there's a risk of recurrence of my illness. They're measuring the long-term regrowth of my nervous system. Following on from this, there were the physiotherapists who taught me to walk again. And in fact, before that, they got me actually standing, using a standing frame, because I couldn't stand independently. And I had an intensive period of 2 months inpatient physiotherapy on the rehabilitation ward of the National Hospital for Neurology at Queen Square. This was followed by almost a year of outpatient physiotherapy at home and in St Leonard's Hospital in Hackney. Support from my physiotherapist took me from being unable even to stand to the first faltering steps using a back slab, foot-ups and a walking frame, through to using 2 crutches, then 1 crutch, and now a walking stick and ankle orthotics. As part of our recovery, the physiotherapists ask every neurological patient on the ward to set themselves a higher level balance task to walk towards. They told me I was the first patient they had met who set a high level balance goal of leading a canvassing team whilst carrying a clipboard and pen. The dietitians in hospital were tasked with helping me rebuild my wasted muscles. They rather kindly asked me what food I liked, and when I answered red meat and cheese, fortunately agreed that at that stage these were the ideal sources of protein to rebuild muscles which had wasted away during 5 months spent predominantly in a hospital bed. My dietitians also made sure I was occasionally taken from the hospital by friends or family in my wheelchair to Carluccio's restaurant in the nearby Brunswick Centre, because the Italian-style liver and bacon there very usefully contained the vitamins necessary for nerve regrowth. As I prepared for and then adjusted to life outside a hospital ward, there came the support of occupational therapists who taught me how to use a kitchen from a wheelchair and later a perching stool, who taught me how to safely pour boiling water from a kettle when my arms were weakened, who taught me how to write again using a biro when my ability to grip a pen had gone, who unfortunately didn't get very far with teaching me how to cook again, as cooking had never been something I'd come to grips with before my illness and disability, who taught me how to safely transfer from a wheelchair on and off of a piece of furniture, who asked me what I needed to do in my life and then worked as hard as they could to allow me to get back to doing it. One of the most fundamental tasks they succeeded in enabling me to was to get down onto the floor, sorry, it's a little bit emotional, to play with my 3-year-old son, and then to get back up again afterwards when my legs were too weak to lift me up and down. When I left hospital, they equipped my wheelchair accessible flat that my amazing wife had organised at 5 days' notice to move from a non-wheelchair accessible home with the equipment I needed to use it safely, such as a seat across the bathtub to shower myself safely. They oversaw my return to work, explaining to my then employers what adaptations they needed to make to my workplace. They advocated on my behalf for a graded return to work due to the severe fatigue my illness and disability had caused. And they signposted me to what support was available to my employers for transport to and from and within work and physical adaptations from the Access to Work scheme. It was also these occupational therapists who assessed my workplace to make sure I could physically get around it from a wheelchair. Alongside these were the podiatrists who helped me with a horrible side effect of having impaired sensory nerves in my feet, which made me very susceptible to ingrown toenails, which at first I couldn't feel because of nerve damage, and then when they do cut through, that is an excruciating pain. And so I thank the podiatrists for dealing with that in the first few months after I left hospital and alleviating these nasty side effects. I still receive the ongoing support of the orthotists, who once I was able to walk, fitted me with the ankle-foot orthotics, often known as splints, which I wear on each foot. These stop me from tripping over my feet, even now, because my weak ankle nerves cause foot drop. I continue to rely on their services to have my orthotics repaired, refurbished and replaced whenever necessary, which reminded me that I have an outstanding appointment to schedule with University Hospital North Durham to have my orthotics refurbished in the coming months. And I'm fairly sure that there were operating department practitioners involved in my treatment when I had an operation to enable analysis of the tumour once it had been located. But as I was completely unconscious at the time under a general anaesthetic, I can't speak for who was in the room with the surgeon. It will be clear by now to members across the House I owe an enormous debt of gratitude to a wide array of people across the allied health professional workforce. It is this gratitude that has driven me to come and speak in this debate today, to call for greater prioritisation of AHPs in NHS workforce planning and to parity of esteem with medics and nurses. I want to join with colleagues in asking the Minister to recognise the critical contribution allied health professionals make to allow people like me to live happy, healthy lives. Measures the government could take to back this recognition up include retaining the roles of Chief Allied Health Professions Officer and Director of Rehabilitation within the department, confirming which DHSC Minister holds responsibility for AHPs, but I think I might be able to guess from the President, the very welcome presence of the Minister on the bench, and restoring quarterly ministerial meetings with the AHP Federation. I know that some of the specific professions involved in my treatment also face their own unique challenges, which I wanted to ask the government to address. The Chartered Society of Physiotherapists, who I've worked closely with in recent months, are campaigning to embed physiotherapy leadership within neighbourhoods. Today, I want to back their calls for the upcoming NHS 10-year workforce plan to expand the capacity of core community rehabilitation services. Given the record number of physiotherapist graduates and high level of public trust in physiotherapists empowering people to manage symptoms and improve general health, now is the time to take advantage of the healthy supply of physiotherapists to ensure people can live as well as possible for as long as possible. It is clear to me that physiotherapists can play in the government's ambitious shift of healthcare away from the hospital and closer to communities. However, recent years have seen recruitment freezes in physiotherapy, which I know have risked wasting the potential of newly qualified physios. Therefore, I want to ask the Minister if she will meet with me and representatives from the CSP to discuss widening access to physio careers through apprenticeship programmes, a graduate guarantee of an NHS job for all newly qualified physios who want one, as has been rolled out for nurses, and other challenges facing this vital workforce. I will come to a conclusion as quick as I can, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the British Association of Prosthetics and Orthotics are asking for the creation of a formal small and vulnerable profession designation within NHS workforce and education policy to trigger proportionate safeguards and guarantees for these workers. The Royal College of Occupational Therapists are calling on the government to establish national commissioning guidance to make occupational therapy a central component of the neighbourhood health systems the government is already delivering. I therefore want to ask the Minister to address these particular concerns from the industry, as well as outlining its broader support for the whole family of AHPs. Without these professionals, I wouldn't have got my life back. I want to thank them and use this platform to say they are fantastic professions, which need the pay, incentives and career structure to encourage the next generation of allied health professionals to support future generations in the way that so many of them have supported me.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think anyone could put better the vital importance of AHPs than my honourable friend, the member for North Durham. I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Dudley, for securing this debate and for her tireless work as a physiotherapist, the honourable member for Thurrock for leading the debate, and also the honourable member for Stourbridge and all her work as an ODP, and that is a profession that often gets overlooked. Allied health professionals are such an important part of our healthcare workforce, yet they're undervalued and poorly represented in NHS hierarchies. I'm incredibly proud of this government's achievements within the NHS. £29 billion of additional funding, the largest injection of cash into our health service since Labour were last in government. Waiting lists have fallen by more than 320,000 across the country, 5 million more NHS appointments and 2,500 new GPs having been recruited. In my own constituency, we have started to see the benefits this investment is having for local people. George Eliot Hospital has eliminated corridor care despite a difficult winter. They've also seen a 5% improvement in waiting lists. GP surgeries in Polesworth, Bedworth, Coleshill and Kersley are all getting upgrades so that more patients can see physiotherapists, occupational therapists and other professionals much closer to home. Of course, there's much more to do, but we should be proud of the progress we've made in less than 2 years. These improvements would not have happened without the support of allied health professionals. Their workforce represents over 276,000 practitioners aided by skilled support workers. The government is right to be ambitious and reach its target to deliver more care in the community and invest in neighbourhood health centres across the country. In order to do this, we will rely on allied health professionals to support patients. We must embed dietitians, occupational therapists, osteopaths and physiotherapists into neighbourhood health if we're going to succeed in treating more people closer to home. I want to commend the work done on frailty by the Hazelwood Group practice in Coleshill as part of the Apollo Primary Care Network. I also want to pay tribute to the work of paramedics, radiographers and physios. My constituency is semi-rural, without a hospital, and so the quick work of paramedics is crucial in providing urgent initial care and supporting my constituents on their journey to hospital. Radiographers are vital in supporting patients through early diagnosis, as I found out myself a couple of weeks ago. 80% of hospital pathways require their skills for imaging to support a diagnosis. As part of this government's plans to bring care into the community, we must ensure that more radiographers are in community diagnostic centres like the one recently opened at the George Eliot Hospital in Nuneaton, or available through mobile services to reduce pressure on hospitals. That way, patients can be treated faster and closer to home. On their behalf, I would like to ask the Minister to keep the Chief Allied Health Professions Officer post at the Department of Health and work with local ICBs to establish AHP director roles in parity with medical directors and directors of nursing. In 2018, my father had a stroke. The staff at George Eliot Hospital were wonderful and took really good care of him. I can't thank them enough for the support they gave him. But they reached a point where I was wondering, why is my elderly father still stuck in hospital? Why can't he leave? And we can help him get better from the comfort of his own home. And my elderly mum wouldn't have to travel 10 miles each day to see him. What is the plan for him and other stroke patients after they leave hospital? My dad, like many people recovering from a stroke, could not get the same support from speech and language therapy services at home or in his neighbourhood. These are vital services that help patients learn to swallow and slowly regain their ability to speak and be understood. And so my dad had to stay in hospital. He's definitely a fighter, and he regained his speech and his ability to sing in a choir. Patients like him deserve to be able to see speech and language therapists in their local neighbourhoods so they can recover at home once they're medically fit to leave hospital. This isn't about freeing up spaces in hospital, it's about giving patients choice and the best care we possibly can so they can recover comfortably at home, surrounded by friends and family. I will continue to work with all allied health professionals and their representative bodies to ensure that they're a core part of this government's 10-year health plan. And finally, as a tennis player, I'd like to thank the thousands of independent physiotherapists, support workers and students working in local gyms, on the high street, and those working in professional sports facilities and out at weekends at matches. Their support is vital to ensure that people can continue to play sport as they get older and that injury doesn't stop you getting back on the court. We promise to deliver healthcare in the community, and with the support of allied health professionals, I'm confident we will be able to do this successfully.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too would like to start by thanking my honourable friends, the member for Thurrock, for leading today's debate, and of course the member for Dudley, who has done so much incredible work as a physiotherapist previously and as a staunch advocate of allied health professionals since her first day in this House. I pay tribute to the AHP community right across my Cannock Chase constituency. In my past life, I had the pleasure of working at the Coventry and Warwickshire Partnership NHS Trust, and that experience shapes how I've approached this debate. Many honourable members have rightly recognised roles like physiotherapists, paramedics, occupational therapists and speech and language therapists, which are well recognised and rightly valued. But under that AHP umbrella are an incredible group of people that I would like to pay tribute to, the music, art and drama therapists. These roles are not nice to haves, they are a vital part of our mental health workforce. I saw during my time at CWPT how powerful the benefits of creative therapy are. As so eloquently described by the member for Thurrock in her excellent speech focused on paediatrics, for lots of people who have experienced trauma or who live with conditions that can make verbal communication difficult or who don't yet speak fluent English like refugees, common forms of talking therapy that work for so many people don't necessarily work for them. For those experiencing mutism, for example, these creative therapies can be the only way that they can access treatment. Through art, music and drama, lots of patients are able to process their emotions, communicate their experiences and rebuild a sense of self in ways that traditional models don't always reach. At CWPT, there was a real investment in these services. Importantly, many therapists were directly employed rather than being brought in on short-term contracts. That not only offers stability to the workforce, but for patients, services are able to embed, relationships can develop, and outcomes undoubtedly improve. And I had the privilege of seeing and hearing those patient stories for myself, and in so many cases, the work of those therapists was quite literally life-changing. But despite that, these professions are so often in short supply. Part of that issue, in my view, is visibility. These roles often aren't spoken about in schools, in careers advice, and not even at times within broader conversations about our NHS workforce. There are now established degree and training pathways for these roles. They are skilled professions that require significant training and expertise, and they are recognised through professional bodies regulated by the Health and Care Professions Council. Yet many young people with a creative inclination and flair are all too often unaware of them as a possible career path. I believe that's a missed opportunity, both for those individuals who often have a passion for caring and sharing their creativity, as well as for our NHS and social care. The government is rightly focused on getting more people into work, particularly young people who are facing a tough job market, and we should be thinking expansively about the routes that are available to them, including in creative and arts-based professions. For those who are drawn to the arts, to music and to drama, these roles can be a way to build a deeply rewarding, stable career within the NHS, a career that combines creativity with care and one that contributes directly to patient well-being. Importantly, for those who might have spent years navigating the uncertainty of freelance creative industries, these professions can provide a real sense of stability, progression and purpose, without them having to leave any of their skills behind. This is particularly true at those times of life where stability is so valuable, like when you're starting a family. The government's been clear that the workforce plan that will stem from the very welcome 10-year plan will focus on how we can make good on its priorities, including shifting care closer to patients, bringing fragmented services together, and a greater focus on mental health. I believe that sitting at the centre of this Venn diagram of all of those is creative therapies. So let's start with the therapists of tomorrow by improving awareness for those roles through schools, colleges and careers advice. Let's look at widening training pathways to make sure that those careers are open to a wide range of people, including career switchers. Currently there is a level 7, so a master's level degree apprenticeship for the 3 main forms of creative therapy. But of course, as of this year, funding for level 7 apprenticeships has been largely restricted to under 21s, so the number of people that will be accessing those higher level courses will be now very small. Given that in mental health, many staff move up into roles from within the workforce, it'd be fantastic if an apprenticeship pathway through to creative therapist roles, similar to what we see in nursing, could be developed. But above all, I think we should recognise that the impact of those already in these roles is not peripheral, it is central to so many patients' care and recovery. Investing in this area would not only support individual recovery, which would ease pressure elsewhere in the system and enable that earlier intervention that so many honourable members have referred to, but improved engagement and ultimately better outcomes will also flow. Art therapists, music therapists, drama therapists, they might not be the first roles that we think of in mental health, but they can often be the ones that help our most vulnerable and isolated constituents to start to open up, communicate their experiences often for the first time, and guide the way to well-being. We talk a lot in this place about workforce shortages, and rightly so. There are thousands of young people out there, including in Cadet Chase, who love music, who love art and drama, but who often have perhaps worry about whether there's a career for them in those creative industries. What they might have absolutely no idea about is the enormous contribution that they would make in our healthcare workforce. So this is partly about recognition, but it's also about being more imaginative about how we think about both healthcare and careers advice. It's a chance to give more people a way to use their creative passion to transform lives. Thank you.
Which brings us to the front bench contributions. Liberal Democrat spokesperson Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for Thurrock for opening the debate today, and the Honourable Member for Dudley for securing it, for her work on the APPG, and of course for her work as a physiotherapist. Medical staff in my Mid-Sussex constituency and right across the country are the backbone of our National Health Service. While doctors and nurses are often front of mind when the public think about the NHS workforce, there are, as we have heard this afternoon, an army of highly skilled professionals who keep our health services running every single day. They save lives, provide comfort in moments of fear, and, as set out so brilliantly by the Honourable Member for North Durham, aid rehabilitation, making people get back to their normal lives.
On that point, will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend give way. I'm conscious that this debate is obviously devolved, but I thought it worth mentioning that the Allied Health Professional Federation's hustings for the Scottish Parliament elections has been taking place earlier today, and topics there included having input from health professionals during primary care and also about some of the crisis around vacancies. But on rehab that she just mentioned, does she agree with me that we need to ensure that allied health professionals get the access they need to, for example, care home patients, so that we can get those people out of hospital and into the right setting to receive the care that they need?
Alison Bennett. Thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and of course she's absolutely right. We know that with the right support, often from allied healthcare professionals, people don't need to present to A&E, and they will be able to get out of hospital and back into suitable accommodation with the right levels of support much more quickly, which is better for them as individuals and will also support the NHS in carrying out its functions more efficiently. Many of our allied healthcare professionals, which are the third largest professional group in the NHS, do such amazing work, as we have heard, and they are central to prevention, diagnosis, treatment and public health. And as pressures on our health and care services have grown, their role has become indispensable. From the paramedic first on the scene in an emergency, to the radiographer enabling rapid diagnosis, to the physiotherapist helping someone regain their independence, these professionals are there at every stage of the patient journey. They are often the difference between life and death, between recovery and long-term disability, and between dependence and independence. And yet their contribution is overlooked. After years of mismanagement, our NHS has been left on its knees. Nowhere is that more visible than in our emergency departments. We have seen avoidable deaths in A&E waiting rooms. We have seen patients waiting hours for ambulances. And we have seen the shocking normalisation of corridor care, patients left on trolleys without privacy, dignity or proper attention. There are now even reports of people receiving end-of-life care in hospital corridors. This is a health system under intolerable strain. Public confidence is being shaken. It is no surprise that 2/3 of people are worried about long A&E waits, and the data is stark. Last year saw the worst level of 12-hour trolley waits ever recorded. On average, hospital trusts are now seeing thousands of patients waiting more than 24 hours in A&E every year. This is unacceptable. And the Liberal Democrats have been leading the call to end corridor care within a year. We believe that this crisis can be tackled, but only with serious practical action, and that includes creating a bank of safety net social care places and expanding step-down care for patients who are medically fit to leave hospital but still need support. And at the heart of that solution are allied healthcare professionals. By delivering rehabilitation packages through physiotherapists, occupational therapists and others, we can help people leave hospital sooner, recover more quickly and regain their independence at home. This is better for patients, and it is essential for freeing up hospital capacity and ending the gridlock in A&E. So I ask the Minister, will the government commit to ending corridor care and 12-hour waits this year? And will the government back that commitment with a real investment in community care, social care and the allied health workforce? Madam Deputy Speaker, if we are to rely on these professionals, as we must and as we already do, then we need to support them properly. Right now, working conditions across the NHS are driving morale into the ground. Staff face inflexible rotas, burnout and, shockingly, workplace violence. That is not sustainable for them or for the patients they serve. The Liberal Democrats have a number of proposals that we would be grateful for the Minister to consider. We would establish a truly independent pay review body. We would expand access to affordable childcare so NHS staff can balance their family with their careers. And we are also calling for action on everyday costs, such as reducing car parking charges in hospitals. These are practical steps that would make a real difference. There are also growing staffing pressures amongst the allied health professionals. The House of Commons Library reports that there has been a 57% increase in allied health professional FTEs over the last decade, rising from 75,000 to 118,000 employees. However, in my conversations with the Royal College of Podiatrists, they describe high vacancy levels for NHS podiatry positions, declining pipelines of applications to study podiatry programmes in England, and rising demand for the services, all the while with the draw to work in the private sector. In physiotherapy, 8 in 10 physiotherapists report they do not have enough staff to meet demand, and yet many services are facing recruitment freezes. These contradictions speak volumes. The long-delayed National Workforce Plan must finally deliver for allied health professionals. It must address regional shortages and embed those roles fully into workforce planning from the outset, not as an afterthought. If the government is serious about shifting care into the community and focusing on prevention, then investment in AHPs is essential. But too often we see a gap between rhetoric and reality. While ministers talk about prevention, funding decisions to continue to prioritise short-term fixes elsewhere. Madam Deputy Speaker, our NHS is one of this country's greatest achievements, but it cannot function without the people who sustain it. Allied health professionals are highly trained, autonomous practitioners. There are nearly 118,000 of them working across NHS in England. They are central to modern multidisciplinary care and to the future of a sustainable NHS. If we want a health service that prevents illness, reduces inequalities and supports people to live healthier, longer lives, then we must recognise and invest in their contribution. We must continue to fight for an NHS that works for patients, and we will continue to stand up for the staff, especially those too often overlooked who are doing everything they can to get our NHS back on its feet, because they deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Shadow Minister Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I wish you a very happy St George's Day. It's a privilege to respond to this debate on behalf of His Majesty's most loyal opposition and to recognise the invaluable contribution of allied health professionals, especially those living and working in my Farnham and Borden constituency. Having spent much of my career in the healthcare sector, including time working for the College of Occupational Therapists, before it was granted its royal title, shows how old I am, I have seen firsthand the critical role these professionals play across health and social care, often without the recognition they deserve. So I congratulate the Honourable Member for Thurrock for leading today's debate and the Honourable Member for Dudley, a physiotherapist herself, for her work in securing it. This House is right to give time to those who do so much, often without fanfare. I do want to especially mention the Honourable Member for North Durham, whose experience of care by allied health professionals was both extraordinarily moving and also amusing. And I've taken his recommendation to have a diet of red meat and cheese to heart. But if this debate is to mean anything, we must address the central issue here, which is workforce. Because without a clear and credible workforce plan, warm words about allied health professionals will not translate into better care for patients. The government's still awaited NHS workforce plan, due this spring, is crucial. It is meant to set out how the ambitions of the 10-year health plan will actually be delivered. Yet without it, there remains real uncertainty about how workforce shortages and rising demand will be addressed, as the Honourable Member for Thurrock highlighted so powerfully when she summed it up as a crisis. And this matters because allied health professionals are already helping to unlock capacity across the system. We see this clearly in the expansion of independent prescribing, which we as Conservatives support. By enabling allied health professionals to take on these responsibilities, pressure is reduced on GPs and specialists, and patients receive faster, more efficient care. It is a practical reform that improves outcomes, but one that depends on proper planning and support to scale. And this challenge doesn't stop in the NHS. It extends directly into education and special educational needs and disabilities provision. As the Vice Chair of the All-Party Group Force End, I see the growing reliance on an expanded workforce of therapists and specialists to support children with additional needs. And from my own experience working alongside occupational therapists early in my career, I know just how critical that support can be in helping children access education and achieve their potential. Yet the pipeline simply does not match the ambition. Training in educational psychologists can take up to 8 years, and other key roles, such as speech and language therapists or occupational therapists, take many years to develop. Without a clear and actionable workforce plan, local authorities are left trying to bridge that gap themselves, often without the certainty or the funding required to do so effectively. Now, I saw this firsthand in Hampshire, as I'm sure you did as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, where proposed changes to therapy provision raised real concerns among professionals in my constituency. But through consultation, the Council listened, protected staff, and expanded the specialist roles. That is the difference between practical, locally informed decision-making, and that is the difference that practical, locally informed decision-making can make, protecting services while improving provision. Unfortunately, by contrast, there is a growing concern that the government's approach risks creating uncertainty rather than clarity. And that is particularly striking when we consider the progress that had begun under the previous Conservative government, rightly outlined by my honourable friend, the member for South West Devon, in her superb speech. Through the AHP strategy and the long-term workforce plan, clear steps were set out to expand the workforce, increase training places, and grow apprenticeship routes into these vital professions. It was not perfect, but it was a plan. What we see now, however, is drift. No published workforce plan, no clear assessment of the impact of recruitment challenges, and decisions that risk weakening the very structures needed to support AHPs. The requirement for integrated care boards to reduce their budgets has already raised serious concerns. The Chartered Society for Physiotherapy has warned about the impact on leadership roles, and we are already seeing a reduction in senior AHP positions across the system. That's not strengthening the workforce, it's undermining it. I give way.
I do thank the honourable member for giving way and very much welcome his comments on supporting the SEND white paper through an allied health professional workforce plan. However, I do find that there is something of amnesiac recollection on that side of the House when it comes to looking at a decline in numbers, particularly of healthcare professionals, and allied health professionals are not unique in this. But perhaps you would like to say what happened to the figures of allied health professionals over the Conservative government's 14 years in office?
Gregory Stafford.
Well, the honourable lady who I serve on the Health and Social Care Committee always raises important points, and I would say to her that what the last government was trying to do, certainly by the end with its workforce plan, the first of its kind, was to ensure that the workforce began to expand again. And that's what I think all of us across this House are hoping this government will build on. However, at the same time, the government has confirmed it has no plans to extend the job guarantee to allied health professionals and has made no assessment of the impact of recruitment delays on patient care. For a government that often speaks about the importance of the NHS, it's difficult to understand why the very professionals who play such a central role in recovery, rehabilitation and patient flow are being overlooked, as the honourable member for Stourbridge passionately highlighted. Because if we're serious about reducing waiting lists, improving outcomes and supporting patients across both health and education, then allied health professionals are not optional, they are essential. But essential services require serious planning. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask the Minister three simple questions. First, when will the NHS workforce plan be published, and how will it specifically address the shortages in allied health professionals? Second, will the government reconsider its decision not to include AHPs in the job guarantee, given the clear need to support and retain this workforce? And third, what steps will be taken to ensure that NHS organisations and local services can recruit and retain AHPs they need, particularly in under-resourced areas? Because without clear answers to those questions, the risk is clear. We will continue to ask more of allied health professionals while giving them less support to deliver. And from what I've seen throughout my career, including with work with occupational therapists, that is not a position I think any of us should accept for the workforce or for the patients who depend on them.
Yeah. Minister Karen Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also add my thanks to my friend, the Honourable Member for Thurrock, for introducing this debate, and my colleague, the Member for Dudley, for her expertise in bringing forward this debate and her role as a physiotherapist. Because I am grateful for the opportunity to set out the practical contribution of AHPs to delivering this government's priorities for health and care. The 10-year health plan, Fit for the Future, and the forthcoming 10-year workforce plan during spring, we're now in spring, hopefully very soon, will be coming, does provide, I agree with many honourable members, it provides the real opportunity to optimise AHP contribution for the years ahead, including by supporting AHPs to work at the top of their skills. As a department, we are very clear that the three shifts patients and the public need, more care in the community, a stronger focus on prevention and better use of digital and data must be delivered in day-to-day services, and AHPs will be central to making that happen. They are, as we've heard, the third largest workforce in the NHS. They include physiotherapists, occupational therapists, radiographers, speech and language therapists, paramedics, dietitians, podiatrists and the arts therapies, among others. They work across hospital, community, primary care, mental health and education settings, bringing regulated, evidence-based practice that supports faster access, better outcomes and better value for the taxpayer. And their contribution is not confined to any single service line. AHPs assess, diagnose, treat and rehabilitate. They support self-management and they work in multidisciplinary teams spanning health, social care and education. And that combination, clinical autonomy alongside team-based working, is exactly what we need to redesign services around neighbourhoods and around people's day-to-day lives. So firstly, on the shift to community, AHPs work across neighbourhoods, primary care and community services, including in people's homes, and they prevent avoidable admissions and they help people leave hospital sooner and recover well. And physiotherapists, occupational therapists and speech and language therapists support rehabilitation and independent living, and paramedics are increasingly part of the urgent community response and neighbourhood teams, helping people get the right care first time closer to home. Secondly, on prevention, it is fundamental to AHP practice, as we've heard. AHPs support earlier intervention for long-term conditions. They play a key role in falls prevention, respiratory disease and musculoskeletal health, and in improving population health well-being. That work helps people stay well and independent, and it reduces pressure on urgent and emergency care and on hospital waiting lists. And that contribution also aligns directly with the government's work and health agenda. By providing early intervention and rehabilitation, AHPs help people with long-term conditions, disability or injury to remain in, return to and thrive in work. And really, I think this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard no better example of the role that they do in the very moving speech by my honourable friend, the member for North Durham. And I thank him for sharing that. And I hope he's enjoying still playing with his son. And it's good to have him here, being able to articulate that experience. It's not easy to do. So it's whether supporting recovery after illness, managing pain and fatigue, or enabling reasonable adjustments and independence, AHPs reduce avoidable time away from employment and help more people to remain economically active, benefiting individuals, employers and the wider economy. And thirdly, on the shift to digital, AHPs are helping to lead the adoption of digital tools to improve access and continuity. That ranges from imaging and diagnostic technologies led by radiographers to virtual rehabilitation, remote monitoring and data-enabled triage. Alongside shared care records, these approaches can support safer, more efficient and more personalised care. Remote consultation should be used where appropriate. Across each of those shifts, AHPs also make an important contribution to mental health and wider well-being. Occupational therapists support recovery and independence, speech and language therapists help address communication needs that can affect engagement, and the arts therapies, which we've heard about this afternoon, including art, music and drama therapy, offer clinically led support, well articulated by many, including my friend the member for Cadet Chase. In neighbourhood teams, these skills can help provide earlier, more joined-up care, including for children and young people. And I also place a particular emphasis on children and young people, as my honourable friend from Thurrock so ably has done, including those with special educational needs and disabilities. AHPs play that vital role in early identification, assessment and intervention, supporting communication, mobility, sensory needs, mental well-being and participation in education and community life. Speech and language therapists, occupational therapists, physios and others work alongside families and schools so that children can develop and learn and thrive, and so that their needs are met early before they escalate. For children with SEND, timely access to AHP support is absolutely fundamental. Those delays do affect speech and language development, social interaction and educational attainment, and they can place additional pressure on families and carers. And that is why the work, which is already in train, working with the Department of Education, NHS England and integrated care boards and partners in local government to strengthen community speech and language therapy and other AHP provision. Our aim is earlier support, closer to home and better joined up services, and I recognise that many members will understandably focus on the current access and waiting times, particularly around speech and language therapy. We all as constituency MPs recognise that, and as the member for Thurrock said, it is critical to achieving the government's ambition. More broadly in neighbourhoods, AHPs support people of all ages to avoid deterioration and to recover well. They do that through rapid assessment, rehabilitation and support management, points well made by the member for South West Devon and Mid Dorset and North Poole. Working alongside GPs, community nursing, social care, mental health services and the voluntary sector, they help prevent complications, reduce frailty and improve long-term condition management, easing pressure on acute services, as my friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, quite rightly said, noting also, can I thank her for her support in supporting George Elliott as they improve their services for her constituents. Delivering these shifts also depends on having the right AHP workforce in the right place, and that includes smaller AHP professions such as podiatry, orthoptics and prosthetics and orthotics, whose specialist skills are not only being able to say it correctly, but are also essential to prevention of independence and quality of life. And through our work with system leaders and professional bodies, we will continue to support education and training routes to improve retention and enable new ways of working across systems so that people can access specialist expertise when they need it. As part of enabling AHPs to work at the top of their skills, which is what we want, we are also taking forward the work to increase the ability of AHPs to prescribe medicines where it is safe and appropriate to do so. Points well made by the member for Richmond Park, and others have noted that duplication issue. And can I confirm to my friend and thank her for her expertise in this area around ODPs? That does include ODPs. We must also address variation in access, including in rural and underserved areas. Neighbourhood delivery models, stronger integration with local authorities and the voluntary sector, and sensible use of digital services can all help broaden reach while maintaining safe, personalised care for those who need face-to-face support. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, AHPs bring the clinical skills and professional leadership to redesign pathways, strengthen neighbourhood teams and intervene earlier so that people receive effective care in the right place at the right time. And my focus as the lead minister for the workforce plan, as a minister in the Department of Health, is to support systems to deliver those priorities. As part of that, I do work closely with the chief allied health professionals, it is a bit of news to both her and myself that there's concern about her ongoing role. We will continue to work closely together. I thank her for her help so far and indeed preparing for this debate. The 10-year plan set the direction to rebuild the NHS, but it absolutely depends on all our staff to deliver it. The long-term workforce plan produced by the previous government essentially looked at supply, but it didn't look at future service models. It didn't look at the role of technology. It didn't ensure sustainability for the future, and it didn't base itself on future workforce models. That is some of the reason we have the problems with, for example, bottlenecks and the frustration, particularly for young people coming out of their training, not being able to get into the right roles at the right place. That is part of the problem that we need to address with the long-term workforce plan. So that with the workforce plan that we are bringing forward in the spring, so that we ensure patients and the public have the services they deserve. And particularly for young people, for children, they get the best start in life. And I look forward to bringing forward these plans. I've been asked again for several meetings. It's always nice to be popular for meetings, Madam Deputy Chair. But I am looking forward to working with people as we bring forward that plan. We are working very closely with all representatives of the sector. I know there's a lot of interest in this work, and I very much look forward to working with honourable members in this House as we go forward with delivering that and working through as we work through for the plan. I will briefly.
Thank you. And I really do appreciate the Minister giving way. I know she's in conclusion at the end of her speech. Just wanted to very specifically ask, I know perhaps we can't reveal the contents of the workforce plan before it is published, obviously, but I think some reassurance that particularly in terms of paediatric care, that the workforce plan does have something in mind when it comes to servicing that send experts at hand provision that is so key to delivering the white paper and so key to young people's life chances, that we will be able to see that when it is evident, hopefully very soon.
Well, I was literally at my last word, so let me go back. She tempts me to reveal more about that as it comes forward. Obviously, we're not waiting for the workforce plan to work with our colleagues, as I said, across the Department of Education, NHS England, locally with ICBs and so on, to make sure we deliver that on that ambition. And we will, of course, be setting out the overarching plan and where we want to have people in the future. And I look forward to working with her and others about how that will work, and we certainly want to engage with colleagues across the piece. That SEND paper, as she rightly knows, is central to the, we all know this is part of our constituency and central to the government's wider ambitions. We are due to publish that in the spring. I look forward to doing that very soon. I look forward to honourable members working on that, and I thank them for their debate and contributions this afternoon.
Yeah. Jen Craft to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everyone who has contributed to this debate today. As the Honourable Member for Dudley said, this is the first time a debate around the contribution of allied health professionals has taken place in this place, and I think it is really important to acknowledge the contribution they make to our health services and to our healthcare role in general. A particular thanks to the Honourable Member, my honourable friend from North Durham, for sharing his very personal story about the contribution of so many different allied health professionals on bringing him back to health and restoring, basically bringing him back to life, which I think summed up perfectly the absolutely crucial role that these many different professions play and the impact that they can have. And thanks as well to the Honourable Member for Stourbridge for both her contribution and her work as an allied health professional. As someone who has had 2 C-sections, the entire operating theatre staff were crucial to that being a much better experience than I think anyone could have anticipated. But just a final plea to the Minister, who, and thank you very much for her comments, and particularly for being gracious in accepting my intervention at the last minute, to make sure that in the forthcoming workforce plan, that this absolutely vital part of our NHS that is crucial to delivering those 2 strands from sickness to prevention and hospital to community particularly are not overlooked, and that their contribution is both valued and given due prominence.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
On the point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Joy Morrissey.
The government placed a WMS on today's order paper to update the House on the much-troubled Ajax armoured fighting vehicle program. However, the media are now reporting within the last 2 hours that according to urgent briefing from the Ministry of Defence themselves, this statement will now be delayed until later next week, due to the need to seek further interdepartmental approval across Whitehall. Given that the Strategic Defence Review was published months late, the Defence Investment Plan, including vital new equipment programs, is still unpublished 9 months on, and now the MOD are even putting out WMSs in the order paper and then refusing to publish them. The department seems clearly to be in a state of chaos, and can Madam Deputy Speaker advise me on how we can force the MOD to clarify this utterly confusing situation even later today or on Monday at the very latest?
Can I thank the honourable member for giving notice of her point of order? This House is entitled to expect that when written statements should be delivered to the House, it must be done promptly on the day the government has given notice that they will be made. The government front bench will have heard the member's point of order and may wish to verify what is happening about the written statement. The honourable member may wish to take advice from the table office as to steps she can take to obtain clarity on the substance of the matter. Which brings us to the backbench debate on reform of the driver and vehicle licensing agency. Can I ask those members who are leaving to do so quickly and quietly? And I call Vicky Slade, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for granting time for this debate on a topic that I know, and I can see from the number of people around me, it regularly fills the inboxes of honourable and right honourable members from across the House. This debate is primarily about two closely connected issues. First, whether the DVLA is fit for purpose in how it delivers its current responsibilities, and secondly, whether it is equipped to play the role it should in improving road safety. Let me be clear from the outset, this is not about blaming the staff of the DVLA who work under immense pressure and whom my constituents praise when they are able to get through. It is about whether the systems they are required to use are modern, fair and safe, and whether they serve the public properly. There is no doubt that the DVLA is a large and busy organisation. Last year alone, it issued 12.5 million driving licences, 17.9 vehicle registration certificates, and handled more than 14 million contact centre inquiries. It is an agency that most people will interact with frequently throughout their life. On the surface, the DVLA's latest customer satisfaction survey looks positive, with reported satisfaction of 92%. But that figure masks a serious problem. Satisfaction drops by 20% when it comes to medical driving licences, and by 34% when people are asked about the time taken to reach decisions.
Will the honourable member give way?
Of course.
I'm very grateful. She mentions the business of medical decisions, and MPs and our caseworkers are, of course, not qualified to, we don't have the medical knowledge in most cases to be able to determine somebody's fitness to drive. And while it's lovely for us to be able to restore people's licences by intervening in their cases, does she agree with me that this really shouldn't be our job?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I actually come on to some of those specific issues shortly. You know, our teams are incredible. They work really hard across the House, both here in Westminster and down in our constituencies. But this shouldn't be necessary. People shouldn't only get the help they need when their MP steps in.
Would you give way on that point?
Of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. And as has been raised, a lot of my constituents say it's a two-tier system. Effectively, if you're able to use the digital system, it's extremely fast. If you've got a medical condition, you have to use the paper form, which creates all sorts of administrative problems that we end up chasing up. And I would just say, if I go by what my caseworkers say, they say the DVLA is one of the worst at responding to MPs' officers as well. I wonder if she thinks that the system's got to change.
I thank my honourable friend and neighbour for his comments on that. I think there's a top three in terms of the departments, and I'm afraid the DVLA certainly does come into that, and I'll come on to some specific cases shortly. When constituents come to my office, they are frustrated, but they're also really anxious. They've followed DVLA guidance, they've declared their medical conditions, or they've reapplied for their licence after a temporary suspension, and then they wait, often for months, with no meaningful updates. The DVLA's own strategic priority is to drive up digital, yet in practice the medical licensing system remains stubbornly analogue. The department does not routinely use email, it does not proactively chase missing documents, it does not provide status updates, and it still relies on posting medical questionnaires to GPs and consultants. Unless someone chases their MP, who then chases the DVLA and then pushes the constituent to chase their clinician, cases simply stall. Applicants are left idling with no sense of when or if the system will move them forward. This is not a functioning public service. Let me give you one example, which sadly is not unusual. Ellie submitted a medical questionnaire in March 2025 relating to possible epilepsy. Her symptoms stopped following B12 injections, and her consultant confirmed in writing that she was fit to drive. 6 months later, she received a call from the DVLA and confirmed to them there had been no further episodes. Then a month after that, her licence was revoked, without her even being notified. She only discovered this in January 2026 when she happened to check her driving licence online. When she contacted the DVLA, she was told a medical questionnaire was missing, one that had never been sent to her. And after resubmitting the forms in February this year, she was informed the original paperwork from last year couldn't be located. A full year after first engaging with the DVLA, her case is now classed as high priority after daily contact from her, sometimes 12 times in a day. No one should have to fight that hard to prove they're safe to drive. And the underlying issue is simple. The DVLA is stuck in manual while the rest of us are on automatic. Medical applications are processed strictly in date order, correspondence with clinician happens by post, and returned documents then sit in another queue. This is a system designed around administrative convenience, not the human impact.
My honourable friend give way.
Of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I think she is really illustrating the challenges, and I'm looking forward to the Minister's response, because hopefully, given some of the nods I've seen on the opposition, the government benches as well, they agree. I've got a constituent, actually a councillor, who wanted to be a driving instructor, and he's experienced the same delays. Does she agree with me that what we want to hear from the Minister is an update in relation to putting those systems online so that they're on a parallel with everything else?
I thank my honourable friend for intervening at that point. I have a taxi driver who's stuck in a similar situation, so this isn't just people who want to drive, it's people who have to drive. Yeah. And as our population ages, the scale of this challenge is growing. Last year alone, medical licence reviews increased by 16% to more than 850,000. The need to digitise this part of the system is not optional, it's now urgent. Some constituents are told not to worry, because they may be able to drive under Section 88 of the Road Traffic Act. I can see the Minister is agreeing. But Section 88 only applies in limited circumstances. It doesn't cover cases where a licence has been revoked, and it creates real uncertainty. It forces people to navigate legal and insurance risks without a sat-nav to assist them. I have a resident who was travelling to Portugal. He wasn't able to invoke Section 88 abroad. I have another who was told that her no claims discount on her insurance would be cancelled if it took much longer to get her licence back. A no claims bonus she had worked on for 17 years. But this problem does not only affect older drivers or those renewing licences. Young people are caught out too. Constituents like Max and Maisie, who declared childhood medical conditions when applying for their provisional licence, waited 6 months with no progress beyond being told there was information required. In both cases, provisional licences were issued shortly after my office intervened, showing that the system can respond quickly when pressure is applied. But young people should not have to rely on MP interventions simply to take their driving lessons and participate in everyday life. This is not just anecdotes from constituency offices. The Public Accounts Committee found in 2023 that since 2020, 3 million people applying for licences by post or declaring medical conditions experienced significant delays. Over the same period, almost all of the 17 million people applying online without medical conditions had their licences processed within 3 working days. Great service should be available to everyone, not just the healthiest. And various charities reinforce this picture. Epilepsy UK reports increasing calls from drivers who've complied with all the guidance, whose clinicians have returned all of the information and yet remain unable to drive for months after being medically eligible. Diabetes UK has shared DVLA data showing that fewer than 5% of medically restricted licence reviews result in refusal or revocation, suggesting that the vast majority of people caught up in the delays pose no greater risk to road safety. Which brings me to the second part of this debate. If the DVLA is to move beyond processing delays and play a meaningful role in improving road safety, we need to talk about eyesight. The UK eyesight testing regime is out of step with other nations and largely unchanged since 1937. It relies heavily on self-declaration and a basic number plate test, with no mandatory eyesight checks after passing the driving test. The government's road safety strategy suggests introducing mandatory eye tests at licence renewal for drivers over 70. I want to be absolutely clear, this is not about targeting older drivers. Vision loss does not follow a special birthday, and focusing solely on age risks undermining public confidence and missing the real issue. If safety is the goal, an age-based approach alone misses the mark. I spoke to the Honourable Member for Leicester South, who couldn't be here this afternoon, he's an optometrist. He told me he frequently sees patients whose eyesight is far below safe driving standards. He described the fact that some of his patients couldn't actually see the board, let alone the letters on the board, and yet he is unable to inform the DVLA or even their GP of their inability to see properly. I also met with the Association of Optometrists, who welcomed the principle of mandatory testing, but warned that limiting it to over 70s is short-sighted. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Vision can deteriorate at any age, so testing should be linked to licence renewal, currently every 10 years for most drivers. And there is a wider opportunity here. Eye tests can detect serious conditions such as glaucoma, cataracts, cancer and lupus. Allowing optometrists to share their results digitally with ophthalmology services could reduce pressure on the NHS, allow people to be diagnosed earlier, therefore having a lesser impact on their sight, and improve road safety. Residents in my constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole agree. Alan told me it's not just about reading number plate at a distance. He raised the issue of reflex testing and also said it's essential to read on the move, signposts, hazards and vehicle instruments, and raised particular concerns about nighttime driving, which is not assessed as part of the driving test. Alison welcomed mandatory testing because she found that family members who were no longer fit to drive were difficult to persuade to give up their licence. She concluded that without a formal test and a medically trained person making the decision, unsafe drivers would continue to add unnecessary risk to the road. A 2025 Prevention of Future Deaths report described the current system for enforcing vision standards as ineffective and unsafe. While workload concerns for the DVLA are real by extending this, safety has to come first. Now, I welcome the road safety strategy, which goes some way in recognising the role of driver licensing in improving safety. However, it fails to address the issue of cognition and to acknowledge that many people continue to drive because they have no alternative. In rural areas where bus services are patchy at least, or without joined-up working between the NHS and the DVLA, alongside full digitisation of the licensing process, serious concerns remain about whether the system is fair and whether the improvements of road safety that we all want to see will be fully realised. So I have a number of questions for the Minister. First, can the Minister update the House on when the long-promised digital medical licensing system will go live, and whether it will include automatic chasing of medical information and real-time status updates for applicants? Secondly, will the Minister confirm whether the system of medical licences and the list of notifiable conditions are under review, given how few cases result in revocation? Thirdly, on eyesight, how many of the 62 deaths linked to poor vision in the decade to 2023 were actually caused by drivers over 70? Given that 4,000 bus and lorry drivers had their licences revoked for eyesight issues in the past 3 years, none of whom is likely to be over 70, why does the strategy focus almost exclusively on older drivers rather than vision standards? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I previously asked in this place whether we can expect a road safety bill in the next King's Speech to turn strategy into reality. I did not receive an answer. I urged my constituents to respond to the open consultation before 11th of May, and I asked the Minister to set out next steps, including how they are working with NHS colleagues and when this House can expect legislation to genuinely reduce the risks on our roads.
The question is, as on the order paper, honourable members might be interested to know that we'll come to the front benches at 4:30. There's about 10 standing, so you can work out there won't be a need for a time limit unless people talk for an excess of 10 minutes each. Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and North Pool for securing this very important debate. Roads are the arteries of our nation, keeping us and our economy moving. And the rules governing our roads rely on being able to identify vehicles and their drivers, something which is the responsibility of the DVLA. This really matters. It matters to HMRC for road tax to pay for upkeep. It matters to those of us who want to walk, drive and cycle safely. It matters to the police who use it to work out who is using our roads and when. And when the rules of the road are not enforced, when people flout them with no punishment, it degrades trust. Now, there are two elements of the DVLA systems that, in my view, are failing and that I'd like to highlight today. First, the regulation of number plate sales, and second, the rise of ghost vehicle owners due to no registered keeper. Let me start with number plates. The little piece of plastic on the front of a vehicle is something that most people, hopefully, never have to think too much about. However, these number plates are the quiet bedrock of how we enforce the rules of our roads. Number plates should tell us who owns a car, and they should be readable by cameras so the police can use automatic number plate recognition software that is essential to their work. In many other countries, number plates are treated as what they are, passports for our roads. They are highly regulated. In France, for example, vehicles are allocated a plate for life, no changes. In many other countries, only one or a few companies can sell plates. The UK system looks absurd in comparison. To become a number plate supplier here, you simply pay a £40 one-off fee to the DVLA. There are no background checks, no criminal checks whatsoever. This has led to a situation where the UK has over 34,000 suppliers registered as selling number plates with the DVLA. For context, that is 4 times the number of petrol stations in Britain. If the DVLA had the ability to check all of these companies were doing the right thing, i.e. that the companies were asking for ownership documents and ID documents when they sold a number plate to someone and only selling plates that were fully readable, the situation would be fine. But the DVLA doesn't do this, and they will never have the ability to check for a system so large. Now, I have no doubt that most people buying a number plate are doing so for innocent reasons. But it is crystal clear that many people are buying dodgy number plates to make themselves invisible to speed cameras, avoid paying road charges, and to commit very serious crimes. And unscrupulous sellers are allowing this to happen. I'll give you an example. In 2025, a young man was murdered in cold blood in Slough, and the police eventually worked out that the killer's car was using a cloned plate. When the police found that car, it had no plates on, but it had a stash of different registration plates in the back. They found the person who'd sold the clone plates, and he was fined £5,500 and removed from the DVLA's register for 5 years, after which time he's perfectly allowed to start selling number plates all over again. There is currently a live rape case, which I won't go into any detail on, where a driver used a ghost number plate on his vehicle when he committed the alleged offence. I have heard so many cases of drug dealers using ghost plates to go undetected by ANPR, fraudsters copying other people's number plates. While these dodgy companies sell cloned number plates without a second thought, law-abiding drivers are left to pick up the pieces as they fight to prove their innocence in crimes or against huge financial penalties. I really think that dodgy number plate sellers are a public scandal waiting to happen. They are the next chapter of the candy shops or the dodgy vape shop story, which are really fronts for money laundering and criminality. Now, Rochdale Trading Standards have been superb at exposing this. Their work has uncovered links between DVLA-accredited suppliers and individuals with histories of murder, firearms, drugs, robbery, violent assault. You couldn't make it up. In one of their inspections, they found 20 number plates which were sold with none of the legally required ID checks or proof of vehicle checks. Almost half of these plates were later linked by the police to serious and organised crime. Rochdale Trading Standards officers described finding DVLA registered suppliers operating out of back bedrooms, garden sheds. One supplier was at number 33 Smith Street, the next supplier was at number 35 Smith Street. I hope this paints a picture of the very serious systemic failings about how the DVLA operates on number plate sales in Britain. And when you think that some estimates say that up to 1 in 15 of all vehicles on UK roads have some kind of non-compliant plate, you can see the scale of the problem. Some of these suppliers are using ghost materials so routinely that even law-abiding members of the public may be inadvertently buying ghost plates. So I would urge anyone listening to this, if you do need to buy a number plate, please make sure that the seller asks you for your car ownership document and for your ID. If they don't, you are buying from an illegal seller who is breaking the law. Last year, the APPG for Transport Safety carried out an inquiry into registration plates and made 10 recommendations, all of which I believe the government should implement. They included banning the use of 3D and 4D plates, introducing background checks on suppliers, and restricting the number of licensed sellers. Now, I'd like to praise the government for committing to action on this in the road safety strategy, and in particular pay tribute to the member for Nottingham South, who's been absolutely great. But can I ask the Minister, can he give us an update on when he hopes that some of these system changes will be made to tighten up the number plate system? In particular, can I ask the Minister to ask the DVLA what is going on with banning in 3D, 4D plates, as these are the vast majority of ghost plates? And is he also able to update on when the next DFT roadside survey will take place, because the last one was in 2023? Now, I'd like to move on to the second topic I'm concerned about, vehicle registered keeper information. Even if you have a fully compliant number plate, it's still possible for a driver to cheat the rules, to become a ghost on the roads in another way. All cars should have a registered keeper listed with the DVLA, but unfortunately, lax rules mean many cars don't, and their owners are therefore completely untraceable. Think about it. Hit and runs, excessive speeding, running red lights. Even if a vehicle gets caught on camera doing any of those things, if the DVLA has no information about who owns the vehicle, there is no way to hold them to account. Now, according to the DVLA, 7% of vehicles have no registered keeper, and they argue that the majority of all of these are in the motor trade. But I just do not think that's true. I'll have a personal anecdote to explain why. Last summer, I was out with the roads policing team in West Brom, and the ANPR in the police car kept dinging every 30 seconds. I said to the officer, "What is it that's setting off the ANPR?" And the officer said, "Those are cars with no registered keeper." And today, The Guardian has covered a shocking FOI request made by the British Parking Association to the DVLA. Now, sometimes when a car has no registered keeper or it has an outdated or incorrect keeper address, the DVLA registered the car to their own address. Now, the DVLA has admitted in this FOI that at the latest count, 18,260 vehicles are currently registered to the DVLA's own office in Swansea. The rise of these ghost owners undermines our ability to enforce the rules of our road, and it's not just a safety risk. I spoke to the Motor Insurers Bureau about the rise in the number of collisions where one party cannot be traced, either because the vehicle had no registered keeper, or because the number plate is fake or a ghost plate, or because the driver raced away. We all pay a premium on our insurance to cover when uninsured or untraceable drivers are involved in a collision, and that is adding up to £50 on all our insurance premiums every year. There's also a big cost, or rather a big loss, to the public sector through this issue as well. Now, I feel the pain as much as anyone when you get slapped with a parking ticket when you think you've done the right thing, or a fine for driving down the wrong road. But there are some people who are flouting the rules constantly, and they are getting away with it through things like having no registered keeper, or when they register with a nip farm so that their fine gets sent to a PO box, which is totally anonymous, and the fine doesn't get passed on. Since I started doing this work, I've realised how much of an issue unpaid fines are. In Hackney, for example, a single individual owes the council £250,000. I recently asked my council, Sandwell, how much was owed to them, and I was shocked to discover that almost 1/3 of PCNs had gone unpaid since last April, equating to £1.2 million. Can you imagine what this money could have been spent on? Now, I'll finish because I know others want to speak. There are a great many good people who work in the DVLA, as the Honourable Member opposite mentions, and I know because I've spoken to lots of them. But what is failing here is the system of how we sell the very plates that identify all our vehicles, and how we regulate and monitor who actually owns the cards on our roads. I know the DVLA have got a lot on, but this is a very serious problem, and there is a huge opportunity to grasp here by fixing this system for the future. I will do.
making a really excellent speech, and it's reminded me of a conversation that I had in my constituency recently around the area of Who in Plymstock, where they have really antisocial behaving drivers going around. And one of the police officers that I was with there, actually, we weren't even talking about the fact that they're registered to DVLA. Does she find it extraordinary, the number that are also registered to Mickey Mouse?
That is absolutely true. Registered to Mickey Mouse, registered to other big organisations' addresses. There is simply no checks whatsoever on who people register vehicles to, which means people are doing really dangerous, really antisocial things and getting away with it. So the Labour Party manifesto committed us to taking back our streets, and reforming the DVLA will help us tackle the racers, the fraudsters, the drug dealers, the dodgy number plate sellers who are making our constituents' lives a misery. This situation has gone on for too long, and I hope now that the government is committed to action on this, we can finally catch the ghost plates and catch the ghost owners on our road and make everyone and all our roads safer for us all.
Zoe Franklin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm really grateful to the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and Northpool for securing this important debate. I want to keep my contributions brief and focus on the story of just one of my Guildford constituents, though I have had correspondence with many more. And I want to speak about this story because I think it really captures why the DVLA is in urgent need of reform. So when someone reports a medical condition, and we've heard about medical conditions from my honourable friend already, when they report to the DVLA, I really think they are doing it for the right reasons. They're complying with the law, they're putting the safety of their fellow road users ahead of their own convenience. But too often the system does not respond in kind. So my constituent is living with stage 4 lung cancer. Despite them being asymptomatic, they responsibly surrendered their licence in August 24. They did so without hesitation because they understood their responsibilities and they wanted to be a good citizen. Their consultant has since confirmed they are medically fit to drive. And on that basis, they applied to have their licence reinstated in July last year. When I spoke to them last week, 9 months later, they're still waiting for a decision. 9 months. During that time, they submitted multiple complaints, one in January, again later that month, finally in March through the DVLA's own direct complaint system, which promises a response within 10 days. Not one of those complaints has received a reply. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's not simply a backlog. That is a system that has lost sight of the fact that its administrative processes have real human consequences. While managing a life-limiting illness, my constituent has also had to manage months of uncertainty about when or even whether a decision will be made, and the daily restrictions that come from living without a driving licence. And of course, we've already heard, this isn't an isolated case. Across the country, constituents are waiting months for medical decisions, often with minimal communication, and there is a clear pattern. Straightforward cases move quickly, and complex cases, the ones that need the most care, judgment, and often are the most urgent because the circumstances of the individual wait the longest. My constituents, remember, with no symptoms my constituents have no symptoms, and that would disqualify them from driving, and they've been left in limbo again for 9 months without explanation. The DVLA's target is to resolve most medical cases in 50 days. But even if the target were met consistently, which we know it is not, we should really be asking, I think, whether 50 days is an acceptable length of time for someone's independence to be put on hold. The impact is real. People can't get to work, they miss medical appointments, they lose their independence, and they become isolated from the support networks they rely on. Thankfully, my constituent can use public transport, but in so many honourable colleagues' constituencies, particularly the rural ones, a driving licence is not a luxury, it is a lifeline. And the strain on this system is only going to increase. The proposed introduction of eye testing for drivers over 70 may be sensible for road safety, but it's only going to increase the volume of medical assessments that we already know the DVLA is not coping in terms of processing. So how is it going to cope when it's already failing so many? Reform really isn't optional, and it's really, really urgent for my constituent and for all of our constituents who are contacting us on a daily basis. And I'm afraid digitisation is not going to fix this alone. What we need alongside that digitisation is a far more basic, clear decision-making timelines, reliable communication with applicants, and better coordination between DVLA and the NHS and other agencies so medical evidence can be promptly assessed. I really hope the Minister in his closing remarks will be able to set out a clear timeline for the reform so that I can reassure my constituents, and in particular the constituent I have referenced today. I just want to round off by saying again, if we ask people to follow the rules and they are putting other people before themselves and surrendering their licence, then the state has a duty to respond promptly and proportionately. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the West Midlands, the average waiting time for a driving test is 22 weeks, up from 12 weeks in October 2022. 22 weeks is nearly 6 months, and it will often mean that young people are unable to take a driving test before their A-levels or leaving home for university. When I was growing up in Atherstone, getting my driving licence was a milestone for my independence. It meant I could see friends, share the driving with my parents when they picked me up at the end of term from university, and take up jobs that simply weren't reachable by bus. And when I reached 21, driving the Leeds University nighttime women's minibus provided me with a good income, some great fun, and I was providing an excellent service. In fact, without learning to drive as a teenager and building up my confidence in driving, I wouldn't have been able to drive a group of students from Leeds down to London and also across to Manchester to protest against Section 28. That's why I find it so frustrating that so many young people in North Warwickshire and Bedworth are now stuck on endless waiting lists for their driving tests. In a rural area with poor bus connections and unreliable timetables, the driving licence is not a luxury, it's crucial. It gives young people the independence and confidence to pursue education, training and work in neighbouring towns and cities. I also want to talk about the freight and logistics industry, one of the largest employers in my constituency, offering excellent apprenticeships and training opportunities for school leavers ready to start their careers. But buses simply don't run frequently or at the right times for shifts to these hubs. My constituents who are waiting for driving tests are effectively locked out of these opportunities. I want to raise the case of an elderly constituent of mine. She'd called me after her driving licence was stuck with the DVLA, preventing her from being able to get around. My team and I contacted the DVLA and spoke to a member of the team who reissued her driving licence fairly promptly. She told me how grateful she was and how much this would help her. But it shouldn't have to take MPs to deal with that. For people like her, a driving licence is a lifeline to allow them to get to appointments, shops and nearby villages and towns, to see friends and to stop being isolated. The DVLA must process these requests in a timely manner to ensure that people are not left isolated in rural communities. In 2021, the UK experienced a huge shortage of HGV drivers. This was compounded by the delays in tests for HGV licences. Luckily, that situation has improved, but current practical test wait times are broadly acceptable at around 3 weeks, but the real problem is with the availability of theory tests for HGV drivers. As HGV candidates must sit multiple theory tests, they are...
It might be helpful if I were to highlight that driving tests are not governed by the DVLA, that's the DVSA, and the subject of this afternoon's debate is very specifically the DVLA. So perhaps members might take that as a point of information and constrain their remarks to the DVLA, please. Rachel Taylor.
My apologies. I think when most of our constituents think of the DVLA and the DVSA, they think of one and the same, but I do thank Madam Deputy Speaker for correcting me on that point. I think it's still fair to say that young people need access to their driving licence, and also many people with health conditions who might have to hand in their driving licence and wait for it to come back are reliant on that coming back quickly. I know my own mum has to take my dad around for hospital appointments, can't get to her nearest shop, can't go out to see her friend. And so these things have real impacts when people suffer minor strokes and they have their driving licence not returned. So it's a situation that the government does need to look at, and I would be grateful for anything the Minister could tell us to inform the situation. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and North Pool for bringing this debate forward.
Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool, for bringing such an important debate. Recently, I was contacted by a young person in my constituency who has been trying and failing to get a provisional licence for 3 years after a series of medical issues. Despite being cleared safe to drive, and according to the DVLA standards ready for their licence, their application has not progressed and the DVLA has been impossible to contact. As a knock-on effect of the DVLA's poor management, they're struggling to get work, to travel to interviews, and must rely on family and friends to get anywhere. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident. The Public Accounts Committee found that over 3 million people across the country have experienced long delays in the application process, leading to lost income and lost opportunities. The DVLA seemingly operates a two-tier system where the simple cases breeze through and difficult cases such as those with medical conditions are seemingly ignored and left to gather dust. Another constituent just yesterday wrote to me that the situation with the DVLA caused her so much stress she decided just to give up, having lost all hope. Even though she'd made a formal complaint that they were meant to respond to within 10 working days, the DVLA took nearly 50 days to respond. I would urge the government to treat the reform of the DVLA seriously. Changes need to be made alongside reform of the DVSA so that the two departments can best manage issues and the current backlog of cases. The delay in responding to medical licenses and complaints is symptomatic of a larger problem. Inefficiencies across the whole system, from non-compliance to VED, leading to the loss of vital revenue for the government. The ability to drive gives a person their independence, especially in rural areas, and these administrative errors affect real people's lives, and I would again urge the government to take these reforms seriously. Thank you.
Speaker. Can I first thank the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and North Pool for securing this backbench debate. It's a really important debate, and I'd like to start by saying very grateful to the members on the Liberal Democrat benches, the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool, the member for Guildford and the member for Melksham and Devizes, who just spoke, for raising some issues that I'm going to touch on shortly as well. Because people having all manner of problems with the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency, the DVLA, is something that my office has also had to deal with time and time again, and still regularly does. I, like colleagues on the Liberal Democrat benches, wanted to highlight the specific issue of people, often elderly, who've had to surrender their licences due to medical concerns and then have experienced trouble as a result. Often, even once they're medically cleared to drive again, it can take many months for the DVLA to return their licences. I want to give 3 examples today, Madam Deputy Speaker. Real people living in Erewash having their lives unnecessarily disrupted because of pure and simple administrative delay and failure. I've got a couple in Breaston in my constituency, one of whom had their licence taken away after a routine medical checkup. They were pretty quickly cleared medically again, but it then still took 2 months for the DVLA to restore their licence. They'd even been in the process of selling their car at the time, and the sale of the car was completely disrupted. Similarly, my team recently helped a man in Ilkeston who waited 4 months from being cleared to drive to having his licence returned to him. And at the issues most extreme, my team helped a woman recently who had her licence taken away due to moderate sleep apnea. She, too, was quickly okayed to drive again after further medical assessment, only for the DVLA to take 7 months to finally give her her licence back. These cases aren't old cases. I'm not picking... I'm only picking the sort of 3 worst from the last 18 months that I've been a Member of Parliament, and all of these cases have been handled by my team in recent months, and they were only resolved because of a Member of Parliament's intervention. We've heard from colleagues across the House today, Madam Deputy Speaker, how that is deeply inappropriate. Members of Parliament should not have to step in to resolve these cases. It's simply not good enough. In Erewash, 4 in every 5 households depend on a car to get around. I'm always advocating personally for more and better public transport and indeed engage with the Minister regularly on this front. We've also got some good services and connections, but going without a car for months on end is simply not just an inconvenience for my constituents, it's an enormously disruptive problem that prevents people from getting around their day-to-day lives. I think that, Madam Deputy Speaker, especially in anticipation of new rules coming forward to make our roads safer, someone really needs to look at how the DVLA handles health-related cases and interacts with elderly drivers. I think clearer timelines would be beneficial, as would improved communication between the DVLA and the people who are forced to rely on their services. I would greatly appreciate if the Minister could comment on his work and his department's work on that front during his comments later. For me, Madam Deputy Speaker, what most needs to be recognised here is that a lot of people who have lost their licence and not had them back for months through no fault of their own, not being able to drive means that their life is put on hold. It's not right, and I seriously hope that the DVLA can get it sorted.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool, for securing this debate. Dozens of my constituents have come to me with stories of DVLA failure. Each carries a variation of the same theme, a system that has let them down, often involving delays in licence renewals or restorations related to medical conditions. Take the case of one self-employed constituent. Due to delays with restoring their licence, they lost more than £60,000 worth of work. For months, their livelihood, security and mental health were left hanging by a thread. Only after pressure from my office was the matter resolved. This was a medical case and the DVLA failed to justify the delay. Another constituent, who must renew every 3 years owing to a medical condition, had their licence rejected because the DVLA claimed they had changed their name. This was incorrect. That single administrative error cost them 6 months of their licence. A third constituent appealed the decision on their medical fitness. In response, the DVLA sent them the full medical records of another person. The department then spent 3 months arguing with the GP practice over the medical fee. The DVLA were only prepared to pay a fraction of what the GP wanted. My constituent offered to pay the difference to end the argument, but this was refused, and they had to make an inconvenient journey to a distant DVLA-approved GP. And when the licence eventually came, it was granted for 1 year only. The case has been ongoing for over 3 years, having originally been with my predecessor. These are just some of the cases affecting my constituents. The common denominator is not the medical condition itself, it is that every one of them involves a medical issue and every one of them has been delayed for reasons the DVLA has never made clear. The DVLA does not operate in isolation. It depends on GPs, consultants and the wider NHS to provide the evidence it needs to make decisions. When those channels fail, the DVLA fails with them, and my constituents are the ones who pay the price. Through a Freedom of Information request, a constituent discovered the backlog for medical renewals alone stands in excess of 260,000 cases. As has been mentioned earlier, the 2023 Public Accounts Committee report found that nearly 3 million people notifying the DVLA of medical conditions had experienced long delays, with some losing employment and income as a direct consequence. Of the committee's 11 recommendations, the then government accepted 10. The one it declined was a strategic review of how cases involving medical conditions were handled, bringing together the DVLA, the Department of Health and Social Care and the NHS. My casework suggests that rejection of that recommendation was short-sighted. One of my constituents waited 5 months simply for a constituent to be asked to review their records. Never mind all the steps that had to happen after that. 5 months. The DVLA knows the problem. The Department of Health knows the problem. My constituents certainly know the problem. The only question left is whether this government does. Chris Blow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool for securing today's debate. It's one of those occasions when I don't actually have a written speech from my staff, but I had a constituent come to visit me at my most recent surgery. Most people, I suspect, use some sort of caseworking system, and I think I'm up to close to 20,000 at the moment. But this member of the public was one of, I think, between 2,000 and 3,000, and I was kind of shocked to see someone who'd come to me so early was still on our database. And I was reminded of this extraordinary case of Mr. Fleming, who's allowed me to talk about his case, who had an incredible moment in his life where he was told he had a benign tumour in his brain. And the incredible shock of that moment, a young man with children. And he went through the whole process of diagnosis, of treatment, and thankfully it was benign. And he managed to get himself back to full health. And to be quite frank, the DVLA have acted in a way that I find completely unacceptable for an institution that is meant to serve the people of this country. Now, parliamentary language means I can't actually say the words that I said to him at my surgery on Saturday. But it shouldn't be the case that someone who has gone through the 6-month wait after a procedure, who has had it medically proven that their sight has not changed or deteriorated through over this 2-year process, should still be waiting for an answer about when they are getting their licence back. This is a constituent of mine who has worked for HMRC, who has worked with the public, who has helped businesses, who is a public servant. It takes him an extra 3 hours to get to and from work now because of the situation that he has been forced into. Now, I credit the HMRC, which is something I don't usually do in this place, but they have actually given him the ability to work from home more often. But he wants to be in the office. He wants to lead his team to provide a quality service for the people that he works with. And shamefully, he has had to choose semi-retirement now because he has still not got his licence back. Not only did he have to go through the process of thinking about whether he may die, he now feels isolated, feels like his self-worth has been diminished, just because he wants to do the basic thing, which was to go out and provide for his family. Now, I was shocked when I became an MP about the fact that 85% of my casework is about chasing public institutions to do the job that they're meant to do. You know, my honourable member from North Warwickshire mentioned the DVSA. We could have a whole debate on the DFSA as well, but I know we're not allowed to, Madam Deputy Speaker, right now. But it's just unacceptable that just because you send an email with a Parliament email address, that suddenly the seas part and that these things are resolved. It's just unacceptable because, quite frankly, some of my constituents will not come to me to support them. Some of them don't know that that's something that I could help them with, and quite frankly, it shouldn't be in that way. So, again, thank the member for bringing this debate forward, because I can only imagine that Kevin in my constituency is not the only person that's been impacted like this, that has had to make a huge financial decision to get on with their life that will undoubtedly impact the way he can support his children moving forward. And so I know the Minister, I'm sure, will respond to all of the points put forward by everybody today, but this just isn't about an administrative process. This isn't just about trying to get some waiting list times down. This is having a material impact on the people that we represent every day. And to be quite frank, that is just beyond the realms of my thinking right now, how this is being allowed to happen. Sorry. Yeah.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a passionate speech. But I think there's a real danger when these delays are having such an impact on our constituents, that our constituents and others will be led to think that they won't be honest about medical conditions in order that they can keep driving licences. And the knock-on effect of that in terms of safety on our streets is unimaginable.
I can completely concur with that point. We're asking people to play by the rules, and yet, quite frankly, the rules don't work for them either. So I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, just by adding, I would just also like to pay tribute to the work for the member from West Bromwich on ghost plates. It's a moment of pride to be on her, named on her bill, but she has done an extraordinary job in trying to fight what, to be quite frank, is an issue across county lines in a rural constituency like mine, which is having a huge impact on safety and criminal activity. So I think if the question is if this organisation is the DVLA fit for purpose, I think my constituents would probably say no.
Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's debate and congratulate my honourable friend for securing it. I too wish to focus this afternoon on the experience of those navigating the medical licence renewal process. But I want to begin by acknowledging that the DVLA is aware of its shortcomings in this area. When the Chief Executive, Tim Moss, appeared before the Public Accounts Committee in October last year, he was forthcoming and he acknowledged that too many people wait too long for decisions on medical licence cases. He outlined a two-stage transformation programme, the migration to a new casework platform, completed in September, followed by a new medical services platform intended to digitise many of these transactions. He also confirmed that the new systems allows the DVLA to prioritise those who currently hold no licence. That is progress worth acknowledging. But Mr Moss himself also said that standards were, and I quote, nowhere near where we want to be. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my constituents is a retired GP with 30 years in practice. He's familiar with DVLA regulations and processes. He suffered a cardiac arrest last summer, informed the DVLA immediately, and hasn't driven since. He calculated that he would be legally permitted to drive again on the 7th of February this year and submitted his application along with a detailed covering letter setting out all the relevant medical facts 8 weeks before that date, exactly as instructed. 10 days before his expected return to driving, neither his GP nor his specialist had received any inquiry from DVLA Medical Department. So he called the dedicated medical helpline and was told, "Your application is being processed." He's a retired doctor. He knew that couldn't be true. An application cannot be processed without the DVLA contacting his GP or specialist to verify the medical facts. His form had been sitting untouched for weeks on end. The helpline, rather than providing accurate information, was providing cover for a backlog. What makes this case notable is that my constituent spent 30 years navigating medical bureaucracy on behalf of patients. Even he couldn't get a straight answer or any meaningful progress from the DVLA. He put it plainly to me in his letter. The helpline uses what he called a smokescreen to disguise the backlog of what appears to be a chronically under-resourced department. I think it's a fair characterisation, and I think Mr Moss wouldn't entirely disagree. So I return to the question of transformation. The new casework platform is welcome. The forthcoming medical services digital platform is welcome. The commitment to prioritise those without a licence is also welcome. But a system migration does not fix the underlying problem if the staffing and processes within that system remain inadequate. So I have three specific asks of the Minister in relation to medical licences. The first is about transparency. The DVLA helpline must be able to tell applicants the truth about where their case stands. Your application is being processed is not an acceptable response when no processing is taking place. Applicants deserve accurate information. If it's going to take months, they should be told. They can then plan accordingly. The second relates to parallel inquiries. The DVLA initiates inquiries to GPs and specialists, sometimes late and far too often one at a time. A properly designed system would identify all necessary medical inquiries at the point of application and dispatch them all at the same time. This single change could reduce waiting time significantly without additional resource. And my third question relates to formal fast-track process, a formal fast-track process for cases where the medical picture is clear. Mr Moss acknowledged when he was in front of the committee that some cases are straightforward and resolved in days, while others are genuinely complex. The system should reflect that distinction formally. Where specialists have already provided clear sign-offs, those cases should not be sitting in the same queue as the most complex clinical decisions. In his evidence, Mr Moss told the Public Accounts Committee that the DVLA understands the impact these delays have on people's lives. The impact on my constituent is that he's sitting at home unable to drive, being told his application's being processed when it's not. I urge the Minister to ensure that the transformation programme at the DVLA delivers not just new technology, but genuinely improved standards of service. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise briefly to speak in the debate, and I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and North Pool on securing the debate, and obviously the Backbench Business Committee for granting it. As we know and as we've heard, the DVLA covers important aspects of work to oversee driving licences and people's ability to drive safely. I pay tribute, as others have done, to the DVLA staff working to support my constituents. However, I also wanted to rise to highlight some issues raised by a large number of my constituents over quite a period of time, which I know were similar to concerns raised by other honourable members. One of the most common issues related to, surprise, surprise, medical applications, which we've heard time and time again this afternoon. And the crux of the issue seems to be that the system is carried out on a paper-based system and by post, and unfortunately this adds to further delays not helped by the issues with postal deliveries. But there also seems to be a lack of coordination between the DVLA and clinicians. In addition, after applications have been processed, whatever the outcome, constituents have highlighted to me their concerns that they have significant delays in the return of documents, and in some cases their licence and delays to issuing medical letters. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in the worst of the cases that I've dealt with, this has taken in excess of 7 months. And that seems to be an average 6-7 months for some of the cases, which on the face of it don't seem to be overly complex. But it's clearly deeply unsatisfactory that things are taking that long. And I think the Honourable Member for Redditch highlighted that we only see a fraction of these cases coming to us as MPs. There are lots more behind this who try to navigate the issues on their own. So clearly, we're not seeing the full extent of the problem here. I was pleased to see the government increasing recruitment and additional staff to support the DVLA's medical teams. And whilst this is a fairly new development, I think we all look forward to seeing that investment in the workforce that will help, hopefully, to reduce those waiting times for decisions, which will in turn reduce the frustration for my constituents and many others across the country. The DVLA's medical licensing system, as we know, is a vital service to constituents, and it's the case for too long. I've heard from my constituents that they've had to put up with unexpected and long delays. So ask my honourable friend, the Minister, to set out in his response to the debate today what more can be done alongside what I recognise that the government understands the issue. Unfortunately, along with a number of other things, there are issues that have been inherited over a period of time from the previous government. I know there's a recognition that there is much work to do, and I hope that the Minister can outline that, because I think that the length of time that my constituents and others are waiting, the frustration and the inconvenience it causes is just too much, really, for constituents to put up with. Many of the constituents who have contacted me, there are ex-armed forces, veterans, public servants, and people who are doing the right thing, but the system, unfortunately, at the moment is letting them down. And I hope that the Minister can address that in his winding up this afternoon. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Olly Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I just want to thank my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool, for securing a debate on this very important topic, and to thank the Backbench Business Committee for choosing it for something for us to discuss this afternoon. And we've heard from many honourable members on the very important reasons why the DVLA needs to improve. I don't really have the time to highlight all of the very excellent contributions, but I do want to highlight that of the honourable member for Redditch. He certainly need not have been apologetic about not having notes, and in fact I would say the passion and authenticity of his speech shows the rest of us that often fewer notes can lead to much better contributions. Alas, I have not managed to do that this afternoon. We've heard lots of reasons why a well-functioning DVLA really matters. That ranges from safety culture, which is so important for everybody on our roads. Only if the DVLA works and is one that people have faith in will we be able to encourage everybody to do the right thing about any medical condition which any of us could develop and have an impact on on our ability to drive safely. And that faith in public institutions and the accountability of those institutions, which we have an obligation to comply with, is very important. And it's all the more important because we've had 70 years of societal change encouraged by government policy, which means the car for most of our country remains an essential and almost inevitable form of transport. We also need a better DVLA because the government has quite rightly set out an ambitious road safety strategy which will impose additional duties and expectations on the DVLA if that road safety strategy is going to succeed. And my Oxfordshire constituency of Didcot and Wantage, along with other honourable members, I have had many constituents get in touch with issues that affect their ability to access jobs and contribute to the economy and their personal independence in their car. I've had constituents who have had very long and unexplained waits for licence renewal, and I think that's often the real frustration, that the accountability and the communication just aren't there from the DVLA in many cases. Another constituent had a circular and extremely confusing communication merry-go-round between himself, the DVLA and medical personnel, and he turns to me and my excellent casework team for help as to how to emerge from that incredibly frustrating communication merry-go-round, because he did not know how to get out of it despite his best efforts to engage with the process. We're in the midst of a vehicle technological revolution. Driverless taxis are being piloted in London and electric vehicles are now commonplace. As these changes are felt on our roads, we need to have confidence in the regulator responsible for managing it. We need a dynamic organisation ready to adapt to the challenges that these changes will bring. Unfortunately, the DVLA has not given us confidence it will be up to the task, and that's not just from constituent experience. The Public Accounts Committee and the National Audit Office and the November 2024 Cabinet Office review all found it wanting. The well-documented delays around medical driving licences show a system struggling to cope with demand. The 2023 Public Accounts Committee report found that over 3 million people had experienced long delays, with some losing employment and income as a result. And while improvements have been made, with the average time to process medical licence cases 44 days, down from 54 days the year before 2024-2025, this is clearly still far too long. The DVLA are only facing more and more demands for their services, with an ageing population and the government's plan to introduce mandatory eye tests for over 70s. Without structural reform, this problem is not likely to improve anytime soon. Equally, the DVLA's capacity to administer an increasingly complex and rapidly changing vehicle excise duty regime is a concern. The current VED system is already complex and opaque, given that cars, heavy goods vehicles and motorbikes are all calculated according to different metrics. Shortly after the transition in April 2025, when electric vehicles began paying VED, the DVLA acknowledged issues with V5C vehicle logbooks displaying incorrect tax information. This understandably raised concerns about the robustness of the agency's data and systems. At the 2025 budget, the government announced electric vehicle excise duty, EVED, a new tax payable alongside the existing VED from April 2028. Far too many acronyms here, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that electric vehicle registrations accounted for a record 19.6% market share in 2024, this will add further administrative pressure on a DVLA already making mistakes and struggling to cope with demand. And finally, as driverless cars become more commonplace in the UK, the DVLA will play a central role in licensing, registration and data management for autonomous vehicles, a function for which the agency's current legislative mandate and systems were not designed. And the Honourable Member for West Bromwich has already highlighted some of the problems with existing licence plates and their administration. All of these changes will place greater pressure on the agency, and confidence is low that they will be able to handle it. So the government needs to go faster in their reform of the DVLA, and the 2024 report was a welcome start in identifying the structural problems. The government now needs to get on with the unglamorous but essential job of genuine and meaningful system reform to make sure we have a regulator that is up to the job it is facing. And although outside of the scope of this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, reform of the DVLA must go hand in hand with further reform of the DVSA to address the persistent backlog in practical driving tests. I look forward to the Minister's comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join with everyone else in the Chamber in congratulating the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and North Pool for securing this debate, for making a very important contribution herself personally in her speech, which has been supplemented right across the Chamber by speech after speech, all identifying a common theme around medical cases with the DVLA, as well as other issues, and I will come on to those shortly. The DVLA's role in upholding the licence system is essential for maintaining driver safety. It's a truism to say that, and to ensure that the correct people are behind the wheels. Now, we shouldn't underestimate the scale of the task. It is a huge one. Last year, the agency collected £8.4 billion of vehicle excise duty for the Exchequer. It maintained 53 million driver records as well as 47 million vehicle records. And it processed getting on for 100 million customer transactions. That is no mean feat. And if we want to keep our country moving, then it's vital that the DVLA processes its work efficiently, reaching the correct answers and doing so quickly. The huge disruption caused by COVID, the COVID pandemic, did see an operation creak, and it exposed its weaknesses, with systems unable to cope, amongst other things, with staff distancing. However, thanks to important work during the last government, backlogs were brought down and longer-term efficiency improvements began to be implemented. Changes were made to streamline existing processes. For example, the law was altered to enable healthcare professionals other than doctors to respond to DVLA medical questionnaires. And my colleague, the Shadow Secretary of State for Transport, as Department for Transport Minister, launched an independent examination of the DVLA in 2023 to establish what the government could do to provide genuinely customer-focused services. We had hoped that this reforming process would continue through into the new administration after the election of July 2024. Some of it has, but as we've heard from the debate today, I'm afraid that the data suggests that in many instances that reforming zeal has not continued. Let's first of all look at medical cases. The DVLA's own business plan tells us that the average waiting time for licensing decisions on medical cases will be within 50 days. That's a long time in its own right. However, the government now admits that in October 2025, the waiting time was over 78 days, going up, and by November, the delay had increased further to over 80 days. This has real consequences. We've heard from speaker after speaker, member after member. I'm just going to pick out one. The Honourable Member for Guildford, in her powerful speech, referenced to a constituent of hers who has stage 4 cancer, who has been waiting 9 months and counting for a decision. That is totally unacceptable. Across 2025-2026, the total average was over 56 days, missing the government's own rather slack target of 50 days. This simply isn't acceptable. It leaves drivers in limbo, uncertain of what their fate will be. I'd very much appreciate it if the Minister could explain whether this position has improved since November of last year, the last date for which figures are publicly available. Has the government met, or is it even closer to meeting the target? The DVLA has said that it's completing the migration of its digital driver licensing services from its old digital platform onto a new strategic cloud platform, and that is progress. But whilst this is welcome, it does not appear to align with the scale of reform that was set out by the Treasury in its 2025 departmental efficiency plans. This listed AI initiatives to increase automation and self-service, expanding the use of robotic process automation software and automating VED refunds, as well as wider organisational and workforce restructuring. And it claimed that those taken together would secure net efficiencies of £39 million by 28-29. But now you look at the actual business case of the department for this year, for 2025 and 26, published in March. The business plan makes no reference to AI initiatives to bring forward automation and self-service or to automate refunds for customers. So what's happened, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the plans? Has the Minister changed his mind? Has he told the Treasury? Will he tell us? Without this focus in the business plan, how can we ever expect to see improvements in efficiency and service for the customer? And these are not the only reforms that the DVLA is struggling with. There are challenges also around fee deficits. The government's promised efficiency savings, but it's not clear how it plans to deliver them. My colleague, the Shadow Transport Secretary, asked about the £2.50 fee charged for the release of vehicle keeper details. Unfortunately, and ironically, the department's written answers were later acknowledged themselves to be partially incorrect, including inaccurate information about the requirement for legislation. So can the Minister take this opportunity, I'm sure he will, to explain whether he plans to change these fees, and crucially, whether he is confident that he can make those changes effectively, given that he was unable to provide accurate information on the process in the first place. When there are questions about efficiency savings, it appears that there's a gap between the rhetoric and the actual delivery. Tackling cloned number plates is another problem of increasing concern, highlighted very effectively by the Honourable Member for West Bromwich. The DVLA has to be supported in their work with the police to crack down on this issue. She referenced in her important speech that an example where a manufacturer was caught, but the fine they received was £5,000, and they were given a non-permanent ban from the registration list at the DVLA. I think it was a 5-year ban from memory. That's madness. She's absolutely right to highlight this. So we've got to tackle the supply and use of cloned plates. Current legislation doesn't properly reflect the seriousness of this crime. Now, the Conservative Party is proposing new legislation so that manufacturers and online retailers of cloned plates would face a fine of up to £100,000 and/or up to 5 years imprisonment. On top of that, any driver caught using a plate that does not match their vehicle's registered data would incur a driving ban of up to 2 years, up to a year in prison, and a £5,000 fine. These are not accidental infringements of driving laws. This is express criminal activity, often to facilitate other crimes, and it should be treated as such. Ultimately, we need to have laws in place that clamp down on criminality. It's an oddity, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it's much harder to scrap a car than it is to buy one. To scrap a vehicle, you need ID, you need a vehicle licence, and you need a UK bank account, whereas to buy one, you just turn up and pay over the cash. It's a gateway for thousands of uninsured vehicles to be used for criminal purposes, and it makes no sense, this difference. So why don't we tighten up the rules so that if a person wants to buy a car, at the least, they have to record their driving licence? Will the government consider working with the DVLA to support our proposal just to tighten up that method of removing uninsured vehicles from the road? The DVLA is ripe for further reform. Its services are ideal for use of AI to improve productivity, reduce costs, and improve responsiveness. Instead of being paralysed by the Mandelson affair, the government needs to focus on driving through reforms to serve the driving public and clamp down on vehicle-related crime. Whilst I'm concerned that the current data appears to be going in the wrong direction, there is still time for the government to turn this around. We have a plan for improvements, and I look forward to hearing that the government has one too.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond to this debate on the reform of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency, the DVLA, and appreciate the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool for securing today's debate and for the Backbench Business Committee for facilitating it. The DVLA touches almost every household in the United Kingdom. It is one of the most advanced and large-scale digital organisations in government, handling billions of interactions each year. Over 84% of transactions are now completed online. And for most drivers, The system works well. A standard non-medical driving licence application is typically processed in just 2 to 3 days, which demonstrates what a modern public service can achieve at scale. However, I want to focus today on where the service has not worked well enough, drivers' medical services, and explain what is being done to put that right. Drivers' medical services has been a source of significant concern for members across this House, and more importantly, for our constituents. For many people, the ability to drive is essential. It supports independence, employment, caring responsibilities and access to healthcare. When a licence is delayed because of a medical investigation, the impact is immediate and it's personal. People can face lost income, isolation, missed appointments and prolonged uncertainty. The government is clear that the service levels in the drivers' medical services have fallen below expectations for far too many drivers who are waiting for a licensing decision. Often, as has been pointed out numerous times today, after doing everything they've been asked to do. Now, I'm not going to stand here and make excuses. I'm not going to point to the previous administration for the mess we inherited. But what I am going to say is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all those who have been impacted by these delays. And we're going to put things right. We are putting things right. Your frustration is justified, and it deserves both explanation and it deserves action. It's important to understand the scale and the complexity of the challenge. Demand for medical licensing decisions has risen sharply and consistently. In 2024 to 2025 alone, the DVLA made more than 830,000 medical licensing decisions, the vast majority of which did not involve MPs, and nor should they have to. And demand continues to rise, driven in part by an ageing population who quite rightfully wishes to remain mobile and independent for longer. Not all medical cases are the same, as has been pointed out. Many straightforward cases, such as those notified online for well-controlled diabetes, for instance, can be resolved quickly, sometimes within days. But an increasing proportion are complex and required detailed clinical evidence from NHS professionals or specialist reports and examinations, all of which, I would add, should be paid for by the DVLA. Those decisions cannot be rushed. The DVLA's overriding duty is to protect road safety, and every decision must be based on sound medical advice. That evidence is informed by 6 independent medical advisory panels covering key conditions that affect safe driving, including cardiovascular, neurological, psychiatric and visual disorders. These expert panels ensure decisions reflect modern clinical practice and support the introduction of new treatments. A good example is the recent change allowing drivers with diabetes to use continuous glucose monitoring, removing a significant burden for drivers while improving efficiency. Now, despite the dedication of DVLA staff, demand has at times exceeded capacity. The pressure was compounded by the need to replace a legacy IT system. Introducing a modern casework system was essential, but it required investment, it required experienced staff input, and it required training. In the short term, that has contributed to longer decision times, which rose to 71 working days, alongside increased complaints, call volumes and correspondence, of course, from members. What matters now is progress, and progress is being made. Since September 2025, all new and renewed medical cases have been processed through a single modern digital casework system. Legacy cases have also been migrated, meaning all driver medical teams are now working in one digital environment. On the 31st of March, the DVLA launched its new digital medical services platform. This allows far more drivers to notify conditions, apply for new and renew licences online. It reduces errors, improves accuracy and enables staff to focus on the most complex cases. Initial case actions can now be taken within 24 hours. Staff are supported by decision tree logic and customers can be contacted by email, reducing uncertainty and ensuring communication is flow. Now, I might add on the email point, there is some sections of the law which stipulate it must be done in writing still. The system will continue to be developed Further automation of letters and medical questionnaires are planned, and more customers will be brought onto the platform over time, driving further efficiency. Alongside digital reform, the DVLA has also increased staffing capacity. 43 additional medical case workers are already in training, with a further 22 joining shortly. The steps we're taking are already delivering results. The average time to make a licensing decision in medical cases so far in April is 56.6 working days, a significant reduction from 71.4 days in February. The DVLA will continue to prioritise cases where drivers need their licence for work or other urgent purposes. Members may also be aware in many cases drivers are legally able to continue to drive while applications are processed where it is safe to do so under something called, and has been mentioned, Section 88. And whilst the delays raised by my honourable friend, the member for Erewash, on the return of those licences should not be happening, they should be covered by that Section 88 ability. But I'd be happy to pick up specific cases both for my honourable friend and any other members here today. But some delays remain unavoidable, particularly where information from healthcare professionals are outstanding. The DVLA issues automated reminders, but safe licensing decisions depend on adequate medical input. That is why the DVLA is also working with the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology through the Customer First programme, which is exploring further reforms to the driver's medical processes, including secure digital links with the NHS. These changes sit within a wider transformation of the DVLA. The new driver in vehicles account, which allows motorists to manage their details digitally and self-serve more easily. By 2030, the DVLA intends to operate as an even more digital insight-led organisation, which is faster, which is fairer and which is more consistent, while retaining safeguards for vulnerable drivers. No one underestimates the impact these delays have had, but it is right to acknowledge that real action is underway and real progress is now being delivered. Madam Deputy Speaker, every life lost on our roads is a tragedy. Younger drivers are disproportionately involved in serious road collisions. Drivers aged 17 to 24 make up just 6% of licence holders, yet they're involved in nearly a quarter of all fatal and serious collisions. Those figures are stark and demand action. That is why the government's road safety strategy includes a consultation on minimum learning periods before a learner driver can take their practical test. This would allow learners greater exposure to varied conditions, such as driving in poor weather or at night or in heavier traffic, helping them develop essential skills and judgment while preserving their freedoms that come with passing a test. We're also consulting on lowering the drink-drive limit for newly qualified drivers, alongside continued investment in the Think campaign, which targets those most at risk, particularly young men, focusing on speeding and drink driving. Road safety is not only about young drivers, though. Everyone deserves to feel safe on our roads, including older drivers and families. Around 24% of drivers killed in 2024 were aged 70 or over. While many older people drive safely well into later life, it is right to address risks linked to eyesight and cognitive change. That is why we are consulting on mandatory eye testing for drivers aged 70 and over and developing options for cognitive testing, recognising that fitness to drive is about capability, not about age. I'd really encourage members to ensure that their constituents engage with the consultation that is underway. And just to pick up on one point about the Honourable Lady mentioned about optometrists, they are able to inform the DVLA of a medical condition, including eyesight issues, if a patient can't or won't. And I think that's important to point out. Turning to the growing concern around ghost plates and other non-compliant number plates, which my honourable friend, the member for West Bromwich, raised today, which undermine road safety and enforcement. Let me be clear. It is already illegal to sell or display ghost or non-compliant number plates. Only DVLA-approved registered number plate suppliers may supply plates, and they must meet strict standards and keep records. Drivers who use illegal plates can face fines of up to £1,000. Michelle.
I'm grateful for the Minister giving way. This isn't a party political point, because I'm sure blame could be focused at my party as well. But does he recognise that where you have 34,000 registered suppliers, it's an impossible task for the DVLA to keep any kind of meaningful record as to whether or not they are in fact compliant.
I think I'll go on to address that point to a degree in a moment. Enforcement at the roadside is a matter, of course, for the police, supported by the DVLA enforcement officers working closely with trading standards to tackle illegal supplies. The government is not standing still. We're working with policing partners, including funding the Roads Policing Innovation Programme to strengthen enforcement. We're also reviewing the Registered Number Plate Supplier Scheme, considering a new British standard for plates and exploring how technology can identify illegal plates more effectively. We also understand the importance of accurate records, and whilst the vast majority of vehicle records held by the DVLA have up-to-date and traceable registered keepers, we're always looking at ways to improve that accuracy. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, drivers deserve timely and safe decisions. Staff deserve modern systems that support their professional judgment. And the public deserves confidence that safety and fairness remain at the heart of our licensing system. Acknowledging where services have fallen short matters, but so does recognising the progress that has been made. I commend these efforts to the House.
Wind up. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the many members who've spoken in the debate today, and the spokesperson, Shadow Minister and Minister for their comments. And I'm very glad that the Chair of the Backbench Business Debate is here so we can thank him again for allowing this debate. I think that's about the 5th time that's been referenced. I also want to just briefly say I hope that everyone whose case is referenced today get their licences back very soon, and that MPs can actually reduce their inbox so that we can get on with doing the job that we were sent here to do and not just being additional caseworkers. But I must pay tribute to all of the caseworkers in all of our offices who are doing the bulk of this work and helping those constituents, in particularly my fantastic team led by Emily. The DVLA relies on trust, accountability, and it's there for safety. And I also want to thank the Minister for his apology. It is rare that we get a straightforward sorry from a government minister, so that is very welcome. And I'm hopeful from what he said that we can look forward to a much more efficient system for all those of us as we come to renew our licences. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye? Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That is the end of that debate. I'll let the front bench shuffle over.
Adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and I come to Bob Blackman on the implementation of the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act 2023. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the House has considered the implementation of the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act 2023. So I rise to speak about an issue that goes to the very heart and responsibilities we have as parliamentarians, namely the duty to protect the most vulnerable people in our society from exploitation, neglect and harm. Now, in 2016, I had the honour of being selected in, or drawn in the private members ballot. Now, at the time, I've sat on the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee for some 14 years prior to the general election. We were conducting an inquiry into homelessness in England, and I was shocked by the treatment that single homeless people received from local authorities and the public sector in general. So I had the privilege of sponsoring the Homelessness Reduction Act, which eventually became an Act of Parliament in 2017. It took 18 months for the Act to be enacted, and the legislation was there to transform how we prevent and respond to homelessness in this country. It was built on a very simple but powerful principle that early intervention, dignity and support can actually change lives. And to date, Madam Deputy Speaker, my Act has prevented 1.6 million people from becoming homeless. Now, in 2022, once again, we were doing an inquiry at the behest of several Birmingham MPs about what can only be described as the Wild West situation in terms of supported housing in Birmingham. So we agreed to do an inquiry into the position of what was going on in Birmingham. And we were shocked when we went to Birmingham and saw whole streets where rogue landlords had bought up houses, 3-bedroom houses, extended them to the side, to the rear and above, and converted 3-bedroom houses into 8 single-room properties with a small kitchen, small bathroom on a shared basis. More shocking than that was the fact that these landlords were not providing any support whatsoever to the vulnerable people that were living in these properties. So you could have, when we saw these houses, you could have someone who'd been a drug addict, next door to a drug pusher, next door to a lady who was fleeing domestic violence, next door to someone who'd been convicted of domestic violence. There was no regulation at all. Birmingham City Council, to be fair to them, had introduced a voluntary scheme, but unfortunately the rogue landlords were the ones that wouldn't register. So it's very important as we go through this particular legislation that we pay tribute to the wonderful charities up and down this country that provide not only a home but support for vulnerable people. So having been drawn in the private members' bill ballot in 2022, I then took the step of introducing what is now, of course, the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act. So this House and the other place took the vital steps when it supported that Act. So I worked with charities such as Crisis, and as the Act was born out of necessity, with mounting evidence in too many cases that supported housing was failing the very people it was meant to help, and rogue landlords were getting away without proper regulation. Now, I think it's fair to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been patient. Given that this was actually passed in 2023, we're still in 2026, and of course the Act still has not been brought into operation. And I do know, of course, that the government has consulted on this particular Act, and I welcome the fact that the government have continued to commit to implementing the Act, and has been set out in the recent response to the consultation, which once again I welcome from the department. But I must be clear, we're now in the time of consultation and delay. It must be over. We've got to get on with this, because vulnerable people every single day are being exploited by those rogue landlords. So the need for action is urgent and immediate. Because while we continue to talk about this, rogue landlords continue to operate. While we delay, vulnerable people continue to suffer, and public money continues to flow into the hands of those who exploit those in need rather than support them. So supported housing should be one of the great strengths of our social system. It provides accommodation alongside care, support and supervision for people literally rebuilding their lives. And let's not forget, these people may have experienced homelessness, they may have fled domestic abuse, they may be living with complex needs. And the good charities assess the need before, just after they've provided a roof over their heads, and supply the network of support. The rogue landlords pop along once a week and say, everyone all right? Yes, see you next week. And that's the extent of the support that they receive. Now, as Crisis has set out, when delivered well, supported housing can provide high-quality transitional homes that help people move on from homelessness and rebuild their independence. And Emmaus UK's recent Rebuilding Lives report reinforces this, showing how good supported housing offers not just shelter, but provide purpose and opportunities for training and work, which are key ingredients in helping people to regain stability and confidence. So when it works well, supported housing is transformative, and it provides a pathway to independence, access to employment, to rebuild relationships and move on to settled homes. It saves the public purse billions by reducing demand on health, criminal justice and emergency services. However, when it fails and when rogue landlords take control, we've seen individuals punished for daring to get a job. Because if they get a job, they lose their housing benefit. If they lose their housing benefit, the landlord can't charge the earth for the rent. So, and indeed, these rogue landlords refuse to provide even basic support. And sometimes, as I've said, they literally house people next door to the very people they're fleeing. Now, over recent years, we've seen the rise of rogue operators in the exempt accommodation sector. Crisis has documented how these providers exploit gaps in regulation, particularly in non-commissioned accommodation where oversight is at its weakest. They've entered the market not to deliver support, but to maximise profit. And that's because exempt accommodation allows providers to charge higher rents through housing benefit, recognising that supporting vulnerable people comes with additional costs. But here comes the fundamental flaw, as highlighted by Crisis. There's been no consistent, enforceable mechanism to ensure that the support justifying those higher rents is delivered, and no single regulator responsible for overseeing that support. So the result is that in some cases we are rewarding exploitation. We've heard deeply troubling accounts from residents. Crisis has reported people being forced to share basic facilities with literally dozens of others, living in properties which are plagued by damp, mould and vermin, and experiencing intimidation and abuse. And I've spoken to tenants who literally were abused and forced to move from one property to another. Some have even been forced back into homelessness to escape these conditions. Others have been charged additional fees for support that doesn't exist, charges that eat into their already limited incomes and push people further into poverty. And heaven help those vulnerable people from daring to get a job, as the drop in housing support means the rogue landlord in most cases kicks them out. These findings are echoed in wider sector evidence, including the collapse of providers such as Prospect Housing, where residents were charged for inadequate or absent support. So let's be absolutely clear, this is not an isolated problem. Whilst I remember, as I've said, visiting cities like Birmingham, where the issues with supported housing have been at the forefront of these challenges, Crisis and other organisations have identified similar patterns across London, the Midlands, South East and beyond. Rogue providers are expanding, exploiting inconsistencies in oversight between local authorities and adapting their business models to stay one step ahead of enforcement. Now, local authorities are responsible for assessing eligibility for housing benefit and verifying that support is being provided. But as Crisis has highlighted once again, they face significant barriers, limited resources, inconsistent powers and legal constraints. There's also evidence that some councils struggle to proactively verify whether meaningful support is being delivered at all. Now, other regulators exist, but none have comprehensive responsibility for the support element of exempt accommodation. Guidance such as the National Statement of Expectations sets out a vision, but it's not legally enforceable. Voluntary standards exist in some areas, but compliance is optional. In short, the system has allowed far too many providers to slip through the cracks. I will indeed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think he's making an excellent speech, and I just wanted to reiterate his point about I have an extraordinary situation in Worcestershire where many of my housing officers actually aren't in the region that they serve. They're not even in the borough that they serve. And I find it extraordinary that I get regular interventions from the police telling me where the supported housing locations have cropped up in my own patch, and that my housing officers or housing teams don't even know that they exist in the local authority area, and yet we are surprised that these people often live in squalor, and to the extent where some of my own residents, some of our most vulnerable residents, have chosen to live in tents in parks rather than be in those supported housing accommodation.
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention. And clearly, if they're living in tents or homeless on the streets, they're not getting the support they need to rebuild their lives, which is the key. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is why I introduced the Act in the first place. It provides the framework we need to bring order, accountability and integrity to the sector. The Act enables the introduction of national supported housing standards, clear benchmarks for what good looks like, covering both accommodation and support. It establishes a licensing regime, empowering local authorities to approve, monitor and, where necessary, shut down providers who fail to meet the standards. It requires councils to develop local strategies, ensuring that supported housing provision is aligned with genuine local need, rather than being driven by profit, an issue that's been highlighted by both Crisis and MAS research. And crucially, it allows for the linking of enhanced housing benefit to compliance, ensuring that public money supports only those providers who meet the required standards. The reality is that this is costing the taxpayer an absolute fortune, and it's going to rogue landlords. Now, the government's recent response to the consultation provides much needed further detail on how the measures will be implemented, and I welcome the commitment to a national licensing system, and the introduction of a national supported housing standards and the application of a fit and proper person test for those managing schemes. I hope, though, we can actually make sure that some of the weasel ways that some of these rogue landlords get round this can be corrected. These are supposed to be not-for-profit organisations, but often a person will buy a property and then rent it to a registered charity who then charge the rent and pay the rent to the landlord. And although the charity is not making a profit, the owner of the property is making a fortune. So I hope we can correct that particular area. I also welcome the decision, strongly supported by Crisis, to make eligibility for enhanced housing benefit contingent on a scheme holding a licence. This gives the system real teeth, removing the financial incentive that has driven rogue providers into the market. But I must express my concern about the timeline. The government has indicated the implementation will begin in April 2027, 4 years after my Act received royal assent. So I welcome the commitment, but we've pointed out there must be no further delay given the scale of harm which has already been caused and the time that since the Act was approved. During that time, the harms we sought to address have continued and actually have escalated. So we must continue to ensure that they do not continue this profit making. Every month of delay allows rogue landlords to operate unchecked. Every delay means more vulnerable people placed in unsafe conditions. And every delay represents a failure to deliver on the promise we made on a cross-party basis in this House. So we must ask ourselves, how many more people suffer before the powers are brought into force? We must also recognise that regulation alone is not enough. The problem in this sector has been exacerbated by years of underinvestment in support services. Crisis has made clear that the growth of poor quality, non-commissioned provision is closely linked to the decline in funding for support and the absence of a dedicated national funding stream. Housing benefit can cover higher rents, but it can't fund support services. That creates a perverse incentive. Providers must house people with support needs to qualify for higher payments, but there's no dedicated funding to meet those needs. Some providers go to great lengths to bridge this gap, relying on charitable funding or volunteers, as highlighted by MAS, whose model demonstrates the value of meaningful activity, work and community. Others, however, pass the cost on to the residents, charging additional fees that push people further into poverty. Now, if we're serious about making this work, we must address this imbalance. The Treasury's ongoing review of homelessness spending presents an opportunity to align funding with the new regulatory framework. As Crisis has argued, this must include a reset and increase in funding for support services, including approaches such as Housing First and floating support. So I would urge the government, who have a majority, not only their side, but support across the House on this issue, to really get on and do this. We must ensure that local authorities have the resources they need to implement licensing and enforcement. The new burdens placed on councils must be fully funded if the system is to succeed. And we must ensure that as we tackle rogue provision, we don't inadvertently increase homelessness. So the government's commitment to produce guidance on rehousing residents affected by scheme closures is welcome, but caution here, guidance alone is not enough. Local authorities must be supported financially and strategically to prevent homelessness and to take a proactive, coordinated approach. We must also listen to those with lived experience. Evidence from residents, including the testimonies gathered by MAS, consistently showed that the good supported housing is about more than accommodation. It's about meaningful support, opportunities for training and work, and a sense of community and belonging. It's about rebuilding lives. And we must ensure these voices are at the heart of the new system, shaping national standards, informing local strategies and holding providers to account. Ultimately, that is what this Act is about. It's about people. People who have already faced significant hardship and who do deserve better than from us. So the Act represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reset the system, to drive out rogue landlords, raise standards, and to ensure that supported housing truly supports those in need. Just look at the success of my first act. I say again, 1.6 million people prevented from being made homeless. And that's why we must implement the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act, and we must do so with urgency. So in closing, I ask the government very simply, bring forward the regulations, bring forward the guidance, ensure the April 2027 timetable is met without further delay, provide the resources needed for effective implementation, and ensure that no further delays stand in the way of protecting vulnerable people. Let us honour the intent of this House. Let us deliver on the promise we made in 2023, and let us never ever again have a position where vulnerable people be treated as commodities in a broken system. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the time for action is now, and I look forward to the Minister's response.
Minister Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just begin by saying thank you to the member for Redditch for his contribution to a debate brought by the Honourable Member for Harrow East that reflected his extensive experience in this area, and as he relayed it to the House, some of the success that his legislation has already had. I just want to start by saying, in response to the points that he made at the end there about what he's asking the government to do and his summary of the next steps, I wholeheartedly agree with him. And I hope that anybody listening to this debate who has an interest in this area will understand the cross-party support for this action that there very clearly is. We waste far too much time in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, in disagreement when there are issues like this, where there is significant cross-party agreement, where I hope that everyone will understand we are going to crack on with this because it is important for all the reasons that he mentions. I want to pay tribute to Crisis and to Emmaus for the work that he mentions also, and for the attention that they've brought to this, but also that I hope that he will see that spirit of prevention running through our homelessness strategy, which we published in December, because the best homelessness policies are the ones that stop the trauma before it begins. The Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act that he mentions is an important piece of legislation. It was introduced because supported housing can play a vital role, often providing stability and support for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And where delivered well, it offers safe accommodation to help people live with dignity. But this House has heard that there have also been worrying examples where the system has not worked at all as it should. Examples of poor quality accommodation, weak oversight, and vulnerable residents badly let down. That's why this Act matters. It provides the basis for strong oversight, clear standards, and better protection.
Rachel Taylor.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I pay tribute to the work of the honourable gentleman and the organisations which you've mentioned. I too, in my constituency in North Warwickshire and Bedworth, hear stories of people who have been evicted from their supported housing when they've gone on to get work. They should be good stories. They should be good news stories. But instead, those people then find it extremely difficult to find accommodation with other landlords because they can't get references from the previous landlord because they were kicked out for not paying overinflated rents. So it really is high time that this government, with our values, does something about this appalling situation.
Minister McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention and those trigger points that she mentions that can inadvertently exacerbate homelessness is exactly the point of the duty to collaborate that we've brought forward with the homelessness strategy, and we'll be working on the exact point that she mentions. It is important to get the detail right. There's broad support for improving standards in supported housing, and rightly so. And the Honourable Member mentioned the consultation response we recently published this month. We need to make sure that the framework we put in place is workable, proportionate and fair. Regulation will target poor practice without creating unnecessary burdens for the many responsible providers who are delivering good quality support every day. Across the country, there are providers doing excellent work. There are housing associations, charities, local organisations and others that are operating high quality supported housing for those who need it most. That's why will drive out the very poor practice while supporting and protecting good providers. So the government is committed to not just to the aims of the Act, but implementing it in a way that works on the ground. Now, the member mentioned the Treasury's value for money review as well. This is a very, very important element of this work. We are wasting taxpayers' money for very poor outcomes. None of us can tolerate that. So ministers are working together on that value for money review. We've established the Supported Housing Advisory Panel to bring together expertise from across the sector and inform how the Act is implemented. And just this morning, I met with the chair, Sir David Pearson, and I'm confident that under his leadership, the panel will provide insight and challenge as a critical friend as we reform supported housing. And if I may say to the House, I've asked him to meet with parliamentarians as well to brief them directly. We have also published guidance to support local authorities in developing their supported housing strategies, which will help them identify and respond to need in their area. Alongside that, we've provided funding to local authorities to support the development of those strategies, and that work is now underway in many areas. And this is not the end of that support. Further funding will follow to help authorities move on to the next stage, including the setup of licensing schemes. These are important steps, and I have heard very clearly what the Honourable Gentleman has said on the length of time between the legislation being enacted and its provisions being felt on the ground. I have a lot of sympathy with his point. I am trying to help with this, but I know that if I don't, and if there's delay, I will be asked many times about it at this dispatch box. So it's in all of our interests to get on with this. The effectiveness of this Act will depend on the regulations, on the support standards, and on the way these powers are used. That means continuing to work carefully through the detail, listening to residents, providers, and local authorities, and making sure the final framework delivers the improvements that residents badly need. We're also making sure, as I've said, that in raising standards, we preserve the good that already exists, and in fact, shine a light on it. You don't want to undermine the providers who are already doing the right thing with supported housing. We want to strengthen that system so that people can continue to work with confidence, whilst poor providers and those who are bringing about some of these terrible circumstances are no longer able to exploit the system. And I think that approach is the right one. It's the way to protect residents, improve quality, and maintain a supported housing sector meeting the needs of the people who really need it most. And as part of that approach, we'll soon consult on the actual draft regulations. We are committed to the purpose of the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act 2023. We recognise its importance and how impactful it will be when its provisions are finally in full force. I again thank honourable members for their contributions.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for the response that she's given thus far. Obviously, I'm not going to get into the politics of this, but local government reorganisation is going on. And could she just say a little bit about what's going to happen in terms of ensuring that local government sets up in the right sort of way with the licensing scheme?
Minister McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there is a response to this in the consultation response that we published recently. I am very conscious of all of the potential effects of local government reorganisation. I think the creation of unitary councils is the right thing, because where you have the splitting of functions, that can make tackling homelessness and bringing the Act into force harder than it needs to be. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am conscious that this will be a period of transition, and that those areas undergoing reorganisation do need particular attention in relation to this. So I would just thank him for raising that, and we have got it on our agenda. I do want to thank the Honourable Member for Harrow East for all the work that he has done, keeping attention focused on this issue. It has been very good to work with him so far on it, and I look forward to doing so even more in the near future. We need to make progress on this, and I am determined that we will do so.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many that opinion say aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.